Chapter 1758. It was extremely shocking that the sky was torn apart. One had to know that this was the former first-class Xianyuan realm. The space barrier was extremely strong, but it was cut open so easily. It was enough to show that the green dragon crescent blade that was fused with the crystal had been upgraded in all aspects. Thud! Jun Chang Shao landed gracefully, and the blade hit the ground. A mysterious force from the east instantly rippled. Li Qingyang and the others were in awe. At that moment, Jun Changshao's back was incomparably majestic and powerful. They almost couldn't help but shout, "Patriarch, awesome!" Of course, the system was the saddest. Not only did it successfully poison him, but it was also slapped in the face. "Thank you." Jun Changshao put away the blade and thanked the system gratefully. The system roared. I shouldn't have said so much in the first place. Plop! At this moment, Jun Changshao, who looked extraordinarily mighty, suddenly collapsed on the ground like mud. White foam kept coming out of his mouth as if he had an epileptic seizure. That bright crystal was indeed used to upgrade the green dragon crescent blade. So after it was successfully fused, the weapon was greatly improved, and even the special effects were strengthened. Back then, Go Shan used Wu Sheng's soul for the first time. Although he defeated Qin Haoren, the result was that he was completely exhausted. He had to be carried away by the disciples when he left Haoqi Sect. That's right, the upgraded version of the god-modified green dragon crescent blade also inherited the glorious tradition of fainting immediately after showing off. Jun Changshao, who was lying on the ground, said, "It's been a long time. Patriarch, are you okay? Help me up and send me back to my room." Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji hurriedly helped Jun Changshao up. However, before they left, they didn't forget to remind them, You guys continue." Yi Xingqin and Xiao Ziji went in and gave them 2 katanas. He Wudi went in and gave them a god-modified crystal to upgrade weapons. This heavenly might secret realm was really a big treasure. Yes, the disciples received the order. After watching the patriarch leave, Su Xiaomao rubbed his fists and said, "I'll go in." Now that Yi Xingqin and the others had come out safely, he was no longer worried that there might be a trap inside. Of course, caution was needed. Su Xiaomao looked at Hiwudi and said, "Junior brother, is there anything we need to pay attention to?" "Yes." Hiwudi said solemnly, "If you enter a hall and have to choose an opponent, I suggest you choose the weakest one. For example," he paused for a moment and said, "a short old man with a bow." "The short old man with the bow?" Su Xiaomao made a mental note of this. Then he tidied up his school uniform, waved at his fellow disciples, and stepped into the arcane realm. Ka. Shrouded in thick fog, Yagyu Jubii appeared once again. From this, it could be seen that this fellow should be the gatekeeper of the heavenly might secret realm. As long as the disciples entered the secret realm, they would be able to meet him. As usual, Yagyu Jubii first sat cross-legged on the ground and tried to use his fingers to flick out his dual blades. When he realized that there was nothing at his waist, he said in shock, "Where are my blades?" Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xiaomao kicked him out of sight with a beautiful side kick. He said, "So weak." Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Yagyu Jubii in the stipulated time. Ding! As the challenger defeated a heroic soul in an instant, he received a perfect evaluation. In the next round, he will directly challenge an S-rank heroic soul. The scene in front of him changed, and he was now in the main hall. The main hall? The place that junior brother he mentioned just now. Buzz! Buzz! When the image on the wall became lifelike, Su Xiaomao immediately understood what it meant. "I choose." He stared at the heroic souls and finally locked his eyes on the short old man with the bow. Combined with his junior brother's previous reminder, he said without hesitation, "Him!" Swish! The scene in front of him suddenly changed. Hiwudi appeared on top of a mountain. The stone wall next to him was engraved with the words, "Dingjun Mountain." Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! A murderous aura that only appeared when two armies faced each other filled the air, causing Su Xiaoma to instantly become serious. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of a knife being sharpened could be heard. Su Xiaoma looked up and saw an old man wearing battle armor on a huge rock in front of him. He was sharpening a rusty broadsword with a bow and a quiver beside him. It's him, the person I chose. Compared to the extraordinary heroic souls in the portraits, this person was simply too old. It seemed a little inappropriate for him to fight with him. Young man. The old man stopped and flicked the surface of the broadsword with his finger. Have you heard of a treasured broadsword that is still young? His voice and eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life, but there was an indescribable deterrence. This made Su Xiaoma feel deep veneration. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior, please." Clang! The old man sheathed the broadsword and picked up the bow with difficulty. He carried the quiver on his back and jumped down from the huge rock, almost falling on his butt. Su Xiaoma felt even more ashamed in his heart. He was in the prime of his life, yet he found an old man to fight. Was he worthy of the patriarch's repeated emphasis on being unyielding? If he had known earlier, he would have chosen a young man who held a spear and seemed to be full of courage. Ashamed was ashamed. But after all, he was in a secret realm challenge. Whoosh! Su Xiaoma activated his qi. The power of the true spirit filled the air and said, "Sorry for the offense." Shwa! He took a step forward and moved at full speed. However, just as he was about to rush over, the armored old man quickly took out an arrow, nocked it, and pulled the bow. The entire process could be said to be done in one breath, as smooth as flowing water. Damn! Su Xiaoma was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was still extremely old. How did he suddenly become so agile? Young man, the old man said, treating me as an old, weak, and disabled person is a form of contempt. It is also irresponsible to yourself. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the longbow in his hand shone with a bright light, and the arrowhead continued to gather energy. Su Xiaoma hurriedly stopped, his scalp gradually numb. Not good. After realizing that something was wrong, he hurriedly turned around, poured the power of the true spirit into his legs, and instantly dragged the afterimage away. However, the old man's eyes were like a self-aiming cheat. No matter how the target moved, the arrow was always locked on the butt. Until he seized the opportunity, he released 2 fingers and shouted, "One sword to decide the universe!" Whoosh! The sharp arrow burst out, like a white rainbow piercing the sun. Su Xiaoma, who was frantically escaping, suddenly stopped, looked at the camera in 0, 1 second, and howled, "I'm finished! Poochie!" In the outside world, Li Tiantian stabbed a dagger into the watermelon and then quickly cut it into pieces and laughed. "Senior brother, eat the melon." "Junior brother Su, will it be okay to go in?" Li Qingyang took a piece of melon and was quite worried. Xiao Ziji said while eating, "It should be okay." Bah! Hiwudi spat out the watermelon seed and said, "As long as we choose the old man with the bow, it will be easy to win." Just as everyone was talking, Su Xiaoma appeared outside the vortex of the secret realm with a bang. So fast? Hiwudi was stunned. "Junior brother Su." Li Qingyang walked over with a piece of melon and found that the other side was still facing away from him. So he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Oh! Suddenly, Su Xiaoma covered his butt and jumped up and down the back mountain like a monkey, and there were strange sounds from time to time. Oh! Oh! Chapter 1759. Su Xiaoma failed the challenge, and the result was very tragic. This was good proof that he would always be the boss, and he could not look down on him just because he was old. Of course, Su Xiaoma did not look down on him. He lost because of his archery skills. If it were Hiwudi, he would probably jump up and down. "I'll give it a try." Li Fei rubbed his hands and walked into the sky, Might's secret land. "Fly, choose the old man with the bow to avenge me, no problem. After half a chapter, Li Fei was sent out of the secret land. He covered his butt and jumped up and down. I'll do it. Long Xiang could not stand it anymore. In the end, he jumped up in front of his fellow disciples in the same way. The core disciples were defeated again and again, but it did not affect the others. The inner and outer disciples began to line up to enter the sky Might's secret land. Although some of them could kill Yagyu Jubai, who had lost his weapon in seconds, most of them could barely complete the task within the time limit. Therefore, they could not trigger the condition to enter the main hall, so the opponents in the second round were different. Ha ha ha. I got a sword. Li Tiantian was sent out of the secret land. He held a sharp sword, and his face was filled with ecstasy. This sword came from a heroic soul with the word A engraved on the back of his hand. It looked simple and unadorned, but in fact it was not weaker than Yagyu Jubai's katana. Patriarch. The next day, Li Qingyang came to report. There were a total of 100 disciples who challenged the sky Might's secret land yesterday. Those who passed the first round are... After listening to the disciples' report, Jun Changshao concluded that those who passed the first round in seconds would be sent to the main hall to choose their opponents, and those who were defeated in a regular way would enter the ordinary second round, which was much less difficult. Especially when he wooed his opponent and the old man with the bow, he could basically confirm that it should be Guan Yu and Huang Zhong, one of the 5 tiger generals. Interesting. Jun Changxiao's lips curled into a smile. There were people from the 3 kingdoms in the secret land, and there were also Japanese. Did it mean that the paintings on the wall were from the ancient famous people or generals of the former world? No. How could these ancient figures be so strong in the world of martial arts? It was undeniable that Guan Yu and Huang Zhong were considered top-notch fighters in their time. However, it was still considered a low-level martial artist. In the world of martial arts, where every movement could shake the heavens and earth, he would definitely be crushed. There was also the green dragon crescent blade. This was a weapon that he had bought in the early stages. After the upgrade, its power had been greatly increased. Could it be that it had been upgraded to a perfected weapon? If that is the case, Jun Changxiao's eyes burned with passion. The weapons and equipment of those S-rank heroic souls might be of the highest grade. Qingyang, if you have time, get Xingchen and the others to go to the Heavenly Might's secret realm, especially to challenge S-rank heroic souls. This, Li Qingyang said weakly, I can't. He had also entered the Sky's Might mystery realm yesterday, but he did not choose Huang Zhong. Instead, he chose the martial artist with a spear next to him. In the end, he was defeated miserably by his opponent. Try more. Jun Changshao said, find a mechanism. The strength of the core disciples was not weak. If they wanted to be stronger, they would have to be at the half-step celestial secret realm. Therefore, Go Sheng did not think that there was a suppression of strength in the secret realm. He might need to explore slowly. To put it bluntly, after being destroyed many times, he would naturally have experience. Yes. Li Qingyang returned to the peak where the disciples lived and called Su Xiaoma and the others over to discuss countermeasures. Simple. Su Xiaoma covered his butt and said, let's fight together. Good idea. Li Fei agreed. Isn't it unfair to fight with more people? Li Qingyang said. Hiwudi said, the secret realm is not a competition. We don't have to care about numbers. That's true. Where's junior brother Yi? He went to the back of the mountain in advance. Boom! In the Heaven's Might secret realm, Yi Xingchen's fist, which gathered the powerful force of true spirit, directly killed the gatekeeper, Yagyu Jubai. Then he turned his face to the camera and said, trash! Because he killed an A-class heroic soul instantly, he was sent to the main hall to choose an S-class heroic soul. Who should he choose? Night Emperor looked and finally chose a burly man. Swoosh! The scene in front of him changed. He was in a burning barracks. Kill! Kill! Yi Xingqian ignored the shouts that disturbed his mind. His eyes were fixed on the distance. There stood a burly man, dragging 2 corpses with both hands. He grinned and said, "You want to challenge me?" "Who?" Ancient heir Lai Jianwei. Jun Changxiao's guess was right. Many of the characters carved on the walls of the main hall came from the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Of course, there were also portraits on another wall, but they were dark gray, which seemed to mean that they hadn't been activated yet. From the blurry style of the portraits, it could be seen that there was a 3-headed and 6-armed child on wheels, a birdman with 2 wings on his back holding a sledgehammer, a handsome warrior with 3 eyes leading a wolf dog, and a macaque in armor carrying a stick. All in all, there were all kinds of characters and all kinds of equipment. Based on the current situation, if the disciples wanted to obtain the equipment, they would have to defeat them, and the equipment would still be there. They wouldn't be like Guan Yu, who had come out but lost his saber. Shua! Yi Xingqian was miserably teleported out because he didn't defeat his opponent on time yesterday. So he didn't waste any time and simply charged over. Boom! Boom! Jian Wei threw out the 2 corpses in his hands, which exploded in midair, filling the air with flesh and blood. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian dashed out and made a gesture of the sky-crossing palm. He instantly slapped the air several times, unleashing a terrifying power. Great! Jian Wei roared and charged forward with his tough body. Not only did he break the palm, he also pressed to Night Emperor's face and slapped down with tremendous force. Boom! The earth trembled and the space collapsed. Huh! Jian Wei frowned. Although his palm hit the target, it was blocked by the hard armor. He asked in shock, "Isn't this Lu Bu's beast-faced chain armor?" Who? At this moment, Yi Xingqian, who was fully armed, extended his right hand and waved the halberd that appeared out of nowhere. Bam! Dum! 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 Jian Wei stepped back quickly. After he regained his balance, he saw the weapon in the guy's hand and exclaimed, "A halberd!" Die! Yi Xingqian leaped into the air and used total annihilation to press down. Boom! Boom! The violent power swept across the secret realm. Stunned, Jian Wei was forced to step back again and again, but his eyes were still full of confusion. Why did he have all Lu Bu's equipment? Or has he already defeated the guy? That can't be right. As one of the strongest S-level hero souls, why did the guy challenge me when he had already defeated me and inherited my equipment? Damn it! Is he bullying me? Shua! Yi Xingqian jumped up again. In order to finish the battle quickly and save time, he poured all his strength into the halberd. The energy waves generated when he waved it disturbed the space around and created a crack that seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. Boom! The halberd with terrifying power hit Jian Wei brutally, but the latter seemed to have chosen to give up. He immediately dispersed into smoke, and a large wooden box gradually appeared where he was. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating Jian Wei of the Ancient. Chapter 1760. Yi Xingqian won. Even he himself was at a loss. Logically speaking, that guy should be very strong. Why was he suddenly eliminated? Forget it. Let's look at the equipment first. Yi Xingqian came to the wooden box and kicked it open. There were 2 short halberds inside. Judging from the material and luster, they didn't seem to be weaker than his halberd. It's useless. He waved his hand and kept it in his spatial ring. Since the challenger defeated an S-class heroic soul, you can continue to choose the same level in the next round. At the same time, Yi Xingqian was sent into the main hall again. Then he looked at the portrait on the wall and said, "This time, I have to choose a fiercer one. Otherwise, it will be boring." Night Emperor came to the Heavenly Might secret realm not for weapons, but to find an opponent to spar with. Therefore, he hoped to meet an evenly matched expert. Boom! In another area of the secret realm, the team led by Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji successfully defeated the gatekeeper, Yagyu Jubiai. Because of the instant kill, they entered the main hall as expected. Who should we choose? Of course! Su Xiaoma originally wanted to choose Huang Zhong, but when he thought of the pain from yesterday, he quickly shifted his gaze to a heroic soul shrouded in black light and said, "Let's choose him." Okay. Li Qingyang agreed. Whoosh! The scene in front of them suddenly changed. Everyone was instantly out of the main hall and outside the towering city gate with the words Hulao Pass engraved on it. Damn! Su Xiaoma shivered and said, "The atmosphere is a bit strange." Trouble. Hiwudi frowned and said, "We seem to have chosen a guy with decent strength." Stomp! Stomp! At this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from the city gate. A moment later, a scarlet horse slowly trotted out, dragging a figure shrouded in monstrous, demonic aura. Although his appearance could not be seen clearly, his aura was very strong. It's over, Hiwudi thought to himself. I'm afraid we're going to fail. Hiss! The scarlet horse stopped outside the city gate. The figure shrouded in demonic aura said, "Who are you?" The voice was very domineering. Li Qingyang and the others looked extremely serious. Although the person riding on the horse didn't reveal his face, his aura and voice were both filled with the power to swallow mountains and rivers. He was probably stronger than the bow-wielding old man he met yesterday. The strength of the generals of the three kingdoms was determined according to the author's preferences. There was no need to argue. Otherwise, the strongest S-rank heroic soul, Doraemon, would appear in the next second and be abused. Disciple of the Sect of all times. Just a bunch of trash. Everyone fell silent. If someone else had said this, they might have thought that it was arrogant. But when it came from the mysterious black shadow, it seemed to be a matter of course. Don't waste time. Come at me together. Li Qingyang, who was originally thinking that it would be unfair to win with numbers, hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Excuse me." Shua, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, and the others entered battle mode and communicated with each other through eye contact. They had great teamwork when it came to fighting bosses. Forget it, Hiwudi muttered in his heart. I can't be too high profile. I have to keep a low profile. Because of his explosive performance in the life and death secret realm, he had to keep a low profile this time. Hiss! At this moment, the red horse raised its head and neighed, then rushed over. Competing in speed? Su Xiaoma touched his nose and said, "I'm not bad either." Shua, shua, form shift, wave-like subtle steps, heaven and earth great shift. Su Xiaoma fully displayed his speed, but in the end he couldn't escape the fate of being kicked away by the horse's hooves. In Yi Xingchen's words, it was useless to be flashy. "Junior brother," Li Qingyang exclaimed. Boom! At this moment, Xiao Ziji stood in front of him with a shield and caught the red horse's forelegs. His knees kept sinking, and his face was extremely ferocious. Heaven-crossing palm print. Hiwudi seized the opportunity and rushed over from the side. In the end, the palm print that he condensed was all swept away by the horse's tail, so he pretended to suffer from the backlash and landed far away. He thought to himself, even a horse is so strong. Ancient shadowless kick. After Li Fei spun around, the shadow of his footsteps appeared, but in the end he was sent flying by the crimson horse's rear leg. It could be said, in just a short period of time, many of the Sect of all times' core disciples had been knocked down. The situation was very unfavorable. "You can't even do anything to my red hair," Black Shadow said coldly. "What qualifications do you have to challenge me?" "Damn it!" Su Xiaoma stood up, anger rising on his face. "Everyone," Li Qingyang said, "let's get serious." "All right." Everyone looked at each other and immediately crossed their hands in unison. Words appeared on the back of their hands, and all kinds of special effects filled the air. Ka! Xiao Ziji, who had turned into a mecha, raised his flowing light shield. As the main meat shield of the team, He would stand at the front of his teammates in any situation. Boom! He Wudi brought out the gate of life and death, and used his eyes to tell his companions to bring this horse in during the battle later. Li Qingyang and the others activated their words and exclusive weapons one after another. All the special effects were activated, and all the trump cards were used. It could be said that in ancient times the three heroes in front of Hulao Pass fought Lu Bu, and today the disciples in front of Hulao Pass fought Red Hair. When compared, why was it so bad? Black Shadow said disdainfully, "Trash will always be trash." However, since you all are so serious, I will naturally be serious too. Hiss! The red hair under him raised its head and neighed. The demonic aura around the figure also gradually dissipated, revealing an incomparably cold face. His eyes shone with a sharp luster, looking very frightening. A ruthless person, he Wudi muttered in his heart. Whoosh whoosh! The demonic aura continued to dissipate, revealing a complete body. At that moment, the surrounding gloomy aura became even more intense, and there seemed to be earth-shaking shouts in his ears. However, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were dumbfounded, because that cold guy was actually naked, wearing only a pair of large underpants while riding on the horse, although his muscles looked very perfect. This He Wudi's mouth twitched. The guy who revealed his true appearance seemed to be very strong. Why wasn't he wearing any clothes? Could it be that he was like Hall Master Z, who had to tear his clothes off as long as he fought? Flying General Lu Fengxian felt a chill and instinctively looked down. Seeing that he wasn't wearing anything, he said in astonishment, "Where are my beast-faced swallowing head chain armor and my Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe?" Haha! Su Xiaoma couldn't help but laugh while holding his stomach. Lu Fengxian said with a cold gaze, "You dare to laugh at me, I will immediately let you die without a burial ground." After saying that, he raised his hand to summon his weapon, but nothing was summoned. Damn it! Why is the Sky Piercer also gone? Swish! Just as Lu Fengxian was furious, a figure appeared on the battlefield out of thin air, wearing a three-pronged purple gold crown, wearing a beast face swallowing head chain armor, wearing a Sichuan red brocade 100-flower robe, holding a Sky Piercer. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were overjoyed. Junior Brother Yi! Chapter 1761. Just as Lu Fengxian was wondering why his equipment was gone, Yi Xingqian appeared on the battlefield. It was obvious that after defeating ancient Air Lai, he chose the same heroic soul for the sake of excitement. Not bad. Night Emperor said, "This person has a strong aura." Although he said so, he was despising Yi Xingqian in his heart. Why isn't he wearing any clothes? Does he have the same hobby as the Purple King? Yi Xingqian didn't like Z, and the reason might be because he drank too much in the past and went to Spirit Beast Peak. Seeing his equipment and weapons on Yi Xingqian, Lu Fengxian's eyes flashed with anger and said, "So it was you who stole them?" SS. The red hair raised its head and neighed as though it was cooperating with its owner. Lu Fengxian had to admit that with such a mount that exuded athlete's foot, even if he wasn't wearing any clothes, he still looked mighty and extraordinary. Junior Brother Yi, Li Qingyang said solemnly, "This person is extremely dangerous." Just now, a few of them were defeated by a single horse. Even if Yi Xingqian didn't have any equipment, he still gave them immense pressure. Borrowing the words of the readers, if it was a normal person without any equipment, they would be no different from a noob. But Lu Fengxian was different. His sharp eyes and powerful aura were extremely terrifying. He was worthy of being one of the strongest S-class heroic souls. Yi Xingqian could clearly feel it, and his eyes flashed with intense battle intent. I need such an opponent. Swish! He waved his Fengtian halberd and jumped over. Go! Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others didn't hesitate and followed closely behind. With Yi Xingqian as the leader, the core disciples of the sect of all times burst out with different powers and rushed towards Lu Fengxian in front of Hulao Pass. Due to the detailed and realistic 3D model, every shot was exquisite. It could be said that they used their heart to create the CG and feet to create the game. A bunch of mobs. Lu Fengxian's eyes were filled with disdain. The red hair under him suddenly accelerated and dragged a red light to meet them. Heaven-crossing palm print. Su Xiaomo was the first to launch an attack as multiple palm prints descended from the sky. The red hair horse evaded the attack with an extremely coquettish movement. Then, it leaped up and kicked at the opponent in the air, forming a U-shaped energy wave. F***CK. Su Xiaomo exclaimed. Was this a horse or a human? It could actually condense energy from afar. Senior brother, be careful. Xiao Ziji rushed over in large strides and threw out the shield with all his might. It turned into a stream of light and collided with the horse hoof print. Immediately, there was an earth-shaking rumble. Swish! Su Xiaoma took the opportunity to dodge, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. If not for his junior brother's timely assistance, he would have been dead if he had been struck by the hoof prints. Dang, dang, dang. As for Xiao Ziji, his body continuously retreated. Only after he stabilized himself did he catch the flowing light shield that flew back. The blood in his body was boiling violently. Total annihilation. On the other side, Yi Xingqian leaped over, and an arc of light pierced through the battlefield. Pa! Lu Fengxian slapped the horse's back and flew up in his underpants. Demonic qi gathered between his palms as he shouted, "Nameless pawn, don't be impudent!" Rumble. His hands were like reinforced steel as they directly broke the total annihilation that pressed down on him. Then he rushed toward Yi Xingqian to engage in close combat, seemingly intending to snatch the Fangtian halberd. At the same time, Li Qingyang and He Wudi also rushed over. The two of them attacked from the left and right, assisting Yi Xingqian in attacking from the side. It was a complete replay of the battle between the three heroes at Hulao Pass. Ancient, shadowless kick. Li Fei took advantage of the opportunity and came over with a kick shadow. Lu Fengxian sent Li Qingyang flying with his right palm. He turned around and stretched out his left hand, directly grabbing the other party's leg and smashing it down. Rumble. Li Fei suddenly landed on the ground, his body turning into nothingness. Junior brother Li. Seeing his fellow disciple killed in an instant, Su Xiaoma's eyes flashed as he roared. Just as he was about to rush over, he suddenly felt his vision darken. He saw the red hair in front of him, and its big hooves were about to kick his face. Boom! Another loud noise, accompanied by billowing dust, rang out. Su Xiaoma relied on his speed to dodge, but after stabilizing himself in the distance, his eyes were filled with deep fear. This horse was too strong. Once he was kicked by it, he would definitely be eliminated. Junior brother, Li Qingyang shouted, hold this horse back! Lu Fengxian did not have the upper hand in the fierce battle between him and Yi Xingqian. If the red hair rushed in again, there would definitely be a risk of being wiped out. Okay. Su Xiaoma immediately rushed toward the red hair. His goal was not to kill it, but to attract its firepower. Futile struggle. Lu Fengxian sneered. Although he saw through their strategy, he did not summon the red hair. Instead, he let the other party lead him. He wore his underpants and fought against Yi Xingqian, Li Qingyang, He Wudi, and Xiao Ziji, who joined later. Apart from Lu Qianchan, the disciples of the sect of all times in Hulao Pass were all core members. Lu Fengxian, who did not have any equipment, could fight against many with ease. It was really a little terrifying. Speaking of which, if he wore equipment and held a weapon, wouldn't he be able to press Jun Changshao to the ground and rub it against him? Of course, if he used the Sky Piercer's blade to rub Go Sheng's face, it would probably be a little too difficult. Boom! In front of Hulao Pass, there was a huge explosion of energy. Hiss! Outside Hulao Pass, the red hare's cry resounded through the sky. Soon, the two sides fought fiercely for an hour. They fought back and forth brilliantly, and there was no clear winner. If Lu Bu was compared to a boss, he would definitely have 999 layers of HP. Although Li Qingyang and the others worked well together, they could not deal any effective damage. As of now, they had only used up 1 layer of HP. Junior brother, he! Li Qingyang shouted, "Don't hide it any more." Hiwudi was speechless. As expected, after being high profile last time, it was very difficult to keep a low profile. Huh. He shook his head, and his expression became incredibly stern. To pass this stage, to be like, boom! At that moment, Lu Fengxian threw a palm strike and hit Hiwudi's face, who was about to act cool. It made him disappear from the spot. Before he left, he did not forget to cry out, "Ouch!" Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji roared, "Can your acting be any more fake?" Swoosh! After dealing with Hiwudi, Lu Fengxian suddenly retracted his hand and jumped above Hulao Pass. Like a high and mighty king, he said, "All of you will die." Buzz! The space shook and light flashed. A longbow with a dragon engraved on it gradually appeared. This was the dragon tongue bow. Legend had it that it was made from dragon tendons. Many people only knew that Lu Fengxian held the heavenly halberd and rode the red hare, but they did not know that he was also an outstanding archer. Otherwise, there would not be the story of shooting the halberd at the gate. When Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others saw this, they felt a strong sense of uneasiness. Pa! Lu Bu grabbed the dragon-tongue bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right. Several arrows that seemed to be covered in demonic energy appeared out of thin air and locked onto the Sect of all time's disciples on the battlefield. Su Xiaoma's but tensed up. Arrows pierced the sun and moon. At that moment, Lu Bu released the bowstring, and several arrows flew out of the city gate. They dragged streams of light as if they had turned into roaring dragons. Boom! Xiao Ziji placed the light stream shield in front of him and said, "Shield, open!" Buzz! Buzz! In an instant, a huge shield that was as smooth as a mirror appeared in front of everyone, exuding an unshakable aura. However, compared to the incoming arrows, it was still a little lacking. Yi Xingqian roared, "Remove the defense!" He knew that the shield would not be able to withstand those forces, and the final result would be as if also realizing that even though he could help his fellow disciples resolve this crisis, he would inevitably be eliminated. Xiao Ziji grinned and said, "I'll leave the rest to you guys." Looking at his sturdy back, Li Qingyang and Yi Xingqian felt as if they had returned to the time when they challenged the fire dragon together in Death Valley. "I'm willing to use this broken body. I'll bear the brunt of lightning for you guys." Because of this sentence, Xiao Ziji embarked on the path of no return as a tank. He always stood at the forefront, protecting his fellow disciples from harm. Swoosh! Swoosh! Several arrows shot over, and the roars of the dragons shook everyone's eardrums. No! Yi Xingqian roared in rage when he saw that the arrows were about to hit the shields. This was supposed to be our experiential training in a secret realm. Even if they failed, they would not die. However, Yi Xingqian found this hard to accept. This showed just how close the two were as fellow disciples. Drip, drip, drip. Huh. Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma looked up and saw rain falling from the sky. The temperature plummeted, and the raindrops turned into snowflakes. When they landed on the ground, they seemed to freeze the air. This is cold air. Could it be? The two looked in the direction of the aura and saw a graceful figure walking over from the distance. With every step, cold air spread out from under her feet, causing the battlefield in Hulao Pass to instantly turn from hot summer to cold winter. Chapter 1762. Lu Qianshan, who was dressed in white, appeared. The originally hot environment suddenly became bone-chillingly cold. Hiss! The red hare neighed, and the flame-like airwaves under its feet gradually weakened due to the ice on the ground. If this was not enough to describe how cold the surrounding environment was, then the several sharp arrows flying over had been greatly slowed down under the influence of the cold air. Otherwise, Li Qingyang and the others would not have had time to look back. Achoo! Lu Fengxian sneezed on the city tower. This extremely cold weather seemed to be a bit unfriendly for him, who was not wearing clothes. On the other hand, Li Qingyang and the others, after the appearance of the senior sister, nimbly put on luxurious mink coats, thick hats, ear warmers, and scarves. Ka! Ka ka! The few sharp arrows flying slowly could not resist the interference of the cold air. Not only were they stopped in midair, but their bodies were also frozen. As for the red hare, except for its red body, there was no heat under its feet or in its eyes. It was even possible to slip on the icy ground. A field control mage was indeed awesome. Good chance. Su Xiaoma's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly put on his ice skates. Don't ask where this thing came from. If you ask, it was from Gosheng. Swish! Su Xiaoma swung his arms and rushed over. Because of the ice skates on the soles of his shoes, 2 small traces were left where he passed. He turned into a professional ice skater. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the help of the smooth, icy ground, Su Xiaoma's speed was even faster. Hiss! The red hare raised its head and neighed. It was about to dodge, but as soon as its limbs exerted force, it fell to the ground. It could be seen that the icy ground had a great impact on it, and its movements were obviously restricted. Swish! Su Xiaoma seized the opportunity, circled around the opponent a few times, and then rose into the air. He poured the power of true spirit into the ice skates and made a difficult spinning movement in the air that only figure skaters could do. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of sharp saber light shot out and struck the red hare with great precision. Without the advantage of speed, and even being greatly restricted, it was nothing more than a sandbag used to bombard. Shwa! Su Xiaoma landed gracefully on the ground and glided along the side of the field. The knife marks he left behind seemed messy, but they gradually formed the words Sect of all times. 10 points. Jun Chang Shao raised his placard. The host is here to steal the limelight again. The system roared as it raised its sign and said, 10 points. Jianghu, who was sitting on the judging panel, raised his board and said, I give 9 points. Swish, swish. After Su Xiaoma succeeded, he did not waste such a good opportunity. He continued to walk on the ice, occasionally seizing the opportunity to launch a fancy attack. Boom, boom, boom. The sharp blade slashed across the red hare's body. Although it did not break through its defenses in a short period of time, the stinging pain it brought became more and more obvious. Lu Fengxian didn't care about the mount. Instead, he locked onto Lu Qianqian and said, You look good. But he drew the bow again and gathered several arrows. Compared to Chan, you're far inferior. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, an arrow carrying a powerful demonic aura flew out from the tower. Judging from the aura and speed, it was obviously stronger than before. Go, Lu Qianqian said coldly. Ka ka ka. Xiao Ziji's flowing light shield was covered by layers of ice. He immediately understood what it meant and rushed over with large strides. Then he placed the ice shield in front of him, forming an absolute defense. Li Qingyang and the others moved closer to the defensive area. Even Su Xiaoma, who was attacking the red hare, slid over. The arrows with demonic aura came with a tracking system. When the Sect of all times disciples huddled together, they turned from scattered to concentrated. They burst out in different directions. Boom! 1 arrow. Boom! Boom! 2 arrows, 3 arrows. Every time there was a boom, there would be a piece of broken ice. Xiao Ziji pressed his shoulder against the flowing light shield with a ferocious expression, but his feet were slowly retreating. It was obvious that even with the support of eldest senior sister's ice, it was still difficult to resist all the attacks. It could collapse at any time. Qian, Zhen, Ken, Zhen, Kuan, Sun, Li Dui. At this moment, Yi Xingqian formed a seal with both hands and blasted a palm into the void. The 8 characters flashed with a dazzling light, and an 8 trigrams pattern appeared in front of the shield. Whoosh! Like the last straw that broke the camel's back, the sharp arrow merged into the pattern and appeared above the red hair that was trying to get up. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and the surrounding ice cracked rapidly. Everyone looked back and saw that the red hair was already paralyzed on the ground. Its body turned from red to charred black. White foam kept coming out of its mouth, and then it gradually collapsed into nothingness. It was dead. It was accidentally injured by master skill. Li Qingyang and the others didn't feel happy that the red hair was killed. Instead, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. That horse was strong, but it was killed in an instant. If it weren't for big senior sister's defense and junior brother Ye's timely diversion, everyone would have been wiped out. Damn it! Lu Fengxian said angrily, "How dare you hurt my mount?" Swoosh! He jumped down from the tower and gathered monstrous demonic aura in his hands to form a mountain that smashed down on everyone. Lu Qianqian took a step back, crossed her hands, and activated the text effect. Her black hair turned silver white, and she looked like an ice fairy that didn't eat the food of mortals. Whoosh, whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The cold wind was chilly and snowflakes danced in the air. The mountain of demonic aura was covered in snow and ice, and its falling speed gradually slowed down. Even Lu Fengxian, who was suspended in midair, felt his body being obstructed. In particular, the bone-piercing cold air poured into his body, causing his exposed muscles to begin to tremble. One word, cold. Die. At this moment, Yi Xingqian flew around the mountain. All the true spirit in his body was poured into the sky halberd, and it blasted toward Lu Fengxian with a thunderous force. Boom! The light that pierced through the sky suddenly exploded, causing the entire battlefield to tremble. Ta! Yi Xingqian landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, he had used Inverse the Universe to help Xiao Ziji resolve the last arrow. It was already very difficult, and now that he had used all his strength, it could be said to be one disaster after another. Lu Qianqian was also in a bad situation. Although she appeared to be very calm since she appeared, she was actually using a lot of true spirit to transform the battlefield into a cold winter. She also had to use the power of ice to control her speed. At this moment, she was already at the end of her tether. Boom! At this moment, Lu Fengxian, who was suspended in midair, landed on the ground. His expression was ferocious, and his eyes flashed with anger. If not for the stolen equipment, you would have died without a complete corpse. Crack! His body collapsed and turned into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger for defeating the demonized Lu Bu in the allotted time. Ding! As the challenger defeated a rank S demonized heroic soul and obtained a perfect evaluation, you will directly challenge a rank SS heroic soul in the next round. The area where Lu Fengxian disappeared gradually condensed into a box. Inside, it was a puppet in the shape of Red Rabbit. We won. Su Xiaoma sat down, and a bright smile appeared on his weak face. Li Qingyang walked to the box and took out the Red Rabbit puppet. This should be the reward for clearing the stage. Eldest senior sister, how should we distribute it? For junior brother Yi. After Lu Qianqian said this, she gave up and disappeared from the battlefield. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang threw the puppet over. This battle had consumed too much energy, and he was exhausted. Therefore, he chose to give up and be sent out of the heavenly Might's secret realm. Let's go, let's go. Su Xiaoma and Xiao Ziji left the dungeon. Only Yi Xingqian was left in Hulao Pass. He looked at the red rabbit puppet and said, "Thank you." Chapter 1763. After defeating Lu Fengxian, Li Qingyang and the others could have continued to challenge or even challenge a stronger heroic soul. However, they chose to leave the secret realm. It was not that they did not want to continue fighting, but their bodies and energy did not allow them to do so. Furthermore, an S-rank heroic soul was already so strong without any weapons. If they were to fight an SS rank heroic soul, they would probably be obliterated. At this point, the Heavenly Might Secret Realm Challenge ended. Although the battle was a bit difficult, they had obtained the red hair. Lu Fengxian was also depressed. Not only did he not get back his equipment, but he also lost his mount. Some people might feel wronged for the number 1 general of the 3 kingdoms. In fact, the Heavenly Might Secret Realm was created by defeating heroic souls to obtain equipment. Even if Li Qingyang and the others were wiped out, given their unyielding character, they would come back sooner or later and defeat them. Not only Lu Bu, Guan Yu, Huang Zhong, and the others could stand proudly in the secret realm in the following challenges, but they could not avoid losing equipment in the end. This was because their combat strength was fixed, and the disciples of the sect of all times could continue to improve. Of course, these heroic souls had their own consciousness. For example, Dian Wei of the Ancients might not be comparable to the demonized Lu Bu, but when he saw Yi Xingqian holding the heavenly halberd and other equipment, he chose to run away after the battle. It was really incredible. Defeating the demonized Lu Bu was because everyone worked together. However, the red hair was given to Yi Xingqian. This was enough to show that this was a big family with love. They did not care about gains and losses, but only cared about who was more suitable. 3 pieces of equipment, heavenly halberd, together with the red hair, they were fully equipped. Yi Xingqian was touched again. Why couldn't he use his life to defend such a sect and such a fellow disciple? Yi Xingqian recalled the scene in the main hall where he left the sect of all times for a woman. He said coldly, "This kind of thing will never happen. I, Yi Xingqian, am a disciple of the sect of all times. I will always be a disciple of the sect of all times." The core disciples' challenge of the Heavenly Might Secret Realm would come to an end temporarily. Just the demonized Lu Bu was so difficult to deal with. Before they recovered to their best state and had absolute confidence, they did not dare to challenge higher levels. Therefore, it all depended on whether the author was willing to give it a try or not. If he wasn't willing to give it a try, he would be able to get the weapon. Oh, in the study room, Jun Changshao removed his mask and asked in astonishment, "There's also Lu Bu!" "Patriarch," Su Xiaoma said with a serious expression, "that guy is really fierce." If it weren't for eldest senior sister's appearance to control the situation and junior brother Ye's outburst, we would have been overturned. Sure enough, whenever there was a situation, this big mouth would immediately say it. What did he give? Red rabbit puppet. Who took it? Junior brother Yi. Jun Changshao hastily called Yi Xingqian over and said, "Is it a mule or a horse? Take it out for a walk." Yi Xingqian glanced at Su Xiaoma, who was standing to the side. He thought to himself, "Does this guy feel terrible if he doesn't gossip for a day? All right, since the patriarch wants to see it, then summon it." In fact, Yi Xingqian was also quite curious. Was this puppet as fierce as the red rabbit horse that he had encountered in the secret realm? Outside the main hall, the disciples of the sect of all times were gathered together. Yi Xingqian was speechless. Wasn't it just summoning the red rabbit? Was there a need for so many people to watch? The disciples were deliberately called over by Jun Changshao. Their goal was to stimulate them to become stronger faster so that they could go to the Heaven's Might Secret Realm to get equipment. "Come," Go Sheng said. "Let everyone open their eyes." "Who?" Yi Xingqian exhaled, then took out the puppet. This gadget was exceptionally exquisite, and it could be hung on the key of Maserati. Buzz. Spiritual sense spread out and fused with it. Bang! The puppet suddenly exploded, surging with waves of air, completely enveloping Yi Xingqian. What a strong demonic aura! Yao Menjing exclaimed. Hiss! Suddenly, a loud neigh was heard, dispersing the demonic aura that gathered around, and a red warhorse with flames on its forelegs appeared. Because they were in the stage of breaking through, Li Qingyang and the others did not observe carefully. Now that they saw the red rabbit horse again, they could not help but marvel at the majesty of the mount. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian jumped on his horse and activated the text effect. His hand reached into the void and pulled out the Fangtian halberd. With all kinds of equipment, he suddenly had the aura of a general who had never failed on the battlefield. A perfect match, Jun Changshao said. Hiss! At this time the red rabbit horse neighed, and flames erupted under its feet. It dragged Yi Xingqian and rushed into the sky at an extremely fast speed. Damn! The disciples were shocked. It can fly! Jun Changshao was not surprised. After all, it almost killed a few core disciples. Demonized Lu Bu's mount must be very powerful. My blood is burning. Riding on the red rabbit horse, Yi Xingqian's eyes were burning with passion. At that moment, he felt as though he was one with his equipment, weapons, and mount. His combat strength was greatly enhanced. Come! Night Emperor stopped in the sky above Spirit Beast Peak and looked at the Purple King who was sewing and said, Fight! The equipment, weapons, and mount triggered the set attributes, making him a little arrogant. The Purple King placed the armor in the toolbox and skillfully took off his jacket and pants. He shook his head and said, a little arrogant. Swish! The purple light flew out from Spirit Beast Peak with a mighty momentum. Yi Xingqian raised the sky piercer and rushed over with the red rabbit horse. The speed was so fast that it seemed to have turned into a ball of flames. Jun Changshao sat in front of the grand hall and ate some sunflower seeds. He thought to himself, with Lu Bu's full set of equipment, Xingqian is probably not inferior to Z. Beep beep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in his ears. Jun Changshao immediately left the sect and returned to Eternal. He saw a light spot rapidly approaching the plane where the battleship was docked. Behind it were dozens of other light spots. Open the mirror image. Beep! A holographic image appeared on the map. It showed the vast universe. An approaching light spot wasn't a meteorite, but a martial artist shrouded in flowing light. To be able to fly in the upper universe, one's strength must be at the half-step Fecta realm. Zoom in. Jun Changshao said. Swish! The holographic image kept expanding, and the flowing light gradually became clearer. It was clear that the person flying over was a woman. Her face was slightly pale and seemed to be injured. The flowing light behind her was obviously hot on her heels. Boom! Boom! On Spirit Beast Peak, Yi Xingqian and the Purple King were fighting. Because the former had equipment, weapons, and a mount, he quickly gained the upper hand. Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho! Quick, come to Eternal. Suddenly, Jun Changshao's voice resounded throughout the sect. Yi Xingqian and the Purple King immediately stopped, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. They could hear that although the patriarch's tone was calm, it was filled with intense anger and killing intent. Swish! Swish! In an instant, the upper echelons of the sect of all times, led by Ryu Sinan, appeared on Eternal. As expected, they saw the holographic image on the map. Patriarch! Gongsun Ho exclaimed. That's right. The woman in the holographic image was none other than the previous patriarch of the stone statue race, Gongsun Ruoli. She was also the father of Gongsun Di Gosheng, the captain of the Eternal Pirates. As for the group of martial artists chasing after her, Jun Changshao's eyes turned cold. Subordinates of the Sky Demon Emperor? Chapter 1764. In the vast starry sky, Gongsun Ruoli was flying at top speed. Her face was getting paler and paler. It was obvious that the situation was not good. There was a group of experts chasing after her. If nothing went wrong, they would catch up to her in the desolate plain ahead. It was strange. There were 30 to 50 of them, except for the 4 at the front who were at the half-step Heavenly Secrets realm. The rest were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. Logically speaking, only those who had touched the Heavenly Secrets could fly in the upper universe. How could these warriors who had not reached that level be safe and sound? Damn it! Realizing that the other party was getting closer and her speed was getting slower and slower, Gongsun Ruoli's eyes were filled with anger. After leaving the upper realm, she had been drifting in the universe for many years in order to find the man who had betrayed her. In the end, she provoked a group of unknown warriors and was chased for half a year. Forget it. Since she could not escape, she could only die together with them. Gongsun Ruoli's eyes were filled with determination. However, every time she thought of how she had just reunited with her son and had not seen her grandson, she was unwilling to die just like that. Die. At this moment, the group of ferocious-looking warriors behind her used their martial techniques, forming a dazzling light that blasted toward her. Although the heavily injured Gongsun Ruoli had dodged, her speed had decreased significantly and the distance between them had shortened. She could not escape. The only thing she could do was to drag a few more down with her before she died. Gongsun Ruoli gritted her teeth and continued flying. A crazy idea arose in her mind. Enter the desolate plain ahead and detonate it by burning her soul. Perhaps she could perish together with them. Whoosh! The remaining power of the stone statue in her dantian surged out, and Gongsun Ruoli exploded with extreme speed at the last moment. 100 miles, 10 miles, the warriors chasing after her also sped up, constantly gathering power to blast toward her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The energy shot out from the starry sky like cannonballs. Gongsun Ruoli's heavily injured body did not allow her to dodge anymore. Seeing all kinds of energy rushing toward her from behind, she made up her mind and was about to burn her soul. Whoosh! At this moment, a stream of light suddenly flew out from the desolate plain. It was as hot as the sun, and the murderous aura it carried seemed to be able to tear apart the starry sky. Gongsun Ruoli was stunned. Before she could react, she was enveloped by a force that was not weaker than her own. She flew out of control and successfully dodged all kinds of energy blasts. When the leader saw a stream of light take away the target he was chasing, he immediately shouted, "Go in!" Whoosh! 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 In an instant, dozens of streams of light flew into the desolate plain like meteors. However, after all of them came in, they all stopped in midair with dull expressions because there were 11 battleships docked inside. There were 100,000 martial artists wearing the same uniform lined up neatly. They were solemnly waiting, as if they were waiting for their arrival. He was certain. This was a desolate plain that no one cared about. With so many people suddenly gathering, any expert would be dumbfounded. Something's wrong. Why can't I sense any aura outside? The leader frowned. With his strength, he could use his powerful spiritual senses to capture the martial doubt aura in the distant starry sky, let alone a desolate plain, even if it was a first-grade or second-grade plane with decent strength. Now, even though he could see so many martial artists with his naked eyes, he still could not sense their auras. It was as if they were a group of ordinary people without any cultivation. Strange. Jun Changshao landed on Eternal with his father with his true spirit force. With his back to those martial artists who were in a daze in midair, he said coldly, "Since you're here, don't go out." Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, the array barrier was activated, completely sealing off the entire desolate plain like a cage. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 100,000 disciples of the sect of all times gathered in midair no longer hid their cultivation and unleashed their full strength. The vast airwaves gathered between heaven and earth, shaking the heavens and the earth. The leader's face was solemn. These uniformed martial artists were at least at the lower level of the truth-seeking realm, especially the people standing at the very front. Any random one of them had the strength of a pinnacle level. It was common to encounter truth-seeking realm martial artists outside, but it was a bit unbelievable to encounter more than 100,000 in a desolate plain. Of course, more importantly, the young man standing on the battleship like the leader was not weaker than anyone present. "Kid," the leader said coldly, "who are you?" Jun Changshao did not answer. Instead, he looked at the pale-faced Gongsun Roli and said, "Father, were you injured by them?" The leader understood. So, the two were father and son. No wonder he ignored the demonic emperor's token hanging on his waist and dared to save someone in broad daylight. That's not right. Shouldn't a woman be called mother? Why did he call her father? "My son." Gongsun Ruoli was stunned. She was about to perish together with her pursuers, but she did not expect her son to save her. This was something she could not even dream of. "Wait, this aura," Gongsun Ruoli exclaimed, "half-step fate realm?" Before leaving the upper realm, she clearly remembered that Jun Changxiao's cultivation was only at the truth-seeking realm. How did he become as strong as her in just a few years? He must have cheated. That's right. Gongsun Ruoli did not continue to dwell on why her son was here. She looked at the group of martial artists who were chasing her and said angrily, "They injured me!" "Sun Bukong, here. Bring my father to the medicine hall." "Yes." After making the arrangements, Jun Changshao took out the ultimate immortal sword and said coldly, "All of you must die!" "Arrogant," the leader shouted coldly. He immediately gathered a gloomy attribute similar to demonic chi and blasted it at Eternal. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, the other 3 half-step fate realm cultivators also charged over. They were not afraid of Jun Changshao, nor were they afraid of the sect of all time's disciples. They were aiming to take Gongsun Ruoli's life because this was a mission given to them by their superiors. 10,000 swords return. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sword ray that caused heaven and earth to lose color pierced through the sky. Not only did it break the gloomy attribute of the leader, but it also directly tore apart half of the space. Jie, the other 3 half-step fate realm cultivators stopped. They turned around stiffly and saw the young man behind their leader. A drop of blood condensed on the 3-foot-long sword. Whose blood? Pucci! At this moment, a sword wound appeared on the leader's chest. Blood gushed out. Intense pain filled his mind. His mind was also gradually separated from his sea of consciousness. Before he died, he said with a ferocious expression, "Such fast sword! Boom!" His body exploded on the spot. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The other 3 half-step fate realm cultivators were horrified. Their scalps were about to explode. Their leader was stronger than them, but he was killed in one strike. Whoosh! Jun Changshao turned around. His black hair fluttered in the wind, revealing a petrified face. His eyes flickered with a scarlet light. How is this possible? The 3 half-step fate realm cultivators' eyes were about to pop out. They were not concerned about how terrifying Jun Changshao was. They were concerned about how a human could emit the aura of the heavenly demon clan. He might even have the bloodline of the heavenly demon. There was no time to think, because Pucci, 3 streaks of sword chi shot over, and 3 heads flew out. Clang! After finishing off the half-step fate realm cultivators, Jun Changshao landed on the eternal ship. He kept the ultimate immortal sword and said coldly, "Kill the rest." Chapter 1765. There was no need to waste time or talk nonsense. 4 half-step divination realm cultivators were killed by his sword. Therefore, Jun Changshao, who was filled with killing intent, was simply a demon. Several experts were dead, and there were dozens of truth-seeking realm subordinates. Ryu Sinan and the higher-ups of the sect of all times did not hesitate and directly started a cold massacre. They might not be able to defeat a half-step divination realm cultivator, but they could completely crush a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator. Spatial Cage, Desert Storm. Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho both used their trump cards. One was in charge of controlling the field, while the other was in charge of killing. They killed many people in a short time. Of course, they were not the only ones in the limelight. Also, ta-ta-ta, the sound of horse hooves came from the sky. Yi Xingqian, who was fully armed, was riding on a red hare horse. He raised his Fengtian halberd and charged toward the space cage. The aura that erupted from him was like that of an invincible flying general. "Remove the power of space," he shouted. Ryu Sinan was speechless. However, since this disciple wanted to show off, he would do as he wished. He waved his hand and completely removed the spatial spirit, freeing the remaining dozens of people. Die. At this moment, Yi Xingqian came over on his horse. The sky halberd in his hand tore through the void and drew an unparalleled stream of light, directly taking away 2 martial artists. Boom! Boom! The others would not sit still and wait for death. They all gathered their eerie attributes and started fighting. Uft! Uft! Yi Xingqian, who was in the middle of the crowd, waved his sky halberd wildly. Everywhere he passed, blood and limbs flew everywhere. He had the courage to fight against 10,000 enemies alone. Knight Emperor. He was not alone. He was fighting. The red hare he was riding also joined the battle. Hiss! When it raised its head and cried out, its 2 big hooves sent 2 martial artists flying with a bang sound. Their chests all caved in, forming a U-shape. Su Xiaoma and the others' mouths twitched. When they were challenging the level, they had suffered in front of this horse. They knew very well what it felt like to be kicked. Boom! Boom! While Yi Xingqian was fighting, the Purple King, who was wearing red underpants, joined in as well. He gathered strength in his pink gloves and punched a monster one by one. He said, "The battle just now hasn't ended yet. Whoever kills the most wins." "TSK," Yi Xingqian snorted coldly. He immediately channeled his energy into his Fengtian halberd and urged his red hare to charge in. Boom, boom, boom. Poochie, Poochie! Because Knight Emperor and the Purple King had added a new playstyle at the last minute, they were not careless at all. In just a few moments, more than 20 warriors on the field were all wiped out. At the same level, like weeds being harvested. This was enough to prove that the sect of all times had inherited the excellent tradition of the patriarch. As long as they were in the same realm, they would be invincible. I won. Yi Xingqian sat on his horse with an indifferent expression. He had killed 13, while Demon King, Violetmer, had killed 10. Humph. He expressed his dissatisfaction and said coldly, "Without this equipment and mount, you can't beat me at all." I won. Take off your equipment and fight them if you dare. I won. F*CKU. Just as the two were bickering, Li Qingyang and the others had already started to skillfully loot the crates and found that there was something similar to a bronze mirror hanging on the bodies of these peak truth-seeking realm warriors. Senior brother, Su Xiaoma, played with it in his hand and said, "What is this?" Pa. He accidentally triggered a button, and a stream of light visible to the naked eye instantly filled his body and then quickly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, it gave him the idea of flying higher. Whoosh! Su Xiaoma immediately jumped up. Not only did he fly into the sky, but he also flew out of the desolate plain and merged into the upper universe. Junior brother Su. Li Qingyang panicked. Without a half-step divination cultivation, flying out of the plane without permission would result in being ruthlessly squeezed and strangled. Senior brother. I'm fine. I can fly in the universe. Su Xiaoma's voice was laced with excitement. Whoosh! Whoosh! Outside the desolate plain, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others were freely shuttling through the upper universe without any restrictions. All of this was because of the bronze mirror. As long as the wearer activated it, an energy layer would form in front of him, thereby isolating the negative attributes in the universe. Good stuff! Ryu Sinan was also flying around, his eyes gradually filled with joy. Any warrior would yearn to be able to fly freely in the upper universe. Now that he could do it without reaching the half-step divination realm, it was undoubtedly a very satisfying thing. Unfortunately, there are only a few dozen bronze mirrors, so they couldn't be popularized on a large scale. In the medical hall, Gong Sun Roli was lying on the hospital bed. Because of the healing pills, her face had slightly recovered. Father, Jun Changshao sat beside her and said, "You offended the Sky Demonic Emperor." Before inheriting the Xianyuan domain, he had seen Gu Xianyuan fight against the Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinates alone in the illusion, so he guessed that the warriors chasing after his father should be of the same kind. When he saw the Sky Demonic Emperor token on their waists, he firmly believed it. Even if Gong Sun Roli was not being chased this time, Jun Changshao would think of a way to stop them and kill them all without hesitation. The reason was simple. After inheriting the Xianyuan domain, he had made a promise. For now, Jun Changshao's main goal was to destroy the Star Spirit domain. As for the Sky Demonic Emperor, if his strength allowed it, he would naturally wrestle with him. If not, he would just grow. Sky Demonic Emperor? Gong Sun Roli said, "Who is that?" Obviously, she had heard of this person. Jun Changshao was a little confused. Since his father did not know this person, why would his subordinates chase after him? Could it be? The system said in shock. Could the Sky Demonic Emperor be the host's mother? Scram! Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. The system said, "The Sky Demonic Emperor accidentally passed by the upper world and fell in love with your father at first sight. Later, for the sake of the clan, she could only abandon her husband and son. But she was afraid that others would know, so she sent her subordinates to kill you." It was said that Go Sheng had a big imagination, but in fact it was not small. Jun Changshao was silent. He could not deny that it was possible. But since it was the poison milk system who said it, he hurriedly withdrew his conjecture and said firmly, "Now that you said so, I am completely relieved." "My son," Gong Sun Roli said, "there should be a huge organization behind these people who chased after me. Now that you have killed them all, you must not stay here for long." "Okay," Jun Changshao said, "let's set sail." He was not afraid of the Sky Demonic Emperor's subordinates. After all, with the eternal world, he could take his disciples and wander around the universe at any time. But there was one question that he had to figure out. Why did they chase after his father? Was there a secret behind it? Although the system's specialty was reverse poison milk, it had guessed correctly before. If the Sky Demonic Emperor was really his father's wife and his mother, it would be a little troublesome. Alas, the system said, "If they are related, I am afraid that the host will perform a heroic act of killing family for the sake of the universe." "Not necessarily," Jun Changshao said. "Maybe my mother is a super expert whose strength is not inferior to the Sky Demonic Emperor, or even one of the 4 emperors of the upper world, the Heavenly Tao Emperor." Bah! The system wanted to spit in his face. "My mother accidentally passed by the upper world and fell in love with my father at first sight. Later, in order to save the universe and protect us from harm, she resolutely left and had a long struggle with the Sky Demonic Emperor." The system said, "The host's imagination is even bigger. I admire you." Later, the Sky Demonic Emperor learned of my father's existence. In order to give my mother a fatal blow, she sent her subordinates to kill her. Jun Changshao got up and said solemnly, "So, I am also in danger." Chapter 1766. Gong Sun Roli was in a daze for a long time as she stood in the eternal world with boundless heaven and earth attributes. "That's right," Jun Changshao said. This is my world. My son is indeed extraordinary. Gong Sun Ruoli was shocked by his breakthrough to the half-step celestial realm, but she was even more shocked by his possession of a powerful plane. I've arranged for my clansmen to live here, but I lack a leader. I hope you can take over, Jun Changshao said. You're the clan leader. I still have to manage the sect and the entire plane. Since becoming the clan leader of the Stone Statue clan, Jun Changshao had handed over all internal affairs to the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers. It was not that he was lazy, but there were too many things for him to handle. All right, Gong Sun Ruoli said, my injuries will take some time to recover. I'll help you with the clan's internal affairs for now. Just like that, Go Sheng passed the responsibility of being the clan leader to her, lessening the burden on his shoulders. Gong Sun Ruoli was previously the leader of the Stone Statue clan, so when she came to the ancestral land, she quickly summoned the civil and military officials to discuss the clan's future development. Speaking of development, the recent changes in the eternal world had to be mentioned. The various clans had built cities suitable for their lives, and the originally desolate land was gradually filled with vitality, especially the thousands of miles around the sect of all times. Under the efforts of Elder Wei and the members of the medical hall, many herbs and plants had been cultivated, and the air was filled with a refreshing fragrance. My plane, standing at the top of the mountain and looking down at the land, Jun Changshao said proudly, it'll get stronger and stronger. Page continued to cultivate the wasteland. Li Qingyang continued to study the various city buildings. The Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan continued to explore their ancestral land so that they could live for a long time. The originally desolate Xianyuan realm was now thriving. Its future development depended not only on Jun Changshao, but also on the joint efforts of the various clans. No wonder it can fly. In the main hall, Jun Changshao played with the bronze mirror and said, so it's because of this. Taishian Elder said, there's a complex array inside this object. When activated, it can resist the erosion of the universe power. Oh! Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. Can it be cracked? Can you copy it? Although there were battleships like Eternal that could bring disciples to the upper universe, they couldn't go out alone. It was more or less inconvenient. If they could develop the copper mirror, the problem would be solved. The internal formation system is very similar to the astral spirit world. There shouldn't be too much of a problem, Elder Taishan said. It was a little difficult to get him to fight, so it was best to get him to research techniques, similar to the star spirit world. Could it be that the Heavenly Devil Emperor is related to the star spirit world? Jun Changshao frowned. If his guess was right, the situation was a little serious. Heaven's might secret realm. The core disciples, led by Lu Qianchen, stood in the main hall. After a few days of recuperation, they decided to challenge an SS rank heroic soul for no other reason than to obtain equipment. Who should I choose? Choose him. Swish! After everyone had chosen their heroic souls, they were teleported to the place where the river surged. A man stood on the shore looking up at the sky and sighing. If the heavens want me dead, what can I do? Even if my father and brother were to take pity on me, how could I face them? Li Qingyang and the others frowned. This should be the SS rank heroic soul that he had just chosen. Although his back was facing everyone, making it difficult to see his appearance, but he exuded an aura of strength and power. He seemed to be even stronger than Lu Bu. Swish! An air-piercing sound could be heard. Before anyone could raise their heads, they saw a heavy spear fall to the ground with a loud bang. Pa! The man with his back facing them grabbed his weapon with one hand and slowly turned around. A domineering face appeared and said, "Come, let's fight!" Ta-ta-ta! At the same time, a black horse galloped over from nearby. Whoosh! The man raised his spear and landed on his horse in a mighty manner. Gathering energy at the tip of his spear, he thrust it towards the crowd and shouted, "I am the Hegemon King of Western Chu!" Boom! Xiao Zuiji held his shield horizontally in front of him, blocking the powerful spear, but he was also sent flying in an instant. Go! Swish! 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 Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingqian, and the others rushed over. A battle between a core disciple of the sect of all times and the hegemon king of Western Chu had begun. Boom! Boom! An hour later, Xiang Yu, who was covered in wounds, stood in front of the Wu River with his hegemon spear. Plop! Wudi sat down weakly and said to himself, "This guy is too strong." Beside him were Lu Qianqian and Yi Xingqian. Both of them had used up all their energy and looked like they were about to collapse. As for Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others, they were lying on the ground and had lost their ability to fight. There were pits of various sizes on the ground, and the space was distorted. It could be seen that in the fast-forwarded half an hour, both sides had engaged in an extremely fierce battle. "Although I'm dead," Xiang Yu drew his sword and placed it on his neck. He said proudly, "I'm still the hegemon king of Western Chu." Splash! Blood splattered and fell into the river. However, even though he had lost his vitality, Xiang Yu did not fall. His body gradually turned into smoke, leaving behind the hegemon spear that had accompanied him in his battles. This, Li Qingyang and the others were dumbfounded. Although they had already crippled this SS rank heroic soul, it was not to the extent of drawing his sword and cutting his own throat, right? They did not understand. This man would rather die under his own sword than die under someone else's sword. "Second senior brother," Su Xiaoma said weakly, "take the spear." Li Qingyang walked over with difficulty and grabbed the hegemon spear that was engraved with the words "to perfection." He said, "Who wants it?" "I don't play with spears. I don't play with spears either." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei said, from their intermittent conversation, it could be seen that although they had defeated the hegemon king of Western Chu, they were also exhausted. If the other party had a little bit more health, they would have been wiped out. Li Qingyang kept the hegemon spear in his spatial ring and said, "Let the patriarch distribute it." Ding! Because the challenger has not defeated the hegemon king of Western Chu in the stipulated time, he will be forcefully teleported out. Whoosh! 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 Everyone was instantly sent out of the secret territory. Thump! Su Xiaoma fell heavily to the ground and howled, "Ouch, my waist! Hegemon spear!" In the hall, Jun Changshao took the weapon from Li Qingyang. When he saw the two words engraved on the spear, he jumped up and said with joy, "To perfection!" "Patriarch," Li Qingyang said. That person called himself the hegemon king of Western Chu. When he saw that he was going to lose, he drew his sword and cut his own throat by the river. "This is a tragic hero," Jun Changshao said sympathetically. Unfortunately, he met an opponent who was better at playing. Swoosh! Jun Changshao held the spear and stood on the training ground. At that moment, it was as if he had returned to the scene when Xiang Yu was besieged in the Wu River. "I have the strength to pick up a mountain. My aura is unparalleled. When the time is unfavorable, I will not die. What can I do if I don't die? What can I do if I don't die?" Jun Changshao sang as he waved the hegemon spear. There was no doubt about it. The hegemon spear was not inferior to the divine sword. Good spear. Good weapon. After the test, Jun Changshao stood with the spear in his hand. The camera panned around and saw the upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times bleeding from their 7 orifices and foaming at the mouth. The reason was that they did not expect the patriarch to suddenly speak. Chapter 1767. Jun Changshao simply tested the ultimate conquer spear. He would only know its actual power in actual combat. Of course, he planned to keep this weapon for himself and give it to a disciple who was good with spears, such as Long Xing. Sigh. The system said, "You worked so hard to get this equipment, but in the end, you became a tool." No choice. Jun Changshao said helplessly, "Only they can enter the heavenly might secret realm." If there were no dam restrictions, he would definitely grind dungeons and get equipment every day. When he fought with the enemy, he would take out 81 types of ultimate equipment and ask loudly, "Are you afraid?" Qingyang, bring more people to challenge the Heavenly Might Secret Realm. Yes, after Li Qingyang left the hall, he began to inform Xiao Zue and the others. He also set a rule that they would fight once every 7 days. No problem, Yi Xingqian agreed. He did not care about the equipment dropped in the secret realm. He only wanted to fight to his heart's content. After fighting Lu Bu and Xiang Yu, Night Emperor's understanding of martial arts was getting stronger and stronger. He could vaguely see a trace of the heavenly secrets. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others also had a similar feeling. However, because it was only a trace, it could not provide any substantial help. The distance to entering the half-step Heavenly Secrets realm could only be described as unreachable. Boom! Boom! 7 days later, Li Qingyang and the others came to challenge again. They did not choose Xiang Yu. Instead, they chose Bai Qi, who was also an SS rank heroic soul. In the end, they were beaten to a pulp. No, this one is too strong. Let's change next time. After recuperating, they entered the Heavenly Might Secret Realm again. First, they defeated Yagyu Jubiai, then the 5-tiger General Huangzhong. Finally, they chose an SS rank hero, King Arthur. After a tough battle, they finally defeated him and obtained the ultimate weapon, the Sword in the Stone. This sword is not bad either. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I already have the Sword of Perfection, so—" He looked at Lu Qianqian and asked, "Do you want it?" "For second junior brother." "All right then." Jun Changshao tossed the sword in the stone to Li Qingyang and said, "This sword is yours." "Thank you, Patriarch." Li Qingyang took the sword and was reluctant to part with it. His personal weapon was also a sword, but at the moment its level was a little behind his realm, so using a sword of the highest quality was undoubtedly the best choice. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang walked out of the main hall and said with a smile, "Do you want to spar?" "All right." On the training field, the 2 core disciples stood a few meters apart, each taking out the weapons and equipment they had obtained from the Sky Might Secret Realm. Third senior brother. Li Fei squatted outside the field and asked, "Who will win, second senior brother or junior brother Yi?" Su Xiaoma held his chin and analyzed. If he didn't have a weapon, junior brother Yi would have a higher chance of winning. But now, I'm afraid it's hard to say. Boom! Boom! At this time, Yi Xingqian and Li Qingyang began to fight. One rode the red hare and rushed around the field. The other held the sword in the stone and fought steadily. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Jun Changshao put his hand on the pillar of the main hall and watched the 2 disciples fight. He said, "Although there are many star-grade equipment, they are all immortal grade. The sword in the stone is of the highest quality. It should be able to suppress him soon." As expected, after dozens of rounds, relying on the sword in the stone and his steady fighting style, Li Qingyang gradually gained the upper hand. Boom! After a while, Yi Xingqian withdrew his sky piercer and said, "Boring, I'm not fighting anymore." Su Xiaoma and Li Fei's mouth twitched. This guy probably realized that he was suppressed by equipment and would lose if he continued to fight, so he took the initiative to find a way out. Junior brother Yi. Li Qingyang cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." He was not complacent because he deeply understood that it was just a spar between fellow disciples. If it was a life and death battle, even with the sword in the stone, he might not be a match for junior brother Yi. Tianwei's secret realm. Li Qingyang and the others challenged for the nth time. Due to the number of times they defeated rank A and rank S heroic souls, the secret realm gave them the right to challenge rank SS heroic souls. Su Xiaoma was speechless. It's already so difficult to fight rank SS. If we fight rank SS, we'll definitely be defeated. Only the weak. Yi Xingqian said, "That's why we'll retreat." Okay. Su Xiaoma made up his mind and said, "Then we'll challenge rank SSS." Everyone stood in front of the activated wall and chose a heroic soul after careful consideration. Whoosh! The scene in front of them changed, and they were in a fairyland. Beside them was a floating pond full of lotus flowers. Aha! At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. "Who's disturbing my rest?" Everyone turned their heads and saw a 5- or 6-year-old child lying on a lotus flower in the pond. He was wearing a tutu. Who? Su Xiaoma breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Sure enough, he's no different from the portrait. He's just a little brat." In the beginning, they had planned to choose the 3-eyed hero or the monkey with a stick, but they looked too mighty and scary, so they chose the shortest hero on the wall. "Brat, are you talking about me?" Su Xiaoma lowered his head and found that the little guy was standing in front of him with a smile, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Boom! Suddenly, the child punched him in the chin. "Junior brother Su!" Li Qingyang exclaimed. He Wudi, who had always kept a low profile, was shocked. Although a rank SS heroic soul was very strong, it was almost impossible to catch Su Xiaoma off guard and kill him instantly. This rank SSS heroic soul was actually, aha! The child yawned and staggered back a few steps. He said, "You're too weak. You're not qualified to challenge me, so—" He sat cross-legged on the ground and held his chin with one hand. He said, "Get lost." Boom! Boom! In an instant, Li Qingyang, Yi Xingqian, and the others shattered into nothingness and appeared outside the heavens, Might's secret realm, in a sorry state. They looked at each other, and a storm rose in their hearts. "Oh my God!" Li Fei said in disbelief. "That's too strong." A heroic soul of this level is not something we can fight with our current cultivation. At the very least, we have to enter, He Wudi said seriously, divine secret realm. Sigh. Su Xiaoma held his chin and said, "We'd better fight rank S and rank SS heroic souls obediently." They were very unhappy to be defeated by a single sentence, but they could only accept the truth. After all, their strength did not allow them to have any fantasies. Oh, after Jun Changshao learned that his disciple had challenged and rank SS heroic soul, he made a judgment based on Su Xiaoma's description. Sitting in a lotus? Could it be Neza? If that's the case, rank SSS heroic souls should be classified as mythological series. According to the heroic souls he had encountered earlier, Gosheng roughly understood the classification of heroic souls in the heavens Might's secret realm. Oh right, is their brother monkey. Jun Changshao looked at Su Xiaoma, and the latter replied, "There is monkey." Pa, Gosheng walked down and patted him on the shoulder. "I need brother monkey's weapon, so I'm counting on you guys." Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched. "That brat killed us all with a single sentence. Monkey is further behind the wall painting. I'm afraid he can kill us with a sneeze. Good luck." Jun Changshao gave them an encouraging look and said, "You guys can do it." Beep beep. At this time, Eternal sent an alert. Jun Changshao returned to the cockpit and saw dense light dots on the star map approaching. He quickly zoomed in and frowned. Another subordinate of the Sky Demon Emperor? How did they find me? Whoosh! Eternal's tail wing shot out a scorching light and immediately merged into the depths of the void. Jun Changshao did not plan to fight the Sky Demon Emperor head-on, so he could only choose to leave and rely on speed to completely shake him off. Chapter 1768. Eternal went into full speed mode and soon left the Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinates in the dust. Jun Changshao didn't plan to fight them head-on for now. He wanted to develop himself first. At least he would have some confidence when he reached the divine legacy realm. Before inheriting the Xianyuan realm, he saw the illusion and was sure that Gu Xianyuan was stronger than Gu Tianqing. Although the enemy was the Celestial Devil Emperor's subordinates, he couldn't fight against them now. Why hasn't the epic mission come yet? Jun Changshao hadn't triggered the epic mission since the start of the space era. He was stuck at the half-step divine legacy realm. The system gave him the ability to cheat, but there were also some restrictions, such as the common card level. Come, give me some milk. The system was silent. Although it had proven time and time again that it was a reverse toxic healer, it still firmly believed that it was just a coincidence. Patriarch, Elder Wei said telepathically, there are no more herbs. The medical hall was responsible for the greening of the eternal world. They planted all kinds of herbs and were out of stock. I have to find a way to get some. Jun Changshao not only needed to improve the environment of the plane, but also find the materials to refine the 6-flavor Earth restoration pill. So he walked to the star map to see if there were any planes nearby. It was a pity. Because it was at the edge of the Tsang Ocean, there were no planes nearby. Huh. Jun Changshao said in surprise, we're almost out of the Tsang Ocean. He had been dealing with things in the Sect recently. Eternal had been flying on its own and didn't notice the journey at all. There might be high-level planes in other galaxies. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, I can use martial arts resources to exchange for herbs. It's not that troublesome. The system said, you can solve the problem by using the store. Jun Changshao wanted to spit on its face, but considering that the cooldown had been restored this month, he hurriedly opened the store. The first half of the couplet, happy, happy. The second half of the couplet, sad and cold. The second half of the couplet, nothing. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, you're so unlucky. The eternal world. Under the boundless heaven and earth attribute nurturing, martial artists were breaking through almost every moment. In particular, the living beings of the original Falling Star continent had advanced from the Meridian opening stage to the lowest Martial King stage. It had only been a few years since they had entered. In the long run, it would not be a dream for them to become Martial Emperors. Furthermore, under the nourishment of the high-level plane, the newborns' aptitudes and talents were greatly improved. Almost every 100 newborns would have a divine-grade spirit root. In the past, divine-grade spiritual roots were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the Falling Star continent. Now, however, there were so many of them that they could be found everywhere. It could be said that Wu Sheng was everywhere, and martial emperors were as common as dogs. Of course, in the eternal world, aptitude was no longer important. What mattered was how to cultivate faster and improve the realm faster. Mother of my child. In a residential building in a certain city, a middle-aged man said longingly, in a few years we must let our son participate in the Sect of all Times' assessment. If he is fortunate enough to become a disciple, he will definitely become outstanding in the future. I don't think that's possible, the child's mother said. How is that not possible? The child's father said, Jun Patriarch said that as long as one is of age, regardless of gender and aptitude, one can participate in the Sect of all Times' assessment. There are no requirements at all. Similar scenes appeared in various cities. In various large families, many people pinned their hopes on their children. This was because the Sect of all Times had announced a few days ago that they would open the mountain gate to recruit disciples at a fixed time every year. Any youth who lived permanently in the eternal world could sign up for it. Once the news spread, it immediately caused a sensation. In the eyes of the world, Jun Changshao was a god, and the Sect he led was the holy land of martial arts. If their children could enter the Sect to cultivate, it would definitely be a blessing of 8 lifetimes. Father! In the courtyard, a 12-year-old child clenched his fist and said with a determined look, when I become an adult, I will definitely participate in the Sect of all Times' assessment. His name was Qin Lin. His father was Qin Haoren. That's right. He was the leader of the Haochi Sect and the leader of the 100 Sect Alliance, who were enemies with Jun Changshao at the beginning. These identities were all from the past. Now, Qin Haoren had already dismissed his sect and lived in seclusion in Qingyang City, living a life of seclusion. Perhaps it was because of his mentality that he had a son more than 10 years ago. No, Qin Haoren flatly refused. Why? Qin Lin was stunned. His father had always loved him and supported him greatly in his martial arts cultivation. He even spent a lot of money to purchase resources. Now that he had set his great ambition, his father was against it. Son, Qin Haoren walked over and said, Father made a mistake in the past. What mistake? A mistake. Qin Haoren was silent for a while. His thoughts seemed to have returned to the past, and he said, An unforgivable mistake. Qin Lin had never seen his father's expression so painful. Therefore, he was sensible and did not ask further. Little Lin. In the afternoon, a voice came from outside the wall. When did you come out? Whoosh. Qin Lin quietly walked out of the room and climbed over the wall. He lowered his voice and said, Be quiet when you shout. My father is taking an afternoon nap. His companion scratched his head and said, I forgot. Let's go. Qin Lin said, Let's go play in the wilderness today and see if we can meet any demon beasts. Okay. The two companions went straight out of Qingyang City. Note, all living beings of the falling star continent have moved here. Most of the names of the cities have been used in the past. Master. In the study, the butler reported, Young master slipped out again. Sigh. Qin Haoren sighed and said, This kid is getting bolder and bolder. In this old servant's opinion, the butler said, Young master's talent is extraordinary. He should go out and explore more instead of staying at home all day. I also hope that he can go out and explore. Qin Haoren said bitterly, But after all, I have a grudge with Jun Patriarch. He did not allow his son to participate in the Sect of all times examination, not because he hated Jun Changshao, but because he had offended him before. He was too ashamed to go and was afraid that he would be rejected directly. The butler said, Jun Patriarch should not be someone who holds grudges, right? This sentence made the reader laugh. Indeed, Go Sheng was not someone who held grudges because he would take revenge on the spot, unless the other party was strong and had a strong background. Not good. Not long after, a servant ran in from outside and said hurriedly, Young master is fighting with young master AI outside the city. What? Qin Haoren hurriedly got up and left the mansion. When he rushed out of the city, he saw his son being pressed to the ground by a few people of the same age as him. They were punching him and scolding him. Your father is an old bastard, and you are a little bastard. Stop. At this time, a loud voice was heard. AI Shanka flew out of the city and landed in front of the few brats. He grabbed one in each hand and said angrily, You two little bastards, how dare you beat people outside? The two young masters were unconvinced and said, Third master, Qin Haoren bullied Jun Patriarch before. What's wrong with us bullying his son now? AI Shanka said, The matters of the elders are not for you juniors to worry about. Scram back home. Then he looked at Qin Haoren and said, Children's words carry no harm. Alliance Master Qin, please don't mind them. I am no longer an Alliance Master. I am not worthy of Elder AI calling me that. Qin Haoren said calmly, as if he did not mind being humiliated by the juniors. But the truth? It was as if his heart was being stabbed by needles. Sorry for the offense. Goodbye. AI Shanka brought the 2/3 generation descendants back to the city and did not forget to reprimand them on the way. Little Lin. Qin Lin's friend ran over and was about to help him up when he was pushed away. He staggered to his feet and looked at his father with a complicated expression. Because I offended Jun Patriarch, I'm not allowed to participate in the Sect of all times assessment. Qin Haoren did not say anything. No wonder you didn't let me go out. It turns out that you didn't want me to know about the wrongdoings that I had done. Qin Lin couldn't hold back his emotions anymore. He cried and shouted, Everyone knows about it except for me. Child, As soon as Qin Haoren opened his mouth, Qin Lin turned and ran. When he was bullied by the two young masters of the AI family, Qin Lin roughly understood the reason from them. He also knew that his father made things difficult for the sect of all times in the early stages of its development. Thinking back to his son's angry and resentful eyes, Qin Haoren covered his chest with one hand. The stabbing pain in his heart was hundreds of times more painful than being insulted by the juniors. Son, it is all my fault. If you hate me because of this, I will not blame you. Chapter 1769. Whoosh! Eternal flew at top speed, getting closer and closer to the edge of the sea system. During this time, Jun Changshao sat in the cockpit and did not manage the sect because he was not sure if there would be danger at the intersection of the two systems. At the current speed, it will take at least a year to reach the star spirit world. Jun Changshao estimated, with our current strength, we may not be able to compete with them. Rows of Flowers walked over and said, the system was speechless. You stole my line. Yes. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, we must find a way to become stronger on the way there. The level of the star spirit world and how strong it was were still unknown. However, from the warships that were casually sent out, it was at least first class or even stronger. Especially, the array lines inside the bronze mirror were the same as this plane. Perhaps it was related to the celestial demonic emperor. If he did not enter the divine mystery realm, Jun Changshao was not very confident. If it was someone else who said, find a way to become stronger, Rows of Flowers would have doubted it. After all, it was not easy to become stronger just by saying it. Only she believed that her husband could do it. Because of their many years together, he really had a way to become stronger. Are you hungry? I'll cook for you. I'm not hungry. Jun Changxiao's singing could kill, and Rows of Flowers' cooking could kill him. Patriarch. At this moment, Li Qingyang's voice came to his ears. Something's happening. What's happening? When Jun Changxiao responded, he had already entered the eternal world. He saw the disciples gathered in front of the mountain gate and discussing. Damn, not cultivating anymore. Gathering together to chat. Jun Changxiao released his mind and saw a boy about 12 or 13 years old kneeling at the foot of the mountain. Patriarch, Li Qingyang said, this little guy has been kneeling at the foot of the mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. No one can persuade him to leave. Is he here to join the sect? He only said that he wanted to see the patriarch. He didn't say anything about joining the sect. Oh. Jun Changxiao responded and appeared at the foot of the mountain out of thin air. I want to see Jun Patriarch. The youth lowered his head. Perhaps it was because he had been kneeling for too long and hadn't eaten or drunk anything. But his lips were chapped. I am, Jun Changxiao said. The young man's body trembled, and he hurriedly raised his head to confirm that the person in front of him was indeed the patriarch of the sect of all times that he wanted to meet. He said in ecstasy, Jun Patriarch. Pa! Jun Changxiao snapped his fingers. Xiao Ziji, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, quickly put the chair back. He sat down elegantly, crossed his legs, and said, Tell me, why do you want to see me? At this moment, some readers were definitely going to start cursing. A child had been kneeling on the ground for 3 days and 3 nights. Why didn't this dog help him up? He was simply too unsympathetic. His worldview was so crooked that it had reached Siberia. Thud. I'll show mercy first. I'll explain later. I. The youth straightened his posture and kowtowed to Jun Changxiao, saying, I'm here to apologize on behalf of my father. Apologize? Jun Changxiao was a bit confused, asking, Who is your father? The youth said with difficulty, Qin Haoren. You're the son of the 100 Sect Alliance's Alliance Master, and Haochi Sect's Sect Master? Jun Changxiao asked. The readers had completely forgotten about this person, but Go Sheng actually remembered him. This was really unexpected. That's right. Which concubine did you have? 23rd. I remember that your father only had 14 concubines back then. After all these years, he married another 10? Jun Changshao said, That's not right. How did he know how many concubines Qin Haoren had in the past? It was like this. Back then, the two of them had a grudge. So Jun Changshao sent the Drizzle Hall to thoroughly investigate the other party's background. Not to mention the concubines, even the cows and sheep in the family were thoroughly investigated. Shouldn't 23 minus 14 be 9? Qin Lin silently calculated in his heart. Jun Patriarch. He did not care about the calculation and kowtowed again. Father, he offended you back then. I apologize on his behalf today. I hope that you will be magnanimous and not hold grudges against him. Goshing laughed. In the past, he did not like Qin Haoren. After all, when he was still Ironbone, he had maliciously suppressed him. Even if he went to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect and other forces, he would bring the Alliance members to laugh at him. However, as the Sect's strength increased, he had already let go of it. To be exact, he didn't take this rookie seriously anymore. For example, the Shao family that had schemed against Shao Ziji back then, weren't they still living in Liang City? Not to mention now, even before Ironbone was promoted to a sect, they could easily kill him. Jun Changshao was very vengeful, but the premise was that there must be a life and death feud. For example, the star spirit world that had caused the destruction of the falling star continent. As long as the strength allowed it, it would definitely be destroyed in the end. Qin Haoren was an early enemy. Although there had been conflicts, it was just a joke. He did not do anything too excessive, so naturally he would not be calculative. Otherwise, when he had just succeeded as the sect leader, he would have been laughed at by the entire city. Would he have directly destroyed the city? This was Jun Changshao, a weirdo who walked on the two paths of good and bad people. Sometimes he was so crooked that he could make Little Do cry. Sometimes he was so crooked that even Little Do could not find fault with his actions. It was also because of this idiot, villain, serious, brainless, and straight patriarch that there was today's sect of all times and a group of disciples with different personalities who were as close as brothers. Jun Patriarch. Qin Lin kowtowed again and said, Please, you are my father. When he learned that his father and Jun Patriarch had a grudge, he did not believe it at first. Then it developed to hate his father because in his heart the latter was a god and his belief. After being beaten up by two direct descendants of the AI family, the little guy ran to the wilderness and did not return home for a few days. He hid in a cave alone. He cried. He was angry. He hated. But since it had happened, what could he change? Moreover, it was his own father. Father made a mistake. As a son, I will make it up to him. With this thought, Qin Lin walked out of the cave and came to the sect of all times alone. He knelt on the ground, not to pay respects to the sect, but only to beg Jun Patriarch to forgive his father's mistake. Alliance Master Qin. Jun Changshao leaned on the chair and said, This is your idea. In the distance, Qin Haoren, who had been hiding in the dark, walked out and said with an ugly expression, This is my son's idea. No wonder he remembered this person. It turned out that he had been hiding in the dark for a long time. Let a child apologize. Jun Changshao said, What kind of father are you? Although Qin Lin was surprised that his father had come, he hurriedly explained, Jun Patriarch, this is my idea. It has nothing to do with father. Swoosh! Jun Changshao waved his hand and helped him up. The power of vitality entered his body and quickly dispelled his hunger and fatigue. He said, Although I don't understand the situation, there is one thing you must remember. The grudge between your father and I has long disappeared. Jun Patriarch has forgiven my father? Qin Lin asked happily. Don't. Jun Changshao gently flicked his head and said with a smile, I have no grudge with your father. Why do you ask if he forgives me? Father, Qin Lin turned around and said happily, You have no grudge with Jun Patriarch. Jun Patriarch. Qin Haoren bowed to Jun Changshao and said, Thank you. In fact, he did not expect Jun Changshao to forgive him. However, he said these words in front of his son, which was undoubtedly to help him. Alliance Master Qin. Jun Changshao said, "Your son's bones are exquisite and he is a 1 in a million martial arts genius. Are you interested in learning from me?" Qin Haoran was stunned. He was already surprised that he had no grudge with his son. Now he was going to take his son as a disciple. This was absolutely impossible. After a short pause, Qin Haoran hurriedly said, "If Jun Patriarch doesn't mind my son's stupidity, I have no objection." "Lin, kneel down and worship the Patriarch." Qin Lin was stunned for a while before he came to his senses. Then he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Disciple Qin Lin greets the Patriarch." "Qin Yang." Jun Changshao said loudly, "Pass my order to the eternal world. Qin Haoran's son is now a disciple of the Sect of all times." "Yes, Jun Patriarch." Qin Haoran's body stiffened. His hands trembled slightly, and tears gradually gathered in his turbid eyes. Jun Changshao said telepathically, "The grudge between you and me should not involve the child." After that, he took Qin Lin up the stairs to the Sect of all times. At that moment, his back view was incomparably grand. If there was a like button, it would have been pressed by little Dodo. Plop! Qin Haoran knelt on the ground. The stone that had been in his heart for decades was finally lifted. He said with tears streaming down his face, "Thank you, Jun Patriarch." Whoosh! A gust of wind blew and blew him up. A voice sounded in his ear. The Sect of all times needs such a genius. Since Alliance Master Qin is capable, why not give birth to a few more? Uft! The system could not help but laugh and said, "Does this mean that the host is incapable?" Chapter 1770. On the same day, the news of Qin Haoran's son joining the Sect of all times spread. Everyone was surprised. Those who were familiar with Jun Changshao's past had more or less heard that Qin Haoran had made things difficult for him in the early stages. How could he accept his son? Jun Patriarch is indeed magnanimous. He is indeed a role model for our generation. Everyone's admiration for Jun Changshao was like a torrential river. Qin Haoran cried the whole night after returning home. He knew better than anyone that Jun Changshao was actually helping him by accepting his son. Although the Sect of all times had not caused trouble for him, he had always lived in fear and trepidation. He even lived in seclusion in Qingyang City, not daring to show his face. The reason was because of the past grudges. He was afraid of being criticized. He was especially afraid that his son would be treated unfairly because of him. For example, the two direct descendants of the AI family he met outside the city. The previous generation of the AI family was very close to Jun Changshao. Naturally, they had heard of the past, so they directly beat them up. Did you think they were bad? No, they just couldn't accept that Qin Haoran had blasphemed against their idol. It had been a long time. Jun Changshao didn't pursue the matter, and the AI family didn't care either. However, the young direct descendants couldn't suppress their anger and vented it on Qin Lin. Their father made a mistake. Their son also made a mistake. This was their view. Jun Changshao accepted Qin Lin not only because of his talent, but also to tell the world that the grudges of the previous generation shouldn't involve the future generation. At the same time, he also saved Qin Haoran. He was finally not treading on thin ice anymore. At least he could hold his head high in front of others. This was not to forcefully whitewash Jun Changshao. From the beginning to the end, he had always believed that every injustice had its perpetrator and every debt had its debtor. He would never implicate the innocent. Because of his silly style, everyone saw happiness. In fact, the world of martial arts was very cruel. Jun Changshao wanted to work hard to integrate and be a lawless person who did whatever he wanted. However, he still had to stick to his bottom line. Junior brother. In a simple and unadorned house, Li Qingyang said, "This will be your temporary residence. If you perform well in the future, you can move to an independent courtyard." "Thank you, senior brother," said Qin Lin. Joining the sect of all times had always been his dream. Now that his dream had come true, he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. His excitement was written all over his face. "Here are 2 sets of school uniforms for you to change into. There's also a sect manual. Take a look at it when you have time." Li Qingyang was very patient with the new disciples. If it were Yi Xingqian, he would have definitely pulled a long face the entire time. "Yes." Qin Lin nodded heavily. However, when he turned around to look at the so-called manual on the table, his eyes widened. "So thick." "There's no other way." Li Qingyang said, "Our sect has a lot of principles." It was more than that. It was simply terrifying. Qin Lin stayed in the room for an entire night before he pushed open the door in a daze. In the end, an old face appeared in front of him, and he was so frightened that he almost fell to the ground. "Little Qin." Gongsun Ho smiled and said, "Are you interested in joining the Star Gathering Peak?" When Jun Changshao announced that Qin Lin was joining the sect, he received the news. Yesterday, he kept an eye on him and secretly exclaimed. The patriarch's eyes were indeed sharp. This was definitely a piece of good jade. No, he had to pull him over no matter what. "Little guy." At this time, Ryu Sinan appeared at the door and said, "There's no future in joining the Star Gathering Peak. Only joining the Yearning Peak is a wise choice." My Duan Cho Peak has something to say. Bailey Qianqiu also came. Ever since Yuan Gongzi set the peak competition, the elders of the sect of all times liked to stare at the new disciples. Qin Lin was also a good seedling. They definitely would not miss it. "Little Qin, come to my Yama Peak." "Little Qin, come to my Wujua Peak." After a while, Jiangya, Old Ding, and the others also came. They crowded outside the room, arguing and arguing. In the end, they directly wrestled with each other. Qin Lin awkwardly crawled out from the crowd and looked back at the group of higher-ups tearing their hair and faces. He said in shock, "Too scary." At this time, his vision suddenly darkened. He looked up and saw 2 young people standing in front of him, blocking the sun. Yifeng reached out and said, "Let's go and cultivate." The elders are very enthusiastic about the new disciples. "You'll get used to it, slowly." Lin Yi joked. Qin Lin was helped up. He patted the dust off his body and scratched his head with a smile. "Look over here." Suddenly, a shout came from a distant tree. The 3 instinctively turned their heads. "Pa!" Li Tiantian, who had been squatting on the treetop for a long time, took the opportunity to press the shutter button. A close-up photo of 3 second-generation disciples of the sect of all times supporting each other was born. The news of Qin Haren's son joining the sect of all times was still spreading. Everyone thought that Jun Changxiao's bearing was extraordinary. Of course, the Sacred Spring sect and other forces also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, there had been conflicts when the Iron Bone sect was developing. Jun Patriarch has let bygones be bygones and recruited Qin Haren's son. He probably won't target us. An elder of the Sacred Spring sect said. "I hope so." The Sacred Spring sect's Patriarch Jin said bitterly. Back then, the conflict between the 2 sects stemmed from the destruction of the Spirit Spring sect. The Sacred Spring sect forcefully stood up for them. The 2 sides only made an agreement to fight. The problem wasn't very big. Of course, there were also serious problems such as the Taishan Xingzong. This sect not only expelled Lu Qianqian back then, but also crippled her cultivation. However, the position of patriarch was temporarily replaced by Xia Shuiyun's grandfather. The grudge between the 2 sides had actually been resolved long ago. Oh right, there was also the Lily Holy sect. The grudge between this sect and the sect of all times stemmed from the matter between Xiao Ziji and Morong Xen. However, after the 3-year agreement, Jun Changshao didn't pay attention to it anymore, because his disciple had taken back the dignity that had been trampled on. Even his current achievements made them look up to him like ants at the foot of a mountain. Liang City. Xiao Ziji, dressed in black, walked in. Although the world had changed, the city buildings were still the same. Therefore, when he walked on the streets, a long-lost sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. This was the place where he grew up. He was once the center of attention. After winning the inter-sect tournament, he didn't come here again. Big brother. A child stopped in front of him and looked up at him. You're not a local, right? Yeah. Xiao Zue nodded in agreement. Are you here to visit your family? I don't have any family. This sentence was very plain, but there was a hint of bitterness in it. Since everyone from the Falling Star continent entered the eternal world, many of their fellow sect members and relatives met and even went down the mountain to visit occasionally. Only he, who was a local of the Azure Sun County, had always been cultivating in the sect. If he hadn't accepted a sect mission and happened to pass by Liang City, he might not have come here in his lifetime. Then why are you here? To take a look. Xiao Ziji patted the child's head and walked alone on the familiar street. Because he had been away for a long time, his youthfulness had faded and he had become more mature. Therefore, he wasn't recognized by passers-by. Although the Xiao family is declining now, a talented direct descendant emerged a few decades ago, a storyteller under a big locust tree said. Later, for some unknown reason, this genius realm regressed from transcendent to mediocre. First, his fiancée broke off the engagement, and then he was expelled from the Xiao family. Since then, he has been wandering around. Ah, so miserable. Many children looked sympathetic. However, the storyteller changed the topic and said, Heaven never bars one's way. This genius was lucky enough to be a disciple of the sect of all times. Wow. And then, Xiao Ziji sat in the tea house and listened to the story about him quietly. A smile appeared on his face. Indeed, he was able to be a disciple of the sect of all times and become a disciple of the patriarch. Heaven never bars one's way. Xiao Ziji put down the teacup and looked at the graceful figure standing outside the locust tree. He was surprised and said, Why is she in Liang City? Chapter 1771. Far away from the big pagoda tree, a woman stood gracefully. Black hair fluttered in the wind, slender eyebrows, eyes like the moon. It's her. Xiao Ziji was stunned. Why is she in Liang City? Who? Morong Xen. The girl who took the initiative to come to the Xiao family to break off the engagement had matured a lot, and time did not leave any traces on her face. Xiao Ziji was very surprised. Shouldn't she be in the Lily Saint sect? Shouldn't she be in the Morong family in Sky Sea City? Why was she in Liang City? Grandpa's son. At this time a child asked, Xiao Ziji has become a disciple of the sect of all times. Where is his former fiancée? She left. The storyteller said, She left the Lily Saint sect and has not been heard from since. She must be regretting it. To be able to become a core disciple of the sect of all times, Xiao Ziji is no longer the same as before. How can an ordinary girl be worthy of him? Everyone had their own opinions and were discussing amongst themselves. In my opinion, the one who regrets it the most is the Xiao family. No wonder in just a few decades they have fallen to a mediocre family. It's all because of what they did back then. In the distance, Morong Xen silently turned and left. Complicated emotions appeared in her eyes. She sighed and said to herself, Because of the engagement, I am destined to be talked about. There was no denying it. She could only look up to that man's current achievements. But if she could do it all over again, she would still choose to break off the engagement because the two of them had no feelings for each other. Everything was decided by the family, but she would change her method. at least not when he was in the most difficult time. Murong Xien walked out of Liang City, walking on a road that led to an unknown place. In the past, she was a direct disciple of the Lily Saint sect, but now she had already left the sect and wandered the world alone. Occasionally, she would think of the things she did when she was young and ignorant, and her heart would be filled with regret. Murong Xen said bitterly, "Just as Master said, this will become a heart demon that I can't get rid of for the rest of my life." Suddenly, she stopped, because a black-clothed martial artist walked past her. Although she could not see his appearance, although there was a sense of mystery, Murong Xen still subconsciously shouted, "Xiao Ziji!" The black-clothed man did not stop, did not answer, and continued to walk forward. Murong Xien hurriedly chased after him. However, the distance between the two parties grew wider and wider until they stopped at the end of a road. The black-clothed man had already disappeared. "Xiao Ziji!" Murong Xien shouted. "I know it's you." Silence. There was no reply. Murong Xien did not care. She said the words that she had suppressed for many years. "I don't want to use my ignorance as an excuse. I just want to say, I'm sorry. Hoo-hoo." The wind blew, and leaves flew all over the sky. Murong Xien lowered her head, turned around, and left with a depressed look. Standing on a distant mountain peak, Xiao Ziji's gaze did not fluctuate at all. He muttered to himself, "I've long forgotten about the past. Why do you keep it in your heart? Junior brother, hurry up and leave." Su Xiaoma urged. Xiao Ziji glanced at the receding figure, and then went to meet up with his senior brother without looking back. The love of a lifetime from the Chinese novel journey to the West rang out in the sky. "Junior brother, did someone call you just now?" "Senior brother, you misheard." "Hey, I don't want to scold you. You're almost 40 years old. It's not a good idea to be single all the time. If you meet a good girl, you should quickly develop your relationship with her. You see, even someone like Junior brother Yi." Su Xiaoma shut his mouth because Yi Xingqian was staring at him. Love and hate rose in the sea of bitterness. It was hard to escape from fate in the world. There were not only various tribes migrating in the eternal world, but also many ferocious demonic beasts. They were scheduled to live in fixed areas, far away from the cities where they lived. In Jun Changshao's plan, each tribe had its own territory, and there were also areas suitable for demonic beasts to live in. In the future, they could come and experience on their own. The rich nature of heaven and earth could only help them improve their realms faster. But to truly possess absolute strength, they had to go through life and death trials. For example, the Demon's Valley. It was a gathering place for all kinds of demonic beasts. Don't ask when he got them. Jun Changshao caught them when he passed by other planes when he went to the Tianwei secret land. Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji, and Su Xiaoma stood outside the Demon's Valley with their heads held high. They came here to complete the task of eliminating the giant black pincers, scorpion inside. Of course, this was only one of the tasks. There were also 2 core disciples' tasks, which they had already finished because they were on the way. They are disciples of the sect of all times. Are they also here to experience? So mighty! All the tribes settled down in the eternal world. Since they had nothing to do, they came to the Demon's Valley in groups of 3 or 5 to seek excitement. So at the moment, hundreds of people gathered at the entrance. "I hope this so-called giant black pincer scorpion won't let us down," Su Xiaoma said. The previous 2 core disciples' tasks were also to hunt demonic beasts, but they reached the destination easily. It was really not challenging at all. There was no other way. The demonic beasts they caught were generally not strong. With their current cultivation, they could easily crush them. "You shouldn't have asked me to come for this kind of easy task." Yi Xingqian looked unhappy. He would rather go to the heavenly prestige secret realm and be tortured by Lord Guan Yu than to torture demonic beasts, because it was really not helpful for martial arts. We have to do the core disciple's task. Let's go. Su Xiaoma said, let's go. The three of them went to the Demon's Valley. As soon as they entered, they were shocked by the scene inside because there were demonic beasts in sight. There were snakes, spiders, lions, tigers, and alpacas. There were more species than a zoo. Roar, roar. All kinds of roars were heard, which made people shudder. Help! In the depths of the valley, a warrior of a tribe was asking for help. He was chased by a group of small spiders. The demonic beasts in the Demon's Valley were not strong, but there were too many of them. If a warrior accidentally provoked too many demonic beasts, he would definitely be beaten to death. Junior brother. Su Xiaoma pointed in a direction and said in surprise, "Your ex-fiancé!" Xiao Ziji turned and saw Murong Xan holding a 3-foot sharp sword and fighting with a demonic beast. Her wrist and back were stained with blood. It seemed that she was scratched. "TSK, TSK." Su Xiaoma held his chin and said, "This woman has broken through to the lower void piercing realm. Let's go." Xiao Ziji turned and said, "Let's go find the black pincer scorpion." "I'm afraid your ex-fiancé can't hold on much longer," Su Xiaoma said. "Are you sure you want to leave her to die?" Yi Xingqian, who had been silent, said, "The patriarch created the Demon's Valley to let warriors experience life and death. Since she came in, she should be prepared to die." "That's true." Su Xiaoma looked at Xiao Ziji and said, "Let's do the task first." Boom! Suddenly, a deafening explosion was heard. Murong Xan was blown away and hit the edge of the wall like a broken leaf. Her face was extremely pale under her messy hair. Roar! The giant demonic beast dragged its body and rushed in front of her. Its forelimbs were raised high and pressed down with great force. This force could even smash a hard stone into powder, let alone an injured person. "Let's go, let's go." Su Xiaoma said, "Hurry up and find the black pincer. Junior brother Xiao, where are you?" Bang! There was an explosion behind them. The demonic beast that pounced on Murong Xan turned into a bloody mist. Xiao Ziji, who had disappeared, stood in front of her and said coldly, "Don't you know what your cultivation is? How dare you come to the Demon's Valley alone?" "Wow," Su Xiaoma said, "a hero saving a beauty." After that, he turned into a spectator. He put his hands around his mouth and shouted blindly, "Together! Together!" Bang! Ouch! Su Xiaoma was sent flying by the punch, and her entire body fell into the mountain. Yi Xingqian took back his hand and said, "Noisy." Chapter 1772. Outside the myriad demon valley, Su Xiaoma sat on a rock and rubbed his face, muttering in his heart, "Junior brother, Yi is too heavy-handed." The nearby warriors of various clans looked at him with admiration, because many of them had just come out of the valley and witnessed the Sect of all time's disciple tearing the black pincer scorpion apart. That's right, he just stretched out his hands and tore the monster apart. Although the process was decisive and cruel, it was visually shocking. Too strong. Too domineering. Everyone subconsciously looked at Yi Xingqian, and their eyes were filled with awe. "Junior brother Yi." Su Xiaoma sat cross-legged and said, "It's fate that junior brother Xiao and his ex-fiancée met. Why do you have to take it to heart?" Others might not know, but he saw it clearly. When Xiao Ziji insincerely saved Murong Xan, Yi Xingqian's face turned black with anger. It was very subtle and strange. "Take it to heart?" Yi Xingqian sneered and said, "You think too much." The reason why his face was black was not because Xiao Ziji and his ex-fiancée met, but because, how should he put it? This kind of thing was very difficult to explain, and the more he explained, the messier it would be. Okay, Su Xiaoma was afraid of being beaten and did not dare to say anything more, but he thought, junior brother Yi and junior brother Xiao have a very deep relationship. In the distance, Murong Xan sat under a tree. Her injuries were serious, and her face was very pale, but it could not hide her beauty. When she first visited the sect of all times in the lower realm, Morong Exayan was still a girl, and she gave people a sense of indifference and nobility. After all, she came from a famous family and was a proud daughter of heaven. Now, after the baptism of time, not only did her appearance become more mature, she even had a sense of seeing through the world. Everyone would grow up. For example, Xiao Ziji, who was standing next to her. Because of a saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, and 30 years in the East, he kept working hard and cultivating just to regain the dignity that he had lost. When he grew as he wished and came into contact with the wider world, he realized that what he really needed to do was to protect his sect and fellow disciples. Young and vigorous, fighting the heavens, fighting the earth, going against yin and yang. His mentality gradually matured. Looking back on the past, he really was a young man who was not Chiuni. Thank you. Murong Exayan tried hard to make herself say a complete sentence, as if she didn't want him to see her in such a sorry state. Xiao Ziji tossed over a medicinal pill and said, "If it were someone I didn't know, I would also lend a helping hand. So don't overthink it." "I won't overthink it." Murong Exayan lowered her head and looked at the elixir that seemed to be a reward. She said bitterly, "Since I lost to you in the Lily Holy Sect, I have already accepted my fate. No matter how many years have passed, whenever people talk about you, they will inevitably bring me up and label me as ignorant and ridiculous." Xiao Ziji did not reply. Indeed, previously in Liang City, when the storyteller mentioned Murong Exayan and her final achievements, she was discussed and ridiculed by the audience. Back then, when I went to the Xiao family to break off the engagement, I brought you harm. When you rose up in the face of adversity, you nailed me to the pillar of shame. Murong Exayan smiled with difficulty. "So, is this considered even?" "Make it clear." Xiao Ziji said, "Everything is because of you." No matter whether it was right or wrong to break off the engagement when she was at her most difficult time, she added a stab to it. This was the truth. Because of this, there was the 3-year agreement. Yes, probably because it was too difficult to suppress her injuries, Murong Exayan's voice was very soft. She said, "Because I was young and ignorant, because I pursued freedom, I made an unforgivable mistake. Even if dozens of years have passed, it still torments my body and mind like a nightmare. You are on your own now." Xiao Ziji walked away. He didn't want to have too much to do with this woman. "Xiao Ziji." Murong Exayan was still leaning against the tree. She suppressed her injuries and raised her head, saying, "I am sorry." She wanted to say this sentence during the 3-year agreement, but she missed it this time. The gap between them was getting bigger and bigger. She wouldn't have another chance in the future. "The grudge between you and me has been resolved long ago." Xiao Ziji said, "You didn't do anything wrong to me, and I didn't do anything wrong to you." Looking at the leaving figure, Murong Exayan forced a smile and said, "Has he forgiven me?" Junior brother Xiao. On the way back to the sect, Su Xiaomao came over and said with a smile, "What did you guys talk about?" "Nothing much." Xiao Ziji was really afraid that this guy would blabber when they returned to the sect, so he hurriedly said, "Senior brother, what happened when we were out on a mission? Can you just pretend that you didn't see anything?" "Okay." Su Xiaomao put his hand on his shoulder and said, "However, if Junior brother has any relationship problems, you can ask me at any time." At night, the 3 of them were resting in the cave. In order to prove that she was Elder Wei's successor, Su Xiaomao repeatedly pestered Xiao Zueji and shared her understanding of relationships with him. Her words were extravagant, noisy. Yi Xingchen, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, said with a straight face. Su Xiaomao hurriedly shut his mouth, then stood up and said, "I'm going to relieve myself." Without talking, the atmosphere immediately calmed down. Even because of the presence of the proud and aloof Night Emperor, the atmosphere began to solidify. Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen had been training together for many years, so they were already used to it. So, sitting in front of the fire, Their thoughts slowly returned to the past. Knight Emperor was resting with his eyes closed, but he was still paying attention to the other. Seeing that he seemed to be deep in thought, he picked up a stone next to him. Dong! It hit the back of Xiao Ziji's head, but he didn't react. Yi Xingqian picked up another stone. Pung! Hiss! Xiao Ziji covered the back of his head, turned around, and said with a grimace, "Junior brother Yi, what are you doing?" Yi Xingqian said indifferently, "Remember, relationships are the biggest obstacle in the path of a warrior. If you still have the heart of a warrior, don't waste your energy on useless things." The case was solved. When Xiao Ziji went to save Morong Xan, Knight Emperor's face suddenly darkened. Not because of some reason, but because he was worried that he would be trapped by love. Some people would say, what does it have to do with him? Don't forget, although Yi Xingqian and Xiao Ziji were mainly attacking and defending, they were both hurt by women. To be more precise, they were both hurt by their fiancés. Women understood women. Men understood men like men. So Yi Xingqian gave the suggestion because that was what he did. He focused on martial arts and didn't care about anything else, even if something indescribable had happened before. Junior brother Yi. At this time, Su Xiaoma walked in from outside and said seriously, "I don't agree with your point of view." Yi Xingqian looked over with a long face. Su Xiaoma wasn't afraid. He sat in front of the fire and said, "People have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Why do we have to suppress our emotions? Can we abandon everything for martial arts in this world?" "Yes," Yi Xingqian said lightly. "Junior brother, Yi can suppress your emotions. But can you suppress family and friendship?" "Fine, you can do it, but can you still be considered human?" Su Xiaoma said. "Take another step back." Su Xiaoma said, "If people can even abandon their emotions, won't family and friendship be even cheaper? Or is it that junior brother Yi and his fellow disciples are just putting on a show until now?" "Third senior brother, don't say any more. No." Su Xiaoma stood up and continued, "Today, I want to tell him that people are human because of their emotions and 6 desires. If they can abandon everything, they are no different from cold-blooded animals." Xiao Ziji was speechless. Did third senior brother drink too much and get a little carried away? "Are you done?" Yi Xingqian's voice was cold. Su Xiaoma consciously lay on the ground, crossed his hands, and said, "Don't hit my face!" Boom! Boom! Ah! Chapter 1773. On the way. Su Xiaoma's face was bruised and swollen, and his eyes narrowed into a line. Sigh. Only 1 chapter had passed, and the injury was serious again. "I still insist on my point of view." Su Xiaoma covered his face and said, "A man is a man because he has 7 emotions and 6 desires." Yi Xingqian, who was walking in front of him, pulled a long face again. However, he didn't make a move. In fact, he beat Su Xiaoma yesterday because he suddenly remembered that when he was forced to enter the sect, this guy seemed to take the lead to beat him. This hatred was at least 30 years old. "Don't impose your point of view on me," Yi Xingqian said lightly. "Yes." Su Xiaoma said, "Junior fellow apprentice, Yi can't apply your point of view on junior fellow apprentice Xiao. After all, everyone's situation is different. If you are injured and want to be heartless, do you have to make him heartless as well? It's just a suggestion." Yi Xingqian said impatiently, "It's his problem whether to accept or not." Xiao Ziji, who was caught in the middle, was in a dilemma and said, "Senior fellow apprentice, junior fellow apprentice, don't quarrel anymore. I know what to do. I don't mean for you to rekindle your old love with Morong Xan. I just want to tell you that in this world, there are actually many things to cherish in addition to martial arts. As for junior fellow apprentice Yi," Su Xiaoma lowered his voice and said, "Your body has done something out of line, but you still refuse to admit it. You are as irresponsible as the patriarch." Xiao Ziji's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that third fellow apprentice was not satisfied with being beaten up. It was fine to talk about junior fellow apprentice Yi, but he dared to talk about the patriarch. Wasn't he afraid of replacing Mao Xiaodao to clean the toilet? It was strange. Yi Xingqian clearly heard Su Xiaoma's words, but he didn't lose his temper. He kept his head down and walked forward. He even thought of what had happened in the hall before, but he couldn't remember it. Another word. It was thought-provoking. In order to prevent the readers from forgetting, the woman who did the deed with Yi Di was called Jia Lingyao. The one who started the trouble should solve it. He's back? In the study, Jun Changshao was holding a nail clipper and trimming his fingernails slowly. He even had a facial mask on his face. It could be said that he was so exquisite that it was crazy. Back then, when Yu Buchuan cultivated the Bixia swordsmanship, he seemed to have slowly changed as well. It seems, the system muttered. Patriarch, Su Xiaoma said, we completed 3 missions. Oh, Jun Changshao responded and asked, what happened to your face? I was beaten up by junior brother Yi. Why? Did you offend him? Don't mention it. Su Xiaoma sat down on the chair next to him, crossed his legs, and put his hands on it. He began to tell the whole story in detail, completely forgetting that he had promised Xiao Ziji that he would act as if he had not seen what had happened. When Jun Changshao learned of this, he patted his face gently and said, it's a bit too much of a coincidence to meet my ex-fiancé in the Myriad Demon Valley. Could it be? His eyes suddenly became cold and fierce. On purpose. The murderous aura was very strong. Although he looked sloppy if someone had designs on his disciples, he would definitely change his face. Gods dared to kill gods, and demons dared to kill demons. With one order, 100,000 disciples of the Eternal Era rushed over. This, Su Xiaoma said, it shouldn't be, right? Murong Xian was on the verge of death at that time, and it did not seem like she was acting at all. Mu. Jun Changshao moisturized the mask and said, people's hearts are sinister. We have to be on guard. Su Xiaoma couldn't stand it anymore, because the patriarch had been raising his thumb and middle finger the whole time, which was too annoying. Where is Zue? He went back to his residence. Ask him to come here. I have something to say. Okay. Su Xiaoma quickly left the study, but halfway there, he came back to his senses and broke down. Did I say too much? Patriarch. Xiao Ziji walked in. Sit. Jun Changshao said. Xiao Ziji sat down, feeling a little nervous. Zue. Jun Changshao took off the mask, revealing his delicate face, and said, I heard that you met Murong Xian in the 10,000 Demon Valley. Xiao Ziji roared in his heart. When junior brother Yi beat senior brother Su, why didn't I kick him twice? That's right. What are you thinking? Jun Changshao looked at him as if he wanted to see through his heart. Xiao Ziji said, someone was in danger and I helped. That's it. That's it. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, although I don't agree with Xingqian's point of view, you still have to be careful in case you fall into a trap. Xiao Ziji understood the patriarch's meaning and immediately said, Patriarch, I have no grudges with her, and we are destined to live in different worlds in the future. Nothing will happen between us. You can leave. Jun Changshao waved his hand. Yes. Xiao Ziji walked out of the study, shook his head, and said, I shouldn't have saved her. Jun Changshao sat in the study with his fingers clasped together as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he sent a voice transmission. Hall Masterly, come here for a moment. It's midnight. Aren't you afraid that Madam will misunderstand? Jun Changshao roared. Let's talk about business. Misunderstand my ass. The next day, the members of the Drizzle Hall, led by Li Tiantian, were dispatched. They had received orders early in the morning to secretly investigate Murong Xian, and they must find out everything she had experienced after the 3-year agreement. My disciples are all my favorite. Jun Changshao leaned against the railing of the hall and said with a serious expression, We can't allow people with ulterior motives to set us up. Be careful, the system praised. When Xiao Ziji and Murong Xian met in the 10,000 Demon Valley, Su Xiaoma blindly followed. It never occurred to him that this was too much of a coincidence. Could it have been deliberately set up? Jun Changshao had to think of things that his disciples couldn't think of, because as a parent of the sect of all times, he had the obligation to protect his children from being deceived. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in his ear. Leaving the Songhai Galaxy, entering the Tsangyun Galaxy. Jun Changshao returned to the cockpit and saw that the void of the starry sky in front of him seemed to be folded together, emitting colorful streamers. This was the universe barrier at the end of the Songhai Galaxy. As long as they passed through, they would enter another universe, the Tsangyun Galaxy. It's so beautiful. Rows of Flowers walked to the window and looked at the gorgeous universe. TSK, Jun Changshao said, "What's there to see?" Rows of Flowers turned around and leaned against the cockpit. She crossed her arms and smiled. "I heard that Zue Ji met his ex-fiancé? Who told you that?" Jun Changshao felt that his question was a bit redundant. There was no need to think at all. It must have been Big Mouth, Su, who told her. "You sent Hall Master Li to investigate because you were worried that the woman was scheming and deliberately got close to Zue Ji?" Rows of Flowers asked. "Yes," Jun Changshao said. "What if she wasn't scheming?" Rows of Flowers said. This, Jun Changshao fell into silence. Rows of Flowers said, "I'm not young anymore. If I'm like you, I'll definitely be alone for the rest of my life. If you meet the right one, you can try." "Don't." Jun Changshao was very self-aware. He said, "I'm not cut out to be a matchmaker." The reader agreed. He hadn't even solved his own relationship problems. What qualifications did he have to play matchmaker with his disciples? He even prayed that being straight was not a disease and that it would not infect all the men in the sect. Boom! Suddenly, a violent tremor came from Eternal. This was because it had integrated into the universe barrier between Songhai and Songyin. The internal energy was too violent, causing the whole hull to shake nonstop. The cockpit was a mess. Rows of Flowers, who was sitting in front of the platform, was thrown out due to inertia. Just as she was about to hit the wall, Jun Changshao grabbed her waist and stopped her. This scene was very difficult to describe. Please imagine all kinds of melodramatic plots of men and women having physical contact under unexpected circumstances. Can't imagine it? It's okay, because Rows of Flowers took the opportunity to put her hands on Jun Changshao's neck. She closed her bright eyes and leaned over. Her red lips were getting closer and closer. Finally, they closed together. "Patriarch!" Su Xiaoma appeared out of thin air and said in surprise, "What's going on?" Rows of Flowers raised her hand. A strong stream of light flew directly from her palm and hit his chest. Boom! Su Xiaoma flew from the cockpit to the aft cabin like a cannonball. Then he gradually tilted his head and foamed at the mouth. "I came at the wrong time." Chapter 1774. Xing Chen and Xian Chan were showing off, while little Amo was getting beaten up. This sentence fully explained Su Xiaoma's life in the past few days. It was understandable that he was beaten up the first 2 times because of his opinions. However, this time he was beaten up because he came at the wrong time. That was beautiful. Little Emo felt wronged. The fluctuation of the warship affected the eternal world. So she came out to take a look. She did not expect, "Oh my God, what did I just see? Oh my God, this is definitely earth-shattering, no apocalyptic news. Calm down, calm down." Su Xiaoma hurriedly pretended to be dead and said in his heart, "I didn't see anything. I won't say anything." In the cockpit, Jun Changshao was supporting her. Rows of Flowers in his arms put her hands on his neck. Their lips were close together, and the air was filled with a romantic and beautiful atmosphere. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. Swoosh! After a while, Jun Changshao, who came back to his senses, pushed rows of flowers away and said in a bowl-like voice, "What are you doing?" Rows of Flowers leaned in front of the console and gently flipped her hair. She said, "I have some internal affairs to deal with in the sect. I'll go first." Swoosh! She returned to the eternal world as a winner. Sitting in the pavilion, she looked at the blooming roses in the courtyard and thought of Jun Changxiao's blushing face. She could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. "My husband is very cute." Jun Changxiao was left alone in the cockpit of the eternal ship. He sat down, covered his head with his hands, and roared, "My first kiss is gone!" "Ha!" the system said, with the host strength, "didn't you notice?" That woman was too sudden. Jun Changxiao said, "Okay, just pretend you didn't notice." "But why did you wait for more than 10 seconds before pushing her away? Don't you know that this kind of extremely careless thing is easy to be criticized by the readers, who will say that a half-step celestial realm like you is so weak?" "Bullshit!" Jun Changxiao roared. "They only know how to say that the author is a dog, not me." The system seemed to be speechless and returned to the main topic. "Although you want to avoid it, your body is still very honest, so don't find excuses for yourself." Scram! Jun Changxiao cursed and sat on the chair with his head in his hands. His first kiss, which he had guarded for close to 2,000 chapters, was suddenly gone. Anyone would find it hard to accept, let alone him. AI. Jun Changxiao sighed and touched his lips with his finger, as if he was reminiscing. Is it sweet? It's not a question of whether it's sweet or not. It's a very strange, very special feeling. Unfortunately, Jun Changxiao, who was gesturing with his hands and feet, said in exasperation, "Why should I answer your question?" Wait a minute. Did someone just come in? Jun Changxiao looked in the direction where Su Xiaoma flew out and saw a dent in the wall of the aft cabin, a shoe on the ground and nothing else. Rose of Flowers' sudden kiss caught him off guard, and he felt like he had been electrocuted, so his mind was in a mess and he was completely unaware of the situation outside. Who is it? Jun Changxiao thought and said, "Came to Eternal." Boom! Suddenly the battleship shook again. Jun Changxiao gathered all his distracting thoughts and looked at the dark area outside, which seemed to be flashing with lightning and thunder, and said, "It should be able to pass through the universe barriers safely, right?" Just as he was concentrating on the spectacle outside, Su Xiaoma stretched out a hand from the corner, picked up the shoe, and quickly merged into the eternal world. Sitting in the courtyard, he raised his sleeve to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said, "So close, so close." Senior brother, Li Fei, happened to pass by and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Fly." Su Xiaoma hurriedly waved his hand and said in a low voice, "Come, I'll tell you a secret." Secret? The disciples who were busy cultivating in their courtyard seemed to have 1,000-mile hearing, and they instantly carried small stools to the courtyard and lined up in a row to listen attentively to the secret of their third senior brother. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the two universes' universe barrier, and the scene was magnificent. Eternal shuttled through the turbulent environment like a lonely boat drifting in the stormy sea, and it seemed to be in imminent danger. Patriarch Shangguan Xinyao sat in the cockpit and said, "The array system is operating normally, so it shouldn't be affected." At this moment, Eternal had entered manual flight mode, and Taixian and Zhendejuan were leading the flight team of the array hall to operate it. Passing through the two universes' universe barrier might lead to special circumstances, so they had to be cautious. Jun Changxiao asked, "How long do you think it will take to get out?" Shangguan Xinyao hurriedly pulled out the star map and analyzed the data, saying, "The depth of the universe barrier can't be seen, so it might take a month." "So long?" Jun Changxiao held half of his face with his hands, and his eyes quickly closed. Outside, in the most distorted and violent area, there was a faint light flickering, like a lighthouse guiding the ship in the dark sea. "What's that?" Taishian and Zhan Dejuan also noticed it, and they hurriedly looked at the star map with the radar function, but there was no indication of the light spot. It meant that they couldn't see it. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed, and the power was even stronger. Although the lightning formed by the heavenly Tao system covered a wide area, it seemed to be attracted by some force and all blasted toward the flickering area, giving off a feeling that it was forming a lightning pool. "Fly over," Jun Changshao immediately ordered. Such a strong lightning attribute should be able to charge the lightning rod. Yes. Eternal, which was originally flying in a straight line, immediately changed direction in the turbulent environment and slowly flew toward the lightning area. Boom, boom, boom. Affected by the space and energy fluctuations, the hull shook more violently. No one in the cockpit paid attention to it because their eyes were fixed on the flickering area. Gradually, the light became stronger. "A human!" Jun Changshao frowned and said, "It's a human." The disciples also saw that in the flickering area, a figure slowly appeared, and all kinds of lightning struck from all directions, seemingly unharmed. To be able to withstand the bombardment of lightning in such an extremely harsh environment, his strength must be extraordinary. The system guessed. Jun Changshao said, "The sect of all times needs such a talent." Okay, the system said, since the eternal world was created, the host has planned to recruit any talent for his own use. No. At this time, Jun Changshao exclaimed, "It's not a human." Eternal moved a little further, and the figure being bombarded by all kinds of lightning looked illusory and illusory. Could it be? Gu Zhaoxi was still staring at the special thing and exclaimed, "The spirit of 5 thunders!" After confessing to his parents that he reincarnated, he had asked Gu Tianqing about the spirit of 5 thunders and learned that there were 32 kinds of spirit of 5 thunders in the sea system. These special spirit of 5 thunders were scattered throughout the sea system, some in the upper universe, some in the lower universe, and it was almost impossible to find them, so all the inheritors had great luck. Why don't you list all 32 of them? No. Take the spirit of 5 thunders name. I don't care to do that. Spirit of 5 thunders. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. At first, he wanted to charge the lightning rod. Then he wanted to recruit an expert. But he unexpectedly encountered a special spirit of 5 thunders. It was really like searching high and low for something, only to find it without any effort. Boom! Boom! In the area where the spirit of 5 thunders were, the former seemed to be bathing in the spring, and suddenly found a warship approaching and hurriedly fled. "Chase after him," Jun Changshao said. "Don't let him escape." While speaking, he took out a loudspeaker and shouted, "You have been surrounded. Immediately give up resistance. Surrender is the only way out." Chapter 1775. The spirit of 5 lightning was quite smart. It immediately ran when it saw a ship approaching. However, how could Jun Changshao let the spirit seed slip away? He immediately ordered his disciples to speed up. They had to catch this guy in human form. He had the power of the fire soul and the evil spirit. During this period, he had gone through many tempering to enter the youth stage. The spirit of 5 lightning that escaped was obviously bigger. It might have entered the adult stage. If he could fuse with it, his strength would definitely increase. Swish! Eternal's tail wing shot out energy and turned into a stream of light. In order to get this spirit, Jun Changshao directly used the highest speed. The first-grade flint in the energy tank burned, making one's heart ache. Boom! Boom! The thunder and lightning in the universe barrier was even louder. Logically speaking, the probability of a person being struck by lightning in their lifetime was extremely low. However, Eternal was so bright. How come it didn't get hit by lightning? Because they all rushed toward the spirit of 5 lightning that was like a lightning needle. You have been surrounded. quickly give up resisting. A voice came from the loudspeaker, echoing within the universe barrier. Not only did it make one question, could sound waves be transmitted in the universe? Swish! The spirit of 5 lightning ran even faster. The current situation was that it was running in front with thousands of lightning chasing after it. At the back was Eternal. It looked a little funny. Brother, Gu Zhaoxi said, my father said that this spirit is the intelligence of the universe. Unless it is fated to inherit it, it is very difficult to fuse with it. He was persuading Jun Changshao to give up. After all, a forcefully picked melon was not sweet. However, in Goshing's opinion, at least it could quench his thirst. Spirit bodies were ownerless from the moment they were born. Since Jun Changshao had encountered it, no matter how he chased it, it was not considered stealing. The problem now was whether he could catch up and fuse with it. Currently, it was very difficult, because this place contained extremely strong lightning attributes. It provided buffs to the spirit of 5 lightning. Hence, it ran faster and faster. Even the lightning behind it could not catch up. Chase! Don't let it escape. Jun Changshao was determined to get the spirit of 5 lightning. Even if he was not fated to fuse with it, he could at least give it to Li Qingyang. After all, he had the thunder punishment physique, and his contracted beast was lightning. A month later, the spirit of 5 lightning rushed out of the blue cloud's universe barrier. Although it was difficult to see its face clearly, it must be sticking out its tongue at the moment. After all, it had been running for dozens of days without any rest. Swish! Swish! One lightning chased after it. As they left the stronghold, they quickly weakened and dissipated. Swish! At this time, Eternal also flew out of the distorted space. Sitting in the cockpit, Jun Changshao's eyes were bloodshot as he said in a hoarse voice, "Catch it! We must catch it!" Over the past month, Eternal had been flying around the stronghold at high speed, consuming countless first-grade firestones. Gradually, the Sect master couldn't take it anymore, which was why he was on the verge of going berserk. It stopped. Gu Zhaoxi exclaimed, "That guy stopped!" Outside, the spirit of 5 lightning finally slowed down. Then it put its hands on its knees and bent over to catch its breath. Chase! Jun Changshao's voice cracked as he shouted. Eternal continued to burn its firestones and rushed forward. Soon, it stopped near the spirit of 5 lightning. Ka! The bottom cabin opened. Jun Changshao flew out with bloodshot eyes. His majestic true spirit turned into a giant hand and roared, "Do you know how much energy I used to catch you?" Jie. His body stiffened. Battleships of extraordinary quality appeared out of thin air and quickly surrounded him and Eternal. There were at least 50 of them. The leading battleship had a flag with a skull engraved on it. Pirate group? Kakik. A sinister laugh came from the main battleship. "Do you know how long I waited for you to take the bait?" Fish. Bait? Jun Changshao seemed to have realized something. "Did you use the spirit of 5 lightning as bait?" "That's right." The sinister voice sounded. "It is bait." Surprise appeared in Jun Changshao's eyes. This guy can actually hear my thoughts. Ka! The base of the main battleship opened. A guy in a mink coat stood there with his back facing the camera. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Pa! The lights on the edge of the platform suddenly lit up, making him look dazzling. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Shouldn't such a flashy entrance be reserved for me? "It's me." That person shook off his mink coat and slowly turned his head. Half of his handsome face appeared as he proudly said, "Blue Cloud's strongest pirate group leader, Duanmu Hai." Woo! A sound similar to a horn came from the main battleship, followed by countless voices shouting, "Leader Duanmu, strongest in the universe." Leader Duanmu, strongest in the universe. Pa! Duanmu Hai clapped his hands and turned around. However, Junchang Xiao couldn't help but laugh. That was because half of Duanmu Hai's face was male and the other half was female. It was completely out of place. Are you laughing at me? No, I don't mean to laugh at you. You're obviously laughing at me, Duanmu Hai roared. Because of the difference in gender, it needed to be described as round tiger eyes and arched eyebrows. Junchang Xiao tried to make his expression serious. Gender and appearance are given by our parents. We can't change it, so I understand you. He covered his mouth with both hands and laughed out loud. Kid, Duanmu Hai clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Your behavior offended me, so you must use your life to make up for your mistake. It wasn't hard to see that this guy's left hand was rough and his right hand was delicate. It could be seen that his body was also male and female. This was simply a true sense of being neither male nor female. A certain country's was just deliberate. There was a world of difference. But then again, how could Junchang Xiao have the face to laugh at him? After fusing with rows of flowers, his voice was mixed with male and female voices. Didn't he know? Of course. Duanmu Hai said coldly, I will let you die slowly. I will let every drop of blood in your body drain. Only then. His expression was calm. Only then will I be able to relieve the hatred in my heart. You're a pervert, Junchang Xiao said. You guessed right. Duanmu Hai suddenly leaned his face toward the camera. His eyes were wide open as he said with a ferocious expression, I am a pervert. Whoosh! A strange aura gushed out from his body, making him look extremely frightening. Whoosh! At the same time, the spirit of Five Thunders, who had caught its breath, flew behind Duanmu Hai and stood with its head lowered in fear. It looked like an obedient servant. That's not right. Junchang Xiao said to himself, this spirit seed shouldn't have fused with him. Kakik! Duanmu Hai laughed strangely. You guessed right again. This C-type trash spirit seed is not qualified to fuse with the wise and powerful me. Junchang Xiao gave him a thumbs up and said, in terms of acting, I'm not as good as you. Chapter 1776. There were trillions of life forms in the gray ocean system, but there were only 32 spiritual seeds. Thus, anyone who could fuse with it was considered lucky. Now, the pirate captain he met when he first came to the gray cloud system claimed that the spirit of Five Lightning was trash and didn't have the right to fuse with him. This made Junchang Xiao, who was good at pretending, feel ashamed. The Golden River had thousands of paths. If one wanted to reach the horizon, there would be more. The ancients didn't lie to me. That, Junchang Xiao said, if you don't want it, you can give it to me. My life is cheap, so I'm willing to accept any trash spiritual seed. Duanmu Hai fell into deep thought. Captain, a subordinate reminded him from the main warship, we are robbing. Duanmu Hai suddenly came to a realization and said with a fierce expression, Kid, you are about to die, and you still have the time to think about this trash spiritual seed. Junchang Xiao muttered in his heart, this person is quite wise. Wise? Duanmu Hai said, are you praising me? Of course, Junchang Xiao said seriously. Kakik. Duanmu Hai laughed weirdly. Flattery won't work. Your mocking just now has angered me. Death is the final destination. Not only was he wise, but he was also a little Chinibu. He had to pause for keywords. That was especially strong. I am curious. Junchang laughed and said, how can you hear what I'm thinking? Because I have the mind-reading soul. Duanmu Hai closed his eyes and said proudly, I can hear the thoughts of everything in the world. Mind-reading soul? Simply put, it is similar to the gray ocean system's spiritual seed. It is born from the universe, but it is of a higher level. It can be called a noble among nobles. Only the wise and powerful me is worthy of it. Fine. No wonder he was so cooperative. He was waiting to boast. Kid, Duanmu Hai said, how do you want to die? Because he had a yin-yang face, his every action and expression was very strange and uncoordinated. Who? Who? Dozens of warships pressed over. Looking at the situation, not only did they have to deal with Jun Changshao, but they also had to attack Eternal. Of course, they had placed the spirit of 5 lightning in the universe barrier as bait for a few years. Now that they finally caught a fish, how could they let it go? AI. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "Is this how the Tsangyin department welcomes you?" It was his first time coming to another department, but he ended up encountering bandits. His luck was really bad. What made him even more speechless was that in order to chase after the bait, he had to spend a large amount of first-grade firestones. No way. You have to compensate me for the energy I consumed. Swish. Right at this moment, Duanmu Hai flew over and withdrew a pair of sledgehammers from his spatial ring, and he said, "Coldly, kid die!" Boom! The twin hammers slammed into the void, creating a powerful shockwave. Swish! Jun Changshao dodged with a leap. Thinking that he had been tricked by the other party and had wasted so much energy, he roared, "Come out!" Swish! Swish! In an instant, under the enhancement of various special effects, the upper echelons of the sect of all times, led by Ryu Sinan, flew out of the battleship with the bronze mirror. They stood proudly in the void in different postures, and an unyielding aura filled the entire universe. "I'll go." Duanmu Hai widened his eyes. These people were not bound by the power of the universe, and their strength should be similar to his. With the bronze mirror obtained from the Sky Devil Emperor's subordinate and the hidden cultivation technique provided by Hiwudi, the upper echelons of the sect of all times were disguised as half-step divination realm experts. "Leader." The subordinate transmitted a message. "Tough one." Duanmu Hai's male and female faces turned serious. If it were just a few half-step divination realm experts, he might not be worried. However, with so many of them appearing, it might be a little tricky. After waiting for so many years, he finally caught a fish, but he actually met with an iron plate. Retreat! Duanmu Hai was really wise. Once he realized that the problem was a little troublesome, he immediately planned to escape. As a professional robber, the way to survive was to escape when encountering a tough opponent. Otherwise, they would be wiped out sooner or later. Swish! Swish! Dozens of battleships turned around simultaneously. "Trying to run?" Jun Changshao said coldly, "Is that possible?" Duanmu Hai might have suspected that the other party was bluffing, but when he saw that person easily shaking the space in the universe, he immediately realized that this person was definitely at the half-step celestial realm. "Retreat!" He roared. Boom! Boom! Dozens of warships crashed into the space barrier that was closing in. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion was heard. A warship was pierced through, and thick smoke billowed out. Duanmu Hai wasn't in the mood to feel sorry for his ship. He looked at the naked, purple-haired man standing in the air in disbelief. The strongest in the universe. Z turned his head, the corners of his mouth raised in disdain, revealing his sharp teeth. At that moment, with the destroyed battleship and the universe as the background, Hall Master Z's handsomeness reached new heights. He was only at the peak of the truth-seeking state. Although he had the protection of the bronze mirror, how could he kill a warship so easily? This was because Duanmu Hai's warship was only slightly stronger than the ancient warship. As for the so-called strongest in the universe, it was just a slogan. For example, Jun Changshao often asked his disciples to call him Jun Patriarch in the falling star continent. Had he done it? He had really done it. In short, only Duanmu Hai and the main battleship were good enough. The other warships were all used to keep up appearances. In front of a true expert, they were no different from paper. The most exaggerated thing was that the warship was pierced and could explode at any time. A pocket-sized backup warship flew out with only one pilot. Jun Changshao was speechless. Isn't this a bit too much? Cage. Bind. At that moment, Ryu Sinan clasped his hands together, and the space barrier quickly formed a cage, directly trapping dozens of warships in one area. The warships even collided because of the compression. Damn it! Duanmu Hai turned around angrily and roared, "Just you wait!" The main battleship was still there, and he had successfully escaped. However, when he was about to fly in from the bottom cabin, he saw a person standing on the bow with a huge sword with a green dragon carved on it. Jun Changshao rolled up his sleeves and held the green dragon crescent blade with both hands as he slashed at the battleship. Duanmu Hai sneered. It was undeniable that the bound warships were all trash, but his main battleship was bought at the Polar Dock factory at a high price. It was too naive to think that he could destroy it with just weapons and brute force. Swish! Suddenly, a green stream of light that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth streaked across the void. It was so bright that he almost couldn't open his eyes. Puchi! A ripping sound entered his ears. Duanmu Hai gradually opened his mouth, and his eyes were about to pop out. In his vision, the bow of the battleship that he was so proud of had been cut off. Even the scar was smooth without any burrs. This person was definitely a skilled carpenter. No, how could he praise his skills at this time? Duanmu Hai came back to his senses and held his head as he howled, "My ship! Swish!" Swish! Jun Changshao raised the blade and waved it frequently in the void. He only saw a decent battleship gradually disintegrate during the flight, and finally, only a general frame was left. It had to be said, the modified green dragon crescent blade's power had greatly increased. Jun Changshao turned his head, and his eyes were like an eagle's. He said what he wanted to say in the past, but was afraid of being ridiculed by the readers. Robbery! Wong. The echo reverberated in the universe, faintly shaking the space. Chapter 1777. The spirit of five thunders that he had chased for a month turned out to be a trap set up by others in advance. This made Jun Changshao furious. The disciples of the sect were his treasures, and so were the resources that he had worked so hard to earn. So, for those burning first-class flint, Jun Changshao did not hesitate to transform into a demon, taking out the green dragon crescent blade and slicing the main warship like an apple. "Speak frankly," the system complained. "The host has dug out the realm, dug out the level. Even if you don't fall into the trap, flying from the sea system to the blue cloud system will consume energy." My warship! Looking at the warship that he had spent a lot of money to buy being dissected into a pile of bones, Duanmu Hai's Yin and Yang face twisted, and tears fell down like beads. Those tears contained the memories of the past. "Little guy, what is your dream? To be a free pirate, galloping in the vast universe, and let everyone remember my name, Duanmu Hai." This was what Duanmu Hai had said before. For this reason, he worked hard to cultivate, lived frugally, and finally bought the first warship in his life when he became an adult, starting his career as a pirate. Who would have thought? He had just recruited subordinates, just set sail, just done his first robbery business, and he actually met Jun Changshao. Who was this? A guy who specialized in destroying other people's dreams, who was not a robber and good at robbing. Boom! Boom! In the space cage, the Purple King and the others punched a paper warship, and all kinds of parts were crushed into powder. They were like a group of strong men, tearing apart dreams and destroying souls. Ah! Duanmu Hai roared with tears in his eyes, and a powerful force surged into his body. He raised his twin hammers and roared, "Those who destroy my ship die!" Boom! Jun Changshao appeared in front of him, the end of the green dragon crescent blade's hilt fiercely stabbed into his abdomen, and a powerful energy burst out, causing him to shuttle from the north to the south like a cannonball. So much nonsense. Ah, Xiao! Xiao! Lights suddenly flashed in the dark environment. "Area! Zhao Daodu, and Dai Lu came over with harmless smiles on their faces. In front of them, Duanmu Hai's expression had collapsed and he was unconscious, due to the fierce impact to his chest. All of his meridians had been destroyed. Are you ready? Ready. Do it. Hua. Hua. Zhao, Daodu, and Dai Lu busied themselves and quickly hung Duanmu Hai up with chains. Judging from his movements, it was obvious that he was a little rusty. It couldn't be helped. Tianyuan Prison Pagoda hadn't sent prisoners for a long time. The three of them had been playing landlord all day and had forgotten many of the routine operations. Wake him up. Hua. Cold water was poured on Duanmu Hai's head, causing him to involuntarily shudder, and then he slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, 3 grinning faces appeared in his field of vision. He was so scared that his scalp almost split open. Whip me. Arya stretched out her hand. Zhao, Daodu hurriedly handed over the requiem whip, disinfecting it with disinfectant on the way, just like a medical staff assisting the chief surgeon in the operating room. Pa. Arya waved the whip in the void. The sound of the whip seemed to be able to penetrate the soul, making people shudder. What are you doing? Duanmu Hai said weakly, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Master sent you here. Arya walked in front of him and smiled innocently. Of course I have to treat you well. It had to be said. As the spirit of the Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, her appearance hadn't changed because of time. Instead, she had become more and more lovely. Boy, Zhao Daodu said, the patriarch asked me to bring you a message. As long as you can hand over the spirits of Five Thunder, you will be guaranteed a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. The pirates were dealt with, and many of his men were locked up in Tianyuan Prison Pagoda, but the spirits of Five Thunder were missing. Therefore, Jun Changshao must find them. Otherwise, with his previous anger, he would definitely kill this guy. Humph, Duanmu Hai said coldly, in your dreams. He looked quite cowardly just now, but now that he was a prisoner, he became tough. Brother. Dai Lu walked over and put a hand on his shoulder. He said meaningfully, I used to have more backbone than you, but in the end, Sai, the past is unbearable to look back on, so it's better to be honest. Sorry, I grew up scared. Duanmu Hai sneered with difficulty. In the end, the soul-subduing whip hit his chest. The intense pain seemed to penetrate into the depths of his soul. He hurriedly howled, I'll hand it over. I'll hand it over. Bah, bah. Zhao, Daodu, and Dai Lv spat a mouthful of phlegm and said, Cowards! Arya only hit him once to test the waters. In the end, Duanmu Hai couldn't withstand the erosion of his soul and immediately compromised. It could be said that he was a coward. Soul-subduing pagoda could deal with a half-step divination realm. Was this treasure's level that high? Not really. The main reason was that he was injured by Jun Changshao. Not to mention Duanmu Hai. Even an expert at Gu Tianqing's level would be tortured to death by him. On the other hand, if he was in perfect condition, he wouldn't be able to do anything. I'm very curious. In the cell, Jun Changshao dragged the pocket-sized spirit of Five Thunders in his palm. He said, Why would such an ownerless spirit listen to your orders? Duanmu Hai wanted to defend his dignity with silence, but when he saw Arya staring at him with her almond-shaped eyes, he hurriedly said, Because I can hear its inner voice and know its shortcomings and weaknesses, so it can only obey me. I see. Jun Changshao asked again, You really don't want to merge with the spirit of Five Thunders? Duanmu Hai said with a bitter face, A spirit seed nurtured in the vast universe is a rare opportunity. I naturally want to merge with it, but unfortunately, you didn't succeed? So it's not that it's not qualified to merge with you, but that you're not qualified to merge with it. Jun Changshao joked. Arya. He stood up and said, Take good care of this guy. Don't starve and lose weight. It may come in handy in the future. He didn't intend to kill Duanmu Hai, but chose to imprison him. After all, he could listen to the spirit's thoughts. Maybe it could come in handy in the future. Okay. After Jun Changshao left, Arya, Zhao Daodu, and the other two gathered around with scary smiles on their faces. You. What are you doing? Be good, be obedient. Patriarch. Li Qingyang was called to the study. He said, Why did you call me? Jun Changshao motioned him to sit down, then opened his palm and showed him the spirit of 5 thunders. He said, This is the spirit of 5 thunders nurtured in the universe. You have the body of thunder punishment and a contract beast of thunder nature. You should be able to merge with it. This, Li Qingyang was dumbfounded. He had known about the spirit of 5 thunders for a long time, but he never thought that the Patriarch would give it to him. After all, there were only 32 in the Tsang Ocean. It was a great opportunity. Patriarch. Disciple is stupid. This kind of spirit should be given to an outstanding fellow disciple. If it was Su Xiaoma, Jun Changshao would definitely think that he was deliberately pretending to be humble, but he trusted his second disciple very much. Since he accepted him as a disciple, he had always been a person who didn't fight for anything. There will be many more spirit bodies in the future. Jun Changshao threw the spirit of 5 thunders to him and said, This is yours. Li Qingyang hurriedly caught it. After a little consideration, he said, Thank you, Patriarch. Go. Jun Changshao said, I will wait for your good news. Yes. Li Qingyang took the spirit of 5 thunders and left. His eyes flashed with a firm luster. I will not let the Patriarch down. Sigh. Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the window, shook his head and said, I did not succeed in merging with the spirit of 5 thunders. I hope Qingyang has this fate. Chapter 1778. After Jun Changshao obtained the spirit of 5 thunders, he tried to fuse with it, but failed. To be honest, it was true that he had 2 spirits in his body, but only the spirit of Fire Soul had truly fused with it. As for the spirit of evil, it was purely a coincidence. Therefore, without the assistance of the system, even though Jun Changshao's aptitude wasn't bad, he was no different from an ordinary expert. If he wanted to obtain various treasures, it would depend on luck and luck. Of course, Gosheng wasn't discouraged. Even if he couldn't fuse with it, there were still disciples and higher-ups. He didn't believe that he couldn't find someone who could fuse with the spirit of 5 thunders. Furthermore, Li Qingyang's physique, exclusive weapon, and life contract beast were all related to thunder and lightning. Perhaps he could fuse with it successfully. Hoo-hoo! Hoo-hoo-hoo! The next day, there was a sudden gust of wind in the Sect of all times. This king's school uniform. The Purple King ran out of the Spirit Beast Hall in his underwear and chased after the school uniform that was blown away by the wind. This school uniform had been with him for many years. Although he would take it off first in every fight, it was still inevitably damaged. Therefore, he had to mend it and make do with it for 3 years. He had just washed it this morning and hung it in the courtyard for a short while before it was blown away by the wind. Swish! Z quickly caught up and reached out to grab it. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and accurately hit the school uniform that was fluttering in the wind, turning it into ashes instantly. No! Z's hand grabbed a piece of ash and placed it on his chest. Tears flowed out uncontrollably. My youth is gone. Who is it? The Purple King raised his head and his murderous aura spread for tens of thousands of miles. However, compared to the thunderclouds that were gradually gathering at the top of the sky, it seemed a little insignificant. Boom! 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 Thunder and lightning erupted. The scene was spectacular. Damn it! The purple, craggy demon monarch's eyes widened as the dense lightning bolts were heading straight for him. What's the situation? Why did the weather change all of a sudden? Su Xiaomo and the rest walked out of the room. When they saw the thunderclouds filling the sky, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. Plop! At this moment, something fell on the mountain peak where the disciples lived. Upon closer inspection, it was actually Hall Master Z. His entire body was charred black, and he was foaming at the mouth. Judging from the symptoms, he had obviously been struck by lightning. Swish! Jun Changshao flew out from the study room and shouted, "Disciples, quickly get away from the thunderstorm!" Shwa! In an instant, Lofty Mountain became empty. Boom! Boom! Dense bolts of lightning shot down from the thunderclouds as usual, each one more powerful than the last. Speaking of which, it was strange. This level of power was enough to completely destroy a mountain, but when it landed on a certain building, it was silently dissolved without causing any ripples. Second senior brother's room. Su Xiaomo exclaimed. That was right. No matter how many lightning bolts fell from the thunderclouds, the target was always Li Qingyang's courtyard. As for Z being hit, it was because he happened to be on the path. It could be said that he used his strength to take the hit. What the hell is going on? The disciples were puzzled. Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the main hall with his hands behind his back, smiled. If I'm not wrong, this second disciple of mine is fated with the spirits of 5 thunders, and they are merging now. The lightning bombardment lasted for about 2 hours. The lofty mountain where the core disciples lived was already filled with dense lightning attributes, as if it had turned into a forbidden land of lightning that no one dared to take half a step into. He succeeded. Jun Changshao muttered to himself. Whoosh! At this moment, a majestic wave of air suddenly surged from Li Qingyang's courtyard, quickly enveloping the entire sect of all times and even spreading to Ironbone City and Qingyang City. Jun Changshao felt it and said in surprise, "He's about to advance." This extremely powerful and profound aura was a characteristic of advancing to a major realm. Li Qingyang was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, which meant that he was about to advance to the half-step divination realm. F***CK. Su Xiaoma jumped and shouted, "Second senior brother is about to break through!" Damn it! Yi Xingqian, who was standing outside the training tower, clenched his fists and said unwillingly, "Second senior, brother beat us to it." He would have thought to himself, there are signs of advancement all of a sudden. Could it be related to the merging of the spirits of 5 thunders? The difference between the truth-seeking realm and the divination realm was not something that could be made up by absorbing the attributes of heaven and earth. It required a great opportunity that some people might not even encounter in their entire lives. Qingyang City, Li family, Sister Qiao, who was picking vegetables in the garden, suddenly felt a surge of air. Her body froze slightly, and then she turned to look in the direction of the sect of all times and said in joy, "Qingyang!" The Li family head also walked out of the main hall. Looking at the thunderclouds in the distance, his turbid eyes were filled with excitement. "This aura, it's my son." "Old friend." Masato Katano walked out of the cave and said, "Someone in your disciples' sect is about to advance to the half-step divination realm." Sai. Jinren Tongo shook his head and said, "We old bones can't compete with the young people after all." Gu Hongjinren and Immortal Qing Wei also walked out of their respective cave residences. They looked at the sect of all times together, their eyes full of envy. They had lived for a long time and had been stuck at the peak for a long time. Although they had entered the eternal world and had a better cultivation environment, it was still like an illusion. The momentum of advancement from the sect of all times swept across the entire eternal world. Every living thing could feel it clearly. It was shocking. It was vast. This magnificent scene lasted for about half a day. Just as everyone was meditating and comprehending, Li Qingyang flew out of the courtyard. Sizzle! A flash of light like thunder and lightning streaked across the sky above the sect of all times, emitting an extremely powerful thundermite, standing proudly in the sky. Gradually, Li Qingyang gradually appeared from the light. His appearance had not changed at all. His eyes flashed with the light of thunder and lightning, but they looked more mature and sharper. Even his fluttering black hair had thunder snakes lingering around it. Li Qingyang was also a handsome guy. There was no doubt about that. now that he had merged with the 5 thunder spirits and broken through to the half-step divine secret realm. His temperament was naturally better than before. Tell me the truth. Su Xiaoma said, I'm jealous. I'm jealous too. Li Fei said, Don't worry. Jun Changshao walked over and put his hands on their shoulders, saying, Sooner or later, you will stand proudly in the sky like Qingyang and be admired by the world. The system said, The premise is that the spirit seeds obtained later on are not fated to be with the host. Father, in the Li family of Qingyang City, Sister Qiao, said happily, It's really Qingyang. She was already engaged to Li Qingyang and lived in the Li family, so she changed the way she addressed the Li family head. As for the latter, he had already accepted this ordinary daughter-in-law. Whoosh! At this moment, Li Qingyang, who was standing in the sky, pointed his finger. Like an electric arc, a light flew toward the Li family and surrounded Sister Qiao. Then he pulled her gently and hugged her in his arms. Ignoring the whole world, he turned into a domineering CEO and kissed her without hesitation. Su Xiaoma's eyes widened. After a while, he gave a thumbs up and said, I'm convinced. He would say sweet nothings to Xia Shuiyun in public, but compared to his second senior brother who had just advanced and kissed his fiancée without any pretense when he was in the limelight, it was simply worlds apart. Not bad, not bad. Elder Wei smiled in satisfaction, then looked at Jun Changshao in front of the main hall and said with relief, Under the patriarch's lead, the disciples are gradually enlightened. I'll lead? Jun Changshao asked. Elder Wei, what do you mean? Elder Wei smiled and said, Patriarch and Madam hugged and kissed in the cockpit. This is not something shameful. Patriarch, you don't have to hide it. Jun Changshao said with a cold face, Who said that? Chapter 1779. Li Qingyang had successfully obtained the opportunity to enter the half-step heavenly legacy stage after merging with the 5 lightning spirits. After breaking through, he pulled his fiancée over to express his excitement and did something that even Su Xiaoma did not dare to do. A man's romance. Su Xiaoma was already very impressive, but Li Qingyang was even more impressive. Indeed, in comparison, Jun Changshao was simply trash. Second senior brother mighty. Second senior brother mighty. The cheers of the disciples in the sect of all times could be heard. Not only were they envious of Li Qingyang for breaking through to the half-step heavenly legacy stage, but they were also happy and proud for him. This was the sect of all times. There was no envy, no jealousy, and some were even proud of their fellow disciples' breakthrough. On the contrary, in the complicated environment of a large sect, there were all kinds of schemes, and the most basic trust between people did not exist. TSK, Yi Xingqin snorted and turned to enter the training tower. He was a little unhappy that he was not the first to enter the half-step heavenly legacy stage, so he would work even harder to cultivate. Night Emperor was a strong person, everyone knew. As for Li Qingyang's actions, he despised him from the bottom of his heart, because a true martial artist should focus on martial arts and not be bound by emotions. Yi Xingqin had such an attitude, not because he was plotted against by Empress Lingyao, but because he had been like this since the beginning. Although he was much better now, at least he valued the feelings of the sect, but he was still conflicted about romantic relationships. Boom! Boom! In the training tower, Night Emperor had been torturing himself, undergoing high-intensity training, but his thoughts kept drifting to the past, recalling that face full of grievances and resentment. Damn it! Why can't I forget? Why? In the main hall, Li Qingyang walked over and cupped his fists. I did not disappoint Patriarch and successfully merged with the 5 lightning spirits, breaking through to the half-step heavenly legacy stage. Not bad, not bad. Jun Changshao smiled. In truth, he had originally only hoped that his disciple would be able to fuse with a thunder soul. He never thought that he would be able to find an opportunity to take half a step into the next realm. This could be considered an unexpected harvest. Qingyang, Jun Changxiao walked down, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You are the first disciple after me to step into the half-step divine mystery stage. So you have to take the lead and let your fellow disciples practice martial arts more passionately." "Yes," Li Qingyang said seriously. "You may leave. All right." Jun Changxiao paused for a moment and said, "Ask little Amo to come to the cultivation room. I have something to say to him." "Yes." Li Qingyang retreated. On the way, he muttered in his heart, "Why do we have to go to the cultivation room?" Under normal circumstances, if the patriarch had any instructions, he would either do it in the main hall of the sect or in the study of the patriarch. He had never been to the cultivation room before. Could it be? Li Qingyang guessed. The patriarch wants to personally teach junior brother Su martial arts? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. He felt happy for Su Xiaoma, junior brother. Your opportunity is coming. Towering peak. Su Xiaoma sat in the courtyard with a bitter expression. Third senior brother. Li Fei walked over with a happy football and asked in confusion, "Why have you been so depressed since second senior brother broke through?" "Sigh." Su Xiaoma said, "I feel a little bad." He was also quite happy that Li Qingyang had broken through to the half-step divine mystery stage. However, this happiness did not last long before it was replaced by an ominous feeling. "Junior brother," Su Xiaoma said seriously, "my right eyelid has been twitching." Li Fei said, "If the left eyelid twitches, the right eyelid twitches for fortune. This is a good thing." "I hope so." Su Xiaoma forced himself to be spirited and said, "Come, let's go and play football." Just as the two of them walked out of the courtyard, Li Qingyang walked over and said, "Junior brother Su, the patriarch wants you to go to the cultivation room." "Cultivation room?" Su Xiaoma said in surprise. "What's the matter?" "I'm not too sure," Li Qingyang said. "Maybe he wants to impart martial arts to you." "Look," Li Fei said, "am I right? If the left eyelid twitches, the right eyelid twitches for fortune." Su Xiaoma smiled and said, "I'll go first." After that, he skipped to the cultivation room, completely without the worry from before. Looking at the back view that was gradually disappearing, Li Qingyang and Li Fei could not help but sincerely wish him well in their hearts. They hoped that he would gain something under the patriarch's guidance. Outside the cultivation room, many disciples gathered around and discussed. He was called in by the patriarch alone. Could it be that he wants to guide third senior brother alone? Perhaps third senior brother might break through to the half-step divine mystery stage. The more they talked, the more envious they became. The disciples of the sect of all times knew that the patriarch was usually very busy. Teaching the disciples was also done by the elders of the various peaks. Now that he personally called third senior brother to the cultivation room, it was definitely a one-on-one online guidance. "Let me listen." Li Tian was very bold. He leaned his ear against the door. Although he knew that the soundproofing of the cultivation room was good, he still could not resist his curiosity. Boom! Suddenly a loud explosion came from inside. Li Tian, who had just approached the door, broke out in cold sweat because a palm print suddenly protruded from the outer wall. It was so close to his face that it would have hit him by a hair's breadth. Boom! 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 At this moment, the explosion became even more frequent. Palm prints, fist prints, footprints, and saber prints protruded from the outer wall of the cultivation room. Because the speed was too fast and the rhythm was too fast, the focus of the disciples standing outside shifted left and right, up and down. "I understand," Li Tian said. "The patriarch is teaching third senior brother martial arts. The cultivation room has been stabilized by the array hall many times, but he can still be beaten so badly. The moves that the patriarch is teaching third senior brother must be very powerful. Will we have a chance to cultivate? It's hard to say. This might be an exclusive martial art. Otherwise, why would third senior brother be called in alone?" "Sigh." Everyone expressed their helplessness. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivation room was filled with continuous movements. The protruding palm prints and fist prints gradually turned into human forms and assumed different postures. What's the meaning of this? Why does it look like third senior brother? I know. Li Tiantian slapped his head and said, Third senior brother must be using himself to test the martial arts. Creak. Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, the door to the cultivation room suddenly opened, and Jun Changshao walked out in a carefree manner. At the same time, he was tidying up his cuffs. Patriarch. The disciples straightened their backs. Yes. Jun Changshao nodded, and a signature smile appeared on his face. Then he waved his sleeves and left with the demeanor of a master. The teaching is over? It's a bit fast. What do you know? The more profound the martial arts, the less complicated the moves are. Everyone hurried to the door of the cultivation room and poked their heads in. They immediately felt the powerful true spirit force that had not completely dissipated. They could not help but sigh in their hearts. The Patriarch's one-on-one online guidance is indeed terrifying. Excuse me. Suddenly, a pig's face appeared in their field of vision. Oh my God! Everyone was scared and retreated. Some even crossed their hands and assumed a battle stance. After all, the face that suddenly appeared in the cultivation room was too scary. Something's not right. Li Tiantian was the first to calm down. He squinted his eyes and looked over and exclaimed, Third senior brother! Ah! Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Xiaoma, whose face was so miserable that it could only be pixelated, strode over. He stopped in front of the stairs, waved his hand, and took out a cigar. He lowered his head and lit it. Then his fingers trembled violently, and his body collapsed on the stairs like mud. A large amount of white foam flowed out and gathered into a river. Third senior brother. Quick, informed the medical hall. Everyone was showing off. Only bubbly foam was getting beaten up. Chapter 1780. As long as it was seen by Big Mouth Sue, it meant that the entire sect knew about it. Therefore, he deserved to be taught a lesson by Jun Changshao today. Sigh. In the ward, Xia Shuiyin used a towel to wipe the foam from his mouth and said, When can you change this habit of yours? Su Xiaoma said bitterly, I want to change, but I can't control it. He didn't purposely blabber, but he always blurted it out in the middle of a conversation. In my opinion, Xia Shuiyin brought a spoonful of porridge to his mouth and said, This is a kind of illness that needs to be treated by Senior Marshal Brother Sunday, that's right. Su Xiaoma held her hand and said affectionately, I have an illness. It's a kind of illness where if I don't see you every day, I'd rather die. Glib tongue. Xia Shuiyin rolled her eyes at him. Obviously, she was already used to Su Xiaoma's vulgar words of love. She didn't blush at all. If it was in the past, she might have lowered her head and said shyly, annoying. Ah. Goshing opened his mouth and ate a mouthful of porridge. He praised, Shuiyin, your cooking is getting better and better. You can even replace Junior Marshal Sister Lu in managing the dining hall. If Hall Master Lu heard this, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter the dining hall, Xia Shuiyin said unhappily. She dares. Su Xiaoma said, I'm still the third senior marshal brother. Ah. At this time, Lu Wancher walked into the ward with a basket of eggs and said, Senior Marshal brother, you look good. You're speaking so loudly. Su Xiaoma, who had a proud look on his face just now, immediately smiled and said, Junior Marshal Sister Lu, why are you here? Xia Shuiyin was speechless. That arrogant look from before was gone. There was an unwritten rule in the sect of all times that elders and protectors could be offended. But Hall Master Lu couldn't be offended because she was in charge of the dining hall. If they offended her, they would be eating salted rice in the future. Of course, I'm here to visit senior brother. Lu Wancher put the egg on the table. Seeing that his whole body was wrapped in bandages, she said, The patriarch is also too much. He hits so hard. AI. Su Xiaoma sighed. After Lu Wanshi left, the other disciples came to visit. They sympathized with third senior brother, but there were also some who were secretly happy. Who? Yi Xingqian, Xiao Ziji. You should be more careful in the future. Xia Shuiyin tidied up the lunchbox and stood up. I'll go back first. Wait a minute. Su Xiaoma grabbed her hand and said, I'm already so badly injured. Aren't you going to do something? I woke up early in the morning to cook porridge for you. Isn't that a gesture? Xia Shuiyun said. That's not what I meant. What do you mean? It's the way the madam and the patriarch act in the cockpit. In your dreams. Xia Shuiyun glared at him and hurriedly left. Because she knew that the patriarch and the madam had hugged and kissed in the cockpit. After leaving the ward, her little face finally turned red. As the first couple to get engaged in the sect of all times, they loved each other deeply. But because they were not married, they always maintained a pure love relationship, even limited to holding hands and whispering sweet nothings. Did they kiss? They definitely did, but it was only little Mo who took the initiative. They lacked the initiative. A couple in love hugging and kissing under the setting sun was a very normal way to express their feelings, so they did not drive. AI. Su Xiaoma lay on the bed and looked at the scenery outside the window. Sometimes he thought about the patriarch and Li Qingyang's actions and could not help but feel ashamed. I'm such a failure. Li Qingyang's performance was really beyond imagination, but please do not include Gosheng, because he was not worthy. In the next few days, Xia Shuiyin came to deliver food every morning, noon and night, and accompanied Su Xiaoma, which really showed what love was. According to the relevant department's investigation, 99% of the book's readers were single, so in order to avoid showing off their love, they did not deliberately write the scenes of love. Shui Yin. On this day, Su Xiaoma said, I've thought a lot during these days of recuperation. I plan to accompany you to travel the mountains and rivers after I recover and leave our footprints in every corner of the eternal world. In fact, he had recovered from his injury long ago, but he had been lying on the bed all the time to escape from Yuan Gongzi and spend more time with his fiancée. Every day, the person he loved deeply cared for him, and every day, the person he loved deeply cooked porridge for him. Su Xiaoma's mentality gradually changed, and even he felt more and more ashamed. He was ashamed that after being engaged for so long, he did not have much time to accompany her except for whispering sweet nothings to her. From his point of view conflict with Yi Xingqian, it could be seen that he was a person who valued relationships very much. Patriarch, do you agree? Xia Shuiyin asked. Yes. At this time, Jun Changshao appeared in front of the door of the ward and said, The world is so big, you should walk around more often instead of being bound to the sect. Patriarch! Su Xiaoma was moved. Jun Changshao said, You don't need to lie on the bed, do you? Swish! Su Xiaoma immediately jumped up from the bed and quickly performed a set of landslide and earth-shattering fist and said, Recover as before! Boom! He did not control his strength well and directly smashed a wall. Yuan Gongzi. Jun Changshao looked at Yuan Feng, who was accompanying him, and said expressionlessly, Remember, Su Xiaoma's monthly salary as a core disciple for this year will be deducted. Yes. Yuan Gongzi took out the small notebook that he always kept in his arms and quickly wrote it down. His hand speed was very fast, and it could be seen that he usually wrote a lot. Through the camera lens, one could see that on the page there was also the words, The Purple King's school uniform was struck by lightning, which is an extremely serious dereliction of duty. He will be punished with 10,000 beast pills as a warning to others. The next day, Su Xiaoma changed into ordinary clothes and left the sect of all times with Xia Shuiyin, who was also wearing plain clothes but could not hide her appearance. When they walked to the gate, they did not forget to wave goodbye to their fellow disciples. Why did you agree to let the two of them go sightseeing? In front of the main hall, Rows of Flowers joked. June Changshao said, Elder Wei said that although little Emo has his style in the past, she is very loyal when it comes to relationships. So, Rows of Flowers leaned against a fence and said with her hands clasped together, You're letting them go sightseeing to cultivate their relationship? Yes. June Changshao nodded. Rows of Flowers said, I didn't know that you were so considerate of your disciples' relationship. Of course. June Changshao held his head high and said, Who asked me to be the patriarch? When will you have time to take me sightseeing? Rows of Flowers looked into his eyes to see what kind of expression would appear on his face. I'm not free. June Changshao turned and entered the main hall. Rows of Flowers shook her head. This answer was within her expectations. However, when June Changshao stepped into the main hall, he said without looking back, Another day. Rows of Flowers was stunned. If it was a simple answer that he was not free, it could be understood as a refusal, but he added another day. Did it mean that he agreed? On this day, Su Xiaoma left the sect of all times with Xia Shuiyin. It was unknown when the two of them would return, but because they were approved by the patriarch, they would not be forcibly erased even if they started a family outside. As the successor of Elder Wei, he valued relationships very much. Su Xiaoma traveled the world with his fiancée. Would he be able to find an opportunity to break through the half-step Tianji realm? Little Mo, standing at the top of the mountain, June Changshao said to himself, Give me a surprise when you return. P.S. Recently, a reader asked when the manga will be published. Here, the copyright of the manga has been settled. As for when it will be published, it is still unknown. It seemed that his wish was about to come true. Chapter 1781. Su Xiaoma left with Xia Shuiyin. The disciples of the sect of all times continued to cultivate, complete missions, and explore various secret realms. Their days were simple and boring. June Changshao wasn't idle either. He drove the eternal ship around the blue cloud system. Whenever he passed by a plane, he would go in and take a look. It wasn't to store anything, but to buy herbs. The greening of the eternal world was still ongoing. A large number of herbs were needed. At the same time, the herbs needed to refine the 6-flavor earth pill also needed to be purchased. The herbs needed for the pill recipe were too high level. It was naturally difficult to buy them in an ordinary plane. This made June Changshao very annoyed. In the meantime, he had also visited the store. However, his luck was too bad. He had used up all his uses. If this goes on, how can I trust you again? June Changshao complained. The system said, as the saying goes, sincerity is the key to success. The host lacks sincerity. June Changshao rolled his eyes. Today is the Sky Cloud Realm's 10,000 Flowers Festival. Do you want to go and take a look? Rows of Flowers said. The plane they were in was called the Sky Cloud Realm. It was an ordinary plane. However, there was a large-scale flower festival every year. The two of them came here just in time. Okay. June Changshao said, We have nothing to do anyway. The two of them walked out of the room and left the inn. They went straight to the area where the flower festival was held. The streets were decorated with lanterns and banners. It was very lively. Men and women, old and young, were all wearing bright clothes and garlands. Their faces were full of happiness. Beautiful sister. A girl selling garlands ran over. She looked up and smiled. Do you want a garland? After inheriting the colorful soul created by Hua Qianxing, Rows of Flowers had the beauty of the Soul Clan. However, she didn't lose her elegance. It was easy for children to think that she was a fairy. Yes. June Changshao said, Handsome brother, do you want one too? The girl said. This handsome brother made Gosheng very satisfied. He patted her head and smiled. Give me two. Both men and women participating in the flower festival were required to wear garlands, which symbolized happiness and good health. Since the two of them were going sightseeing, They naturally followed the customs. May fairy sister and immortal brother grow old together and never leave each other. The little girl said sweetly, "Wait a minute." At this time, a young man called out to her. He bought 2 garlands and said, "Xiao Rou, let me help you put them on." Yes. The accompanying girl lowered her head shyly. This scene was seen by Rosa Flowers. She turned around and said, "Will you help me wear it?" Forget it. I'll just fulfill her request. Lower your head. Pa. Jun Chang Xiao put the garland on Rosa Flowers' head. Fortunately, the other party's strength was not bad. If it was a girl without cultivation, her neck would have been broken on the spot. The 10,000 Flowers feast was naturally about flowers. In the central area of the city, all kinds of potted plants and flowers were gathered together, competing with each other in beauty. However, when Jun Chang Xiao came with rows of flowers, when the peerless beauty walked among them, even if she wore the simplest clothes, the flowers still lowered their heads in shame. Fairy sister. The passers-by were all amazed, and the literati frowned. They were thinking about what poem to use to describe this beauty, and finally came to the conclusion that no beautiful words could describe her. Sure enough, Jun Chang Xiao shook his head and said, "A beautiful woman is a beautiful scenery no matter where she goes." Are you praising me? The 2 of them played in the 10,000 Flowers feast for 2 hours, and then went to the nearby snack street and commercial street, like a couple going out to play. As for what they ate, what they bought, what they played, and what romantic scenes they had, they did not describe so as not to hurt the single readers. Back in the eternal world, Jun Chang Xiao said, "This is a sightseeing." Just once? How many more times do you want to go? At least travel outside for a few months, like little Amo. Come on. I am the patriarch of a sect. Yuan Gongzi happened to be in the Grand Hall, and he took the opportunity to say, "You can leave the matters of the sect to me." Bang! On the Spirit Beast Peak, Z, who had just put on his brand new school uniform, swaggered out of his room. Suddenly he heard a rumbling sound, and he quickly turned to look. He saw a person's head caved in on the wall, and his body was falling naturally. "It's Yuan Gongzi," Elder Niu said. Z could tell from the clothes, especially when he recalled that he was fined 10,000 beast cores because of Li Qingyang's breakthrough. He couldn't control his emotions and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Sizzle. Because he laughed too heartily, and because he laughed too freely, the brand new school uniform that he just wore was instantly torn. This caused Z's smile to freeze, and his expression gradually collapsed. The eternal ship continued to travel in the gray cloud system. As it was not in a hurry to head to the star spirit domain, it had no destination and no destination. Hard work paid off. When Jun Chang Xiao passed by a larger plane, he obtained information about herbs from the passers-by. Sacred medicine domain. There were herb fields everywhere. There were rare and precious natural treasures everywhere. Very good. Jun Chang Xiao's eyes were burning with passion. He ordered Shangguan Xinyao and the others to find this sacred medicine domain in the gray cloud system as soon as possible. Of course, whenever they passed by a plane, they would enter to inquire, "Young friend, are you going to the sacred medicine domain?" One day, when Jiang Yi was inquiring in a certain main city, an old man walked over. Yes, the old man's eyes had a trace of excitement, but he controlled it very well. He suppressed his voice and said, "This old man knows the way, but what?" "I don't have a flying tool to leave the plane." "I do." Jun Chang Xiao said, "You just need to lead the way." Finishing his statement, Jiang Yi placed a hand on the old man's shoulder and brought him to the sky. They flew out of the plane and fused into the eternal ship. The entire process was like riding a roller coaster. When the old man stood in the cockpit, his originally sparse white hair was already standing up. "Young friend." The old man hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Extraordinary! This person must be very powerful to be able to bring him through the plane barrier so easily." Lead the way." Jun Changshao did not want to waste time. The old man looked at the starry universe outside and tried hard to recall his youth. He pointed to the east and said, "Follow this direction." The gray cloud system was much bigger than the blue ocean system. Almost 90% of the regions had not been explored. If he had to rely on himself to find it, who knew how long it would take? Thus, Jun Changshao could only rely on him to try his luck. Whoosh! The eternal ship turned around and flew into the dark region. "Young friend." Along the way, the old man was shocked by the speed of the battleship. He said solemnly, "Although there are countless natural treasures in the sacred medicine domain, it is also very dangerous. You have to go through all kinds of tribulations just to get close." "What kind of tribulations?" "Patriarch." At this time, Shangguan Xingyao said joyfully, "We found a plane. From the information we received, it is full of vitality. Perhaps it is the sacred medicine domain." At this point, she silently pressed the deceleration button, and the eternal ship slowly came to a stop. This was because in their field of vision, a light spot surrounded by green light appeared. It was like a cloud gathering on the path. It looked a little eerie just by looking at it with the naked eye. "That's right," the old man said solemnly. "That is the sacred medicine domain." But he paused and pain appeared in his eyes. "If you want to get close, you have to pass through the 9 layers of thunderclouds surrounding the domain." Boom! Boom! At this time, dozens of thick lightning bolts shot out from the rolling clouds in front of them. Not only did they disperse the darkness, but they also left extremely obvious scorch marks in the void. The old man took 2 steps back in shock. From the undisguised fear in his eyes, it could be guessed that he had experienced it before, and it had formed a psychological shadow. That's it. Jun Changshao showed disdain on his face. Reader, that's it. Chapter 1782. If it was any other danger, Jun Changshao might have paid attention to it. However, the thunderclouds were the only thing blocking the way, so he didn't care about it at all. Not to mention that he had a lightning rod. Li Qingyang, who had fused with the 5 lightning body, could easily deal with it. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. It's not challenging at all. The old man's expression was interesting. "Young friend, the 9 thunderclouds are nurtured by the universe. The lightning power brewing in it will be stronger when it's stronger. We fly over." Jun Changshao interrupted the old man. Whoosh! Eternal restarted, but it wasn't too fast. "Young friend." The old man's eyes were even more frightened than before. It could be seen that the 9 thunderclouds brought him an indelible memory of pleasure. Boom! Boom! Lightning flashed in the clouds as if they had a premonition that something was approaching. The power was getting stronger each time. "Young friend, don't be rash," the old man advised, but soon his eyes widened. This was because a man with a sword on his back appeared out of thin air at the bow of the ship outside the cockpit. Someone actually dared to pose in such a harsh environment. Wasn't he afraid of being struck by lightning? Boom! Boom! Suddenly, dozens of lightning bolts flew out from the clouds. Their target was very clear. They were heading straight for the man with dashing eyebrows and starry eyes. "It's over, it's over." The old man howled in his heart. If they just flew over with the warship, there might be a possibility of getting through. But now they were completely locked on. Clang! At this moment, the valiant man standing at the bow of the ship drew his sword and pointed it at the lightning bolts. The old man no longer cared about his demeanor or anything else. His expression collapsed as he roared, "Using the sword to attract lightning, you'll die faster!" Boom! Boom! In an instant, lightning flashed in his vision. It was dazzling. The old man's scalp exploded. He held in his heart, "I shouldn't have followed them." However, the radiance dispersed and everything returned to normal. However, he discovered that he was safe and sound. The entire warship didn't even shake. It was so calm that it made his hair stand on end. The old man hurriedly looked outside and saw that the valiant man still had his back to him and was still holding his sword. Other than the dazzling light around his body, he was completely unharmed. Boom! Boom! At this moment, countless bolts of lightning struck down. Even though the old man's heart was trembling, he still managed to stabilize his body. Widening his eyes, he gradually saw the lightning coming into contact with the tip of the sword, disappearing. Monster. This was a monster. As expected, Jun Changshao sat on the captain's seat and hooked 2 fingers around the goblet. He said, "This kind of thunder element can hardly hurt Qingyang. Patriarch, the tea is here. I want to drink water." "All right." Boom! Boom! In the outside world, lightning crazily spat out. Eternal continued to move forward. Li Qingyang, who was standing on the bow, turned into a human lightning rod. He attracted and absorbed the lightning. His entire body became brighter and brighter, more and more like a light bulb. These bolts of lightning wouldn't harm him. Instead, they would turn into energy, making him feel better and better. It was so comfortable that he even wanted to stretch his back. The 9-layered thundercloud layer was nurtured by the universe. The 5 lightning spirits were also nurtured by the universe. In terms of level, the former could barely hold a candle to the latter. Ding! Side mission activated. A mission came. Jun Changshao opened the mission panel. It wrote, "Subdue the 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the thundercloud layer 0/1 incomplete." 9-horned thundercloud dragon? Roar! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the depths of the thundercloud. Could this be? The old man was shocked. The 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the 9-layered thundercloud layer. Roar! Another roar came, shaking the thundercloud and the universe. Whoosh, whoosh! Gradually, a dragon beast with 9 horns and lightning coiled around it appeared in the clouds. When its entire body was revealed, it was like a towering mountain that was blocking the road. Li Qingyang was as small as a fingernail compared to it. Green sun. Jun Changshao said, "Take down this worm." Worm. The old man's mouth twitched. Whoosh! In the outside world, Li Qingyang received the order and rushed over with his blood boiling. Resisting the lightning was boring. Now that a powerful giant dragon had appeared, it was a good chance to test his strength. Buzz! The heavenly slaughter lightning rune seemed to have sensed its master's excitement. The blade shone brighter than the lightning. Roar! Seeing the reckless human rushing over, the 9-horned thundercloud dragon roared at him, and violent lightning energy surged. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Buzz, buzz, buzz! The electric arcs were vibrating crazily, and even space was distorted. It wasn't that this kind of special effect had never happened before, but it mostly happened when Jun Changshao was fighting against a strong enemy. Now that it had appeared out of nowhere, it was definitely because the manga had been changed so quickly that the scene had been forcefully upgraded. Whoosh! Li Qingyang turned into a bolt of lightning and leaped out of the distorted space. The exclusive divine weapon in his hand emitted a dazzling light. "I am the second disciple of the sect of all times, Li Qingyang. Please enlighten me." In the cockpit, the old man's eyes were still wide open because he was watching the disciple who called himself Li Qingyang fight with the 9-horned thundercloud dragon. No, he was bullying it and ravaging it. Boom! Boom! Ayo! The 9-horned thundercloud dragon fled frantically with its tail between its legs. Its voice had lost all of its dignity. As the accompanying dragon beast of the 9-layered thundercloud layer, its battle prowess was extremely strong. Ordinary half-step, heavenly secrets, realm experts were nothing in front of it. And now, the situation was different now. It was of the lightning type, and Li Qingyang was also of the lightning type. It was the accompanying beast of the 9-layered thundercloud layer, and Li Qingyang had inherited the 5 lightning spirits of the universe. I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack, I hack. I suck, I suck, I suck, I suck. That was the battle process. Although it was huge, it was truly boring. especially because of the huge gap in their levels. The nine-horned thundercloud dragon couldn't beat Li Qingyang at all. In fact, the lightning it shot out was absorbed by the other party, and it consumed a lot of energy. It wasn't a big problem. If it couldn't win, it could escape. Whoosh! The nine-horned thundercloud dragon ran quickly, but Li Qingyang was even faster. He rushed over and landed on the dragon's head. He grabbed the thickest dragon horn with both hands and threw it to the side. One could only see the huge dragon spinning in the air. Oh my God! The old man's eyeballs were about to pop out. Boom! Boom! Li Qingyang seemed to have turned into a Hercules with unparalleled strength. He held the dragon horn and threw it in the air, making the nine-horned thundercloud dragon dizzy. It fell and fell, and fell into the Tianyuan prison pagoda. Ka ka ka! Thick chains wrapped around the dragon's body. The poor nine-horned thundercloud dragon's body was not only compressed, but it was also completely tied to the hard and cold stone pillar. Damn human! It roared, "Let go of me!" Boom! Boom! Lightning erupted from its body and bombarded the space barrier, causing the Tianyuan prison pagoda to be on the verge of collapse. Master! Arya was shocked. This guy is too violent. Don't worry, don't worry. Jun Changshao walked over calmly and inserted the lightning rod into the ground. This is a ready-made power bank. Whoosh! Whoosh! The lightning that burst out from the nine-horned thundercloud dragon's body was instantly attracted and rushed into the lightning rod. It was then converted into energy, and the LED screen showed that it was charging. Arya. Before leaving, Jun Changshao reminded her, think of a way to keep it spewing lightning. Chapter 1783. When Li Qingyang beat up the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, Jun Changshao kept it in the Tianyuan prison pagoda. The side mission was completed. He didn't get any special items as a reward. Only 1,000 reputation points. Not much. But Jun Changshao was very satisfied. After all, it was a freebie. As for the nine-horned thundercloud dragon, which could be charged for 5 minutes, its value was even higher. At present, not only could it be used to charge the lightning rod, but he could also leave it at the foot of the Sect of all times as a guardian beast. Perhaps because he was too handsome, Jun Changshao cared a lot about the appearance of demonic beasts. If they were ugly, he could throw them into the myriad demon valley. If they looked mighty, even if they were useless, they could be placed in the Sect. Besides, the nine-horned thundercloud dragon wasn't weak, and it was an extremely precious lightning-type dragon beast. Wonderful. Sitting in the cockpit, Jun Changshao swirled the water in his goblet, fully proving that he was simple and unadorned. The old man was silent. To be precise, he was still in shock. The nine-horned thundercloud dragon was an extremely rare lightning-type dragon, but it was easily defeated by this guy's disciple. What a ruthless person! What other dangers are there? Jun Changshao asked. There are extremely powerful medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm. The danger level is not lower than the 9-layered thundercloud layer. Medicinal beasts. Jun Changshao was puzzled. The sacred medicine realm is filled with precious treasures. They release medicinal auras all year round. Some of them gather to form various miasma, while some gather to form medicinal beasts. The old man said solemnly, I see. Demonic beasts were very common, but this was the first time he heard of medicinal beasts. Hence, Jun Changshao couldn't help but sigh. The world is so big, nothing is too strange. Swish! Eternal flew through the thunderclouds. With Li Qingyang as the lightning rod, it traveled smoothly to the vicinity of the sacred medicine realm. The initial light spot had already turned into a huge sphere. Although they hadn't entered, they could already smell the rich medicinal fragrance. There was even a green light that represented vitality lingering on the surface. Go in. Swish! Eternal tore through the space barrier and descended upon the sacred medicine realm like a king. "I'll go." The disciples stood in front of the window and looked at the colorful world outside. Their mouths gradually fell open. The sacred medicine realm. This was a plain filled with medicinal herbs and natural treasures. Even the air had a green aura visible to the naked eye. That was not an attribute, but the medicinal aura that the old man had mentioned. Boom! Eternal gently landed on a flat ground. After the cabin door opened, Jun Changshao walked out. Smelling the refreshing medicinal fragrance, he immediately felt refreshed. The system said this kind of medicinal fragrance is not harmful to the host, but because it is too strong, normal martial artists would not be able to withstand it. So, Jun Changshao released his spiritual senses and covered half of the sacred medicine realm. He said, "There are no living creatures living here." It wasn't that there weren't any living beings living there, but that it wasn't suitable for living there. The more powerful a plane was, the stricter the requirements for living beings. If they couldn't adapt, they would only be destroyed. The sacred medicine realm was not a high-level plane, but because of its special environment and all kinds of high-level natural treasures, it could only be used as a treasure trove and not as a home. In addition, there were thunderclouds that had existed outside for a long time. It was difficult for stronger martial artists to barge in, so it was more like a primitive plane that had not been explored. Cough, cough! Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the others also walked out of the battleship. The fragrance in the air was too pungent. It even had the possibility of seeping into their bodies and damaging their meridians. Fortunately, they had already entered the peak of the truth-seeking realm. They could easily expel it by circulating their mental cultivation method. It would not cause any harm to their bodies for a short period of time. Patriarch Hiwudi said solemnly, "We can't stay here for long." This kind of environment mixed with countless medicinal auras was very unfriendly to truth-seeking realm martial artists. "Collect the herbs you need and leave this place." Jun Changshao gave each of them a pictorial handbook and said, "Search according to the herbs on it. Dig them all out, whether they are seedlings or adults." In an uninhabited plane, the natural treasures were ownerless. Since he had barged in with his strength, of course, he would take as much as he could. He didn't have to worry about being criticized by little Dodo. To put it bluntly, "I came in with my own strength. I can take whatever I want. Are you envious? You can come too. Let's go." Swish, swish, swish. Under Sun Bukong's lead, the members of the medicine hall flew in all directions. Not only did they have to collect the herbs for refining the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill, but they also had to collect other things. Firstly, they had to refine medicine, and secondly, they had to plant trees. The 8 hall masters of the medicine hall were not idle either. Since they had come to a world where medicinal herbs were the most important, they had to collect more precious herbs for refining pills. It could be said that the sacred medicine realm was an open-air treasure trove. Whether or not they could find what each hall needed depended on themselves. Roar! However, not long after everyone started moving, an angry roar came from the dense forest in the distance. A huge butterfly flew out. There were all kinds of herbs growing on its wings, and its body was filled with gorgeous light. Is this a medicinal beast? Jun Changshao narrowed his eyes and looked at the wings. After confirming one thing, he said happily, "Rippling water, flower blooming." There were many herbs on the huge butterfly's wings. Among them, there were 2 herbs needed to refine the 6-flavor Earth Essence pill. This was not a beast. This was a medicinal herb warehouse that could fly. "Take it down!" Swish, swish. Li Qingyang and the others flew over. Patriarch Jun Changshao returned and found that his daughter was actually living in a doghouse. With an order, 100,000 retired disciples rushed over and built another doghouse for him. Puchi, Puchi. The huge butterfly realized that something was wrong and flapped its wings with all its might. The wind was accompanied by pollen that could be seen with the naked eye. It's poisonous. Take the antidote and wear the gas mask. The disciples calmly took out the antidote refined by Miao Saifeng, put on the gas mask, and continued to rush forward. Don't ask where the gas mask came from. If you ask, it's from the dog. The huge butterfly was the same as the 9-horned thundercloud dragon. It relied on its special ability to survive. However, once it couldn't deal any damage to the target, the final result would be boom, boom. Yi Xingqian rode on the red hare and spun the heavenly halberd 360 degrees. After a round of sweeping, all sorts of herbs were scattered on the ground. Unfortunately, Uncle Det only collected the equipment and not the herbs. Otherwise, he would have received the ingot immediately. Awoo! The huge butterfly crouched on the ground and showed a human-like pain in its eyes. Boom! At this moment, the pagoda of purgatory descended from the sky and hit it first. It was quickly absorbed into the pagoda and then turned into a mini form and landed in Jun Changxiao's palm. Go Leftover smiled and said, I hope your wings can always nurture heavenly treasures. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the medicinal beasts in the various regions of the sacred medicine world were alarmed by the Sect of all time's disciples' search for herbs. There were tree beasts, flower beasts, and insect beasts. Although they had all kinds of strange forms, they had one thing in common. They lived in places with medicinal aura all year round and had many precious herbs on them. Disciples, listen up. Jun Changxiao stood on the mountain peak and said, Take them all down. Yes, the disciples shouted in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the heavens and the earth, even overshadowing the roars of the medicinal beasts. Even the space was shaken to the point of trembling. As the only spectator, the old guide stood in front of Eternal and watched as the medicinal beasts that were so powerful that they made his heart tremble were captured. His expression became more and more interesting. Finally, he broke down and said, What kind of people have I brought? Chapter 1784. Outside the sacred medicine realm, a good-looking battleship slowly sailed over. Young master. In the cockpit, an old man who looked like a butler smiled and said, With Senior Shang accompanying us this time, we will definitely gain a lot. Of course. The young man sitting on the captain's chair smiled. His name was Chun Jinqiao. He was the young master of the Chun clan from the Ashen Cloud dimension. The Chun clan operated many businesses, and one of them was related to medicinal herbs. Hence, he had sailed this luxurious battleship to the sacred medicine realm to obtain the medicinal herbs he needed. He had been here many times before. Although he had gained something, he had been tortured by the thunder clouds and medicinal beasts. In the end, the gains did not make up for the losses. It was different this time, because he had hired a powerful cultivator. Don't worry, young Master Chin. A burly middle-aged man standing at the side said, With me accompanying you, you can take whatever treasures you want in the sacred medicine realm. He was the powerful cultivator he had hired. His name was Shang Zhongho. Although he looked calm, there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. The aura he exuded was dense. It was obvious that his strength was extraordinary. Then I will rely on Senior Shang, Chun Jinqiao said. Young master, the butler shouted, we are almost at the 9 thunderclouds. Chun Jinqiao looked up and saw the thunderclouds drifting in the universe. Anger appeared between his brows. Every time he went to the sacred medicine realm, he would inevitably have to pass through it. His subordinates and battleships would either die tragically or be directly destroyed. The losses it brought were immeasurable. Young Master Chin, please open the cabin, Shang Zhongho said. I will go and meet the thunderclouds. Senior Shang, please be careful. Chun Jinqiao ordered his subordinates to open the cabin. Swish! Shang Zhongho flew out from the cabin and stood on the bow of the ship. His hands were behind his back and his chest was puffed out. His aura was quite strong. Boom! Boom! The battleship sailed in and lightning burst out. Swish! Shang Zhongho raised his right hand and used his finger to block the lightning. instantly breaking it. Impressive! Chen Jinxiao and the butler clapped and praised. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning burst out crazily. Shang Zhongho broke it with his finger. The whole process was simple and calm, fully displaying the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Chun Jinxiao smiled, as expected of a powerful cultivator who had spent a lot of money. With his protection, the medicinal herbs in the sacred medicine realm could be obtained, and those medicinal beasts, as long as he caught a few of them and brought them back to the clan, they would be able to produce unique, natural treasures every once in a while. Young master, just as he was immersed in his wonderful fantasy, the butler said, "We've passed through the thunderclouds." At this moment, Shang Zhongho had already returned. He shook his head and said, "I've heard that there's a 9-horned thundercloud dragon in the 9-fold thundercloud layer. Why haven't I seen it? I've come to the sacred medicine realm more than 100 times, but I've only seen it once and I almost lost my life there. That's why such a life-bound beast is hard to come by," said Qin Jinxiao. Thinking back to the time when he encountered the 9-horned thundercloud beast, if it wasn't for his subordinates risking their lives to protect him, he would probably be dead by now. Senior Shang, Chen Jinxiao said with a serious expression, "Although we have safely passed through the thunderclouds, the medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm are extremely powerful. You must be serious after entering, especially that rainbow butterfly beast. When it flaps its wings, it produces an extremely strong poison. As long as it comes into contact with the skin, it will rapidly rot and even spread throughout the body. It's all right," Shang Zhongho said. "I am already immune to poison. There's also a bug beast with eyes all over its body. Don't make eye contact with it, or you will be easily controlled. It's all right," Shang Zhongho said calmly. This person's tone was filled with pride, but it didn't make one feel that he was being pretentious. That was because he could withstand the lightning, so easily proved that he was truly capable. "If there are great gains this time, I will definitely give Senior Shang another generous gift," said Qin Jinxiao with cupped fists. Swish! The battleship cut through the void and merged into the sacred medicine realm. Because he had been here too many times, Chen Jinxiao was not in the mood to admire the scenery. After landing, he immediately ordered his subordinates to leave as quickly as possible. Boom! Boom! At that moment, an explosion came from afar. "What's going on?" Chen Jinxiao looked over in shock and saw the huge bug beast with many eyes and many medicinal herbs lying on the ground. Its eyes were filled with depression, and it was crying nonstop. "Senior brother!" Li Fei jumped on him and shouted, "I defeated this guy." The medicinal beast he dealt with was called the 100-eyed soul enchanting bug. Anyone who made eye contact with its eyes would be eroded by some kind of power and become a puppet under its control. Xiao Ziji and the others were caught off guard. Although they relied on their powerful mental cultivation method to stabilize their minds, they were all sitting cross-legged on the ground. However, only Li Fei was not disturbed. "You look at me? All right, I'll look at you too." One man and one bug looked at each other. In the end, the more the 100-eyed soul enchanting bug looked at him, the more upset it felt. It even had the mentality of, "I'm so ugly, why should I live in this world?" He could control living beings with his eyes. Li Fei could control emotions with his eyes, causing the target to have a strong sense of disgust. This was the body of depression. This kind of physique could not be used in actual combat, but it often had a miraculous effect on beasts with low intelligence, such as the white-eyed soul enchanting bug in front of him. Swish! Li Fei took out a rope and tied up this large caterpillar like a dumpling. Then he dragged it step by step to the area where Eternal Ship was. Chen Jinxiao saw the whole process, and his expression was completely dull. He did not expect that there would be people in the sacred medicine realm, and he did not expect the 100-eyed soul enchanting bug to be captured. Patriarch! At this time a shout came from the sky. All the medicinal beasts in the east have been caught. Swish, swish, Diablo flew over one by one. They were either carrying medicinal beasts on their shoulders or hanging them with ropes. They were all transported over one by one. "Young master!" The butler's voice sounded in his ears. "Look at your feet!" Qin Jinqiao lowered his head and realized that the area where he landed all year round had no medicinal herbs, no plants, and only bare soil. From the messy scene, it was obvious that they had all been taken away. Whoosh! At this time, the sky suddenly darkened. Qin Jinqiao and the butler looked up and saw a huge demon beast covered in thorns, slowly flying over with a piece of land on its head. That's right. It was a large piece of land with many heaven and earth treasures planted on it. "Master," Page shouted, "I found another medicinal field suitable for transplanting." The corner of Qin Jinqiao's mouth twitched, and he held in his heart, "Are they moving?" Only the tip of the iceberg. From afar, every corner of the sacred medicine world was bare and dented. Heaven and earth treasures, medicinal herbs, seedlings, and even the special soil used for planting had all been dug away. 360 medicinal beasts, 120 medicinal fields, 2,600,000 medicinal sprouts, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures. Young Master Yuan sat on the table in front of the eternal ship and took notes while muttering. Where was Gosheng? He was lying on a rocking chair in the distance, wearing dazzling sunglasses and enjoying the sunlight. At the same time, he did not forget to say, "Babies, time is money. Don't waste a minute and a second." Yes, all of the disciples worked even harder. That's right. The sect of all times was moving everything that could be used in the sacred medicine world to the eternal world. Stop! At this time, a loud voice resounded through the sky. Jun Changshao pulled down his dazzling sunglasses with his fingers and looked at the middle-aged man standing in the sky. The disciples of the sect of all times who were busy killing medicinal beasts and collecting medicinal herbs and seedlings all stopped and looked over from all directions. Everyone, Shang Zhongho, who was floating in the sky, said calmly, "Put down what you shouldn't have." "Why?" "Because I booked the whole place." Pfft, Gosheng laughed out loud. The higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times shook their heads and continued to busy themselves. Shang Zhongho's face darkened. Clap, clap, clap. At this time, Chen Jinqiao clapped his hands and walked over, saying, "This is the first time I've seen someone who dares to look down on Aurora Lingxia." "Who are you?" Jun Changshao asked. "Heaven Crossing Realm. Chen family's direct descendant." When Chen Jinqiao introduced himself, his arrogance was even stronger than Shang Zhongho's. "Oh!" Jun Changshao got up from the reclining chair and put it on his shoulder. He had a weed in his mouth, and his shoulder and right leg shook frequently. He said, "What do you want?" He looked no different from a street gangster. "It's very simple." Shang Zhongho landed and said calmly, "Take your people and get out of the sacred medicine realm. Don't be in such a hurry." Jun Changshao said, "Once we're done, we'll leave immediately." After he finished speaking, he turned around and clapped his hands. "Darlings, someone is urging you to hurry up. Hurry up." Whoosh! A stream of light suddenly attacked. The weed in Jun Changshao's mouth was directly cut off. Shang Zhongho retracted his finger and said coldly, "Don't like to waste time." Bah! Jun Changshao spat out the weed in his mouth, turned his face, took off his sunglasses, and said with a cold gaze, "You want to fight?" Chapter 1785. Jun Changshao, who came to the sacred medicine realm, only wanted to take what he needed. Therefore, he ordered his disciples to get busy. However, he needed too many things, such as herbs, seedlings, beasts, and fields. If he wanted to take all of them, he would have to empty the entire sacred medicine realm. Shang Zhongho was unhappy. He finally got a big order to help the Qin family's young master obtain all kinds of resources. However, he encountered a group of people who looked like bandits. He had to stop them. To put it bluntly, if Jun Changshao only took a few things, he could pretend that he didn't see anything. However, if he took the land and prevented the employer from making profits, he definitely couldn't accept it. Therefore, Shang Zhongho made a move. A beam of light flew out and cut off the weed in Jun Changshao's mouth. This was a warning to the other party. If he didn't cooperate, his head would be broken next. If it was someone else, they would definitely be shocked by the superb beam of light just now. They might even be scared and run away. However, the person involved was Jun Changshao. Who was he? A protagonist who was suspected to have bad morals and was also suspected to be a eunuch. There was no smoke without fire. Since he was labeled as such, it meant that there was definitely something wrong with this person. Usually, he would go to extremes because of his perverted and twisted mentality. Provoke him? Wasn't that just courting death? In the early stage, Jun Changshao was courting death in all kinds of ways. In the later stage, Jun Changshao was courting death in the eyes of the readers. Humph! The butler walked over and said coldly, "Senior Shang is already very kind. Hurry up and get lost." "Who are you?" Jun Changshao looked over with a gloomy face. "Chen family. Butler of Internal Affairs." Bam! Bam! As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Changshao suddenly appeared in front of him. He picked up the recliner and smashed it. He scolded while smashing. "What's a butler like you doing?" "Impudent." Shang Zhongho's eyes turned cold. Several beams of light shot out. Jun Changshao turned around and placed the recliner in front of him. Bam! 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 The powerful beams of light blasted on the recliner and forced him to take a few steps back. After stabilizing his body, he grinned and said, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have some ability." Shang Zhongho was stunned. This seemingly ordinary recliner could actually withstand his Aurora finger. Could it be a supreme treasure? In fact, the reclining chair was very ordinary. Hall Master Fan had made it for the patriarch when he had nothing better to do. The reason why Jun Changshao was able to withstand such a powerful force was because he had used his true spirit energy to support it. With his current strength, even a brick could be used as a weapon. Especially at the edges, it could even cause several times the damage. "Brat, hitting me is the same as hitting the Chen family. You're finished." The butler, whose head was covered in blood, staggered back and roared. Chun Jinxiao frowned, displeasure appearing on his face. "I've already announced my name, but this guy actually dares to make the first move. He really doesn't put my Qin clan in his eyes." "Senior Shang," Chen Jinxiao said, "I'll leave these people to you." He did not like to waste time either. After all, the medicinal qi of the sacred medicine realm was too strong. He would have to pay the price if he stayed for even a minute longer. He had to quickly obtain the medicinal ingredients he needed and leave this place. "Young Master Qin, you can go pick the herbs in peace," Shang Zhongho said. "I will deal with them." Jun Changshao was speechless. So, they were also here to pick herbs. "I'll pick mine and you'll pick yours. Isn't it good for everyone to live in peace? Why must you chase them away and monopolize the sacred land of medicinal ingredients? Is there any meaning in that?" "Bah." The system said, "Is that considered digging? You're almost taking the sacred medicine realm away. I'm taking it based on my ability. Is there anything wrong with that?" The system was speechless. Don't blame Jun Changshao for going overboard with his words. In truth, if anyone had an independent plane, they would have the thought of taking the sacred medicine realm away. For example, Chun Jinxiao. Every time he came to the sacred medicine realm, he would return with a bountiful harvest. He even regretted that his battleship's capacity was too small. Hence, this time he invited an elite and specially drove a high-level battleship over. He wanted to take as much as he could. If he could fit a plane, that would be the best. Since there were natural treasures in a plane that was not suitable for living beings to live in, naturally, those with the ability would take more, and those who were not would take less. this was still considered good. Even if something had an owner, as long as it was targeted, people would use all means to snatch it. Kid. Shang Zhongho raised his finger, and light gradually gathered. He said, I'll count to 3. Hurry up and get out of the sacred medicine realm. Otherwise, sigh. Jun Changshao sighed. He slowly raised his hand. Shang Zhongho said, a wise man submits to circumstances. You can still be saved. Don't misunderstand. Jun Changshao raised his hand and said, I'm not surrendering. He waved his hands and said, come over, all of you come over. Boom, boom. The disciples of the sect of all times gathered in the sacred medicine realm either put down the medicinal beasts on their backs or the medicinal herbs in their hands and flew over at their fastest speed. Then they gathered near the eternal ship and surrounded Shang Zhongho, Qin Jinqiao, and the others. What? You want to outnumber me? Shang Zhongho was disdainful. Ha ha ha. The butler laughed loudly and said, Senior Shang is famous in the heaven crossing world for being good at outnumbering many. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals are not enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Shang Zhongho's face was filled with pride. What the butler said was the truth. It was precisely because of this that Qin Jinqiao hired him. After all, there were too many medicinal beasts in the sacred medicine realm. They needed this kind of powerhouse. Since that's the case, Jun Changshao said, then I'll give you respect. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands continuously. With each beat, tens of thousands of people would appear out of thin air. In the end, 100,000 disciples, tens of thousands of mechas, elders, protectors, and hall masters were all present. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An explosive aura spread and enveloped the sacred medicine realm. The smiles on Qin Jinqiao and the butlers' faces completely froze. Especially when they felt the explosive realm energy waves, their scalps went numb. Swish! At this moment, Jun Changshao sat on the chair prepared by Xiao Ziji. He clasped his hands together and rested his chin on them. He smiled and said, Are you challenging my sect alone? Or will my sect challenge you to a duel? The corner of Shang Zhongho's mouth twitched. If there were only 100,000 disciples, he might not care about them. However, there were many higher-ups and even core disciples among them. All of them were glaring at him, making him feel as if he had fallen into a tiger's den. Not talking. Jun Chang smiled and said, Then you can challenge my sect alone. Go. Whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the densely packed heaven-crossing palm prints pressed down. The number was already indescribable. The scene of them fighting with numbers was also indescribable. The sect of all times' battle prowess was simply too strong. However, Shang Zhongho was also experienced in the battlefield. Facing the palm prints pressing down, he did not panic and spread out his 10 fingers. The power of Aurora gathered and instantly shot out dozens of finger lights. How can the light of a firefly compete with the brilliance of the moon? Jun Changshao said indifferently. Ryu, Sinan, Gongsun Ho, and the other higher-ups raised their right hands one after another. Colorful beams of light shot out. This was the 7 profound light break. Swish, swish. Streams of colorful light pierced through the heaven-crossing palm prints and blasted over at extremely tricky angles. Shang Zhongho's Aurora finger condensed energy to form a small beam of light. The sect of all times 7 profound light break was also a condensed beam of light. However, not only was it stronger, it was also thicker and more powerful than the former. Not good. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. All kinds of light beams bombarded, all kinds of palm prints suppressed. Qin Jinqiao, the butler, and the others were so shocked that they fled towards the warship. Occasionally, they would look back and see more than 100,000 people suspended in mid-air, condensing all kinds of power to bombard an area. If Shang Zhongho was compared to a special forces soldier with an AK-47 47, he was currently surrounded by 100,000 soldiers. What was worse was that they were using machine guns, heavy machine guns, and rocket launchers to bombard him. Just imagine. Who could stand it? Therefore, when Jun Changshao raised his hand, when the Sect of All Time's disciples stopped firing and retracted their guns, the arrogant Aurora Lingxiao was sunken into a deep pit. His entire body was charred black, and his mouth was crooked and his eyes were slanted as he foamed at the mouth. Jun Changshao shook his head and looked at the terrified Chen Jinxiao, the butler, and the others in the distance. He said disappointedly, "Is this what you mean by few fighting against many? Big brother, you have too many, too many." Chapter 1786. The Aurora spirit hero was not weak. He was considered one of the top half-step divination realms. In the crossing heaven world, he often fought with others and was especially good at fighting with fewer people. It was rumored that he fought against more than 100,000 beasts alone. It was because of this that Chen Jinxiao spent a lot of money to hire him, hoping to protect his safety in the sacred medicine world. It could be seen that Shang Zhongho was the real deal from the 9-layered thundercloud layer. However, an expert who was best at fighting with fewer people just had to meet the Sect of All Times, who was good at fighting with more people. In the end, he was beaten until he fainted. 2 fists could not fight against 4 hands, not to mention their countless hands. The most fatal thing was that the Sect of All Times was very strong as a whole. Although only Jun Changshao and Li Qingyang were half-step divination realms, peak truth-seeking realms like Ryu Sinan and Gongsun, who had been cultivating in their sects all year round. Their combat power might not be inferior to half-step divination realms. If Shang Zhongho fought one-on-one, he might have a chance. However, if he was surrounded by the Sect of All Times, he would definitely be beaten up. "Come here, come here." Jun Changshao waved at Chen Jinxiao. It could be seen that the other party was a young master of an aristocratic family. The guy who was killed was probably a helper he had invited. Chen Jinxiao's legs trembled, especially when he thought of that group of people who were like demons, gathering power in the sky and bombarding crazily. Cold sweat broke out on his spine. "Come." Whoosh, whoosh. Powerful true spirit energy turned into a huge hand and pulled Chen Jinxiao over. "I'm here to dig for materials." Jun Changshao pressed his forehead against his head and said eerily, "Do you have a problem with that?" This expression and voice almost scared Chen Jinxiao out of his wits. He tried to control his emotions and said with a trembling voice, "No, no problem, kid." The butler shouted, "You dare to hurt young master. The Chen family will not let you off." Chen Jinxiao almost cursed out loud. "Can't you see that I'm being held hostage?" This guy actually dared to say such harsh words. If he angered the other party, he would be the one who would die, not him. "Huh." Jun Changshao said, "You keep mentioning the Qin clan. Is this clan very strong?" The Qin family was not strong. They were just a family that ran various businesses. It was because of this that they had many connections in the crossing heaven world. "Friend, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. There's no deep hatred between us. Why don't we turn weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk?" Qin Jinxiao said. "That makes sense." Jun Changshao pondered for a moment and said, "Take out the jade silk and I'll let you go." Jade silk. It generally referred to wealth. To put it bluntly, it was spending money to avoid disaster. In this aspect, Jun Changshao was quite familiar with it. Furthermore, he had never killed anyone after paying them. He was truly a trustworthy veteran. "Take it." "I'll take it." Chen Jinxiao understood what he meant. He hurriedly took out his spatial ring and said, "There are 1,000,000 high-grade heaven crossing stones here." The hired helper was lying on the ground twitching. Whether or not he could survive depended on the amount of jade and silk. Heaven crossing stones? Jun Changshao took it and infused his spiritual thoughts into it. He found that there were many crystal clear spirit stones inside. The attributes of heaven and earth were not inferior to the first-class spirit stones in the eternal world. Since it can produce spirit stones of this level, the crossing heaven world mentioned just now is probably not weaker than the former Xianyuan world. Thinking of this, Jun Changshao asked, "What level is the crossing heaven world?" "One first class." Sure enough, the strength of spirit stones determined the level of a plane. Jun Changshao was not surprised. Instead, he was full of expectations. Since leaving the upper world, he had not been to a first-class plane. He could go and see it. "Where is the crossing heaven world?" Jun Changshao immediately denied. "Forget it. Show me the way later." He let go of his hand and said, "Babies, let's get to work." Yes, the disciples continued to work. One by one, the medicinal beasts were subdued. One by one, the medicinal fields were mined. One by one, the treasures of heaven and earth were dug out. Chen Jinqiao and the steward squatted on the ground with their hands on their heads. They used their spiritual thoughts to spy on the potholes nearby. They all thought to themselves, "They're a group of robbers." Half a month later, the originally lush sacred medicine world became barren. Except for a few young medicinal herbs that survived, the rest of the treasures of heaven and earth were all taken into the eternal world. Of course, Jun Changshao did not dig out all of them. Before leaving, he ordered the disciples to bury some of the medicinal herbs' seeds in the soil. Although almost 80% of the treasures of heaven and earth had disappeared, there was still a large amount of medicinal energy in the sacred medicine world. Over time, the seeds would grow again. As for whether it would be as prosperous as before, it was hard to say. Sai, destroying the world tirelessly, just as Little Du was crazily condemning Goshen's unscrupulous behavior. A few battleships slowly flew in after the eternal ship left. There were obvious traces of lightning bombardment on the hull. It was obvious that they were not struck by lightning when they came in. Ka! The cabin door slowly opened. A group of martial artists walked out. There were adult men and women, young children, and the old, weak, sick, and disabled. They looked like refugees. "Patriarch!" Someone shouted excitedly, "This place is suitable for living." The patriarch said, "From today onwards, our clan will settle down here." Yes, everyone got busy. In a short period of time, they built a small city for living. Then, they continued to expand to other barren areas. As Jun Changshao had plucked a large amount of heaven and earth treasures, the medicinal energy inside had decreased significantly. It was suitable for living beings to live in. Coincidentally, there were fleeing battleships that flew in. Hence, they settled down here naturally. In the future, it would gradually grow and even reach its peak. It would become one of the planes that could not be ignored in the gray cloud system. In conclusion, Jun Changshao had done another good deed. Because of today's plundering, he would even create a powerful plane in the future. This was a story for later. It would not be mentioned in the future. Thank you, little friend. The old man who led the way previously landed on the residential plane and cupped his hands in gratitude. He had brought Jun Changshao to the sacred medicine world in hopes of obtaining a certain medicinal herb. Now that he had gotten what he wanted, he naturally had to get off the ship. "You are welcome," Jun Changshao said. After that, he turned and returned to the eternal ship. "Little friend." The old man called out to him with a solemn expression. The heaven crossing world is one of the top planes in the gray cloud system. You must be careful. He did not know about the Qin family, but he knew that people from the heaven crossing world were not to be trifled with. Now that Jun Changshao had kidnapped a young master and was taking the initiative to go to the heaven crossing world, such behavior was no different from walking into a trap. "Okay." Jun Changshao responded and returned to the eternal ship. Whoosh! The battleship flew out of the space barrier and merged into the endless universe. Under Qin Jinqiao's guidance, it headed toward the first-class heaven-crossing world. It was quite far. It took half a month to reach it. So big. When it was about to merge into the space barrier, the disciples of the sect of all times stood in front of the window and looked at the plane that seemed to be shrouded in holy light. Their eyes were filled with surprise. In fact, the eternal world was not small, but they had never seen it as a whole. Whoosh! After passing through the space barrier, the eternal ship docked in an empty space in the heaven-crossing world. Jun Changshao walked out and felt the heaven and earth attributes that greeted him. He sighed from the bottom of his heart, as expected of a first-class plane. Father, at this time, Qin Jinxiao rushed out of the eternal ship and took out something that looked like a jade slip. He cried out in tears, "Come and save me." Jun Changshao was speechless. He had been eating and drinking well and taking care of him all the way. Did he have to get off the ship and ask for help? Chapter 1787. Jun Changshao was very professional. After taking Qin Jinxiao's money, he naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. He even took good care of him along the way. And the result? That guy ran out and screamed for help. If he didn't explain it clearly, others would think that he was abusing him. Kid. The housekeeper also ran out of Eternal and said angrily, "You're dead today." On the way, he was like a coward. Now that he was in his own territory, he could finally be unbridled. He believed that the family would come immediately if the young master asked for help. Jun Changshao shook his head. The Chun family's young master and housekeeper were a little anxious. If he really wanted to kill them, he could easily kill them now. Whoosh! All of a sudden, powerful auras gushed over from afar as several experts flew over, hovering above the eternal ship in the blink of an eye. Second uncle, Qin Jinxiao saw this and cried, "Save me!" There were a total of 4 experts in the air. The leader was a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes. His hair was white, but his eyes were as sharp as swords. "You're here already?" Jun Changshao was a little surprised. From the time he asked for help until now, it had been at most a minute. Speed was really important in war. "Chao-er." Chan Ninja frowned and said, "What's going on?" Second elder. The housekeeper pointed at Jun Changshao and said angrily, "The young master and I went to the Saint Medicine World to pick herbs and were kidnapped by this guy. He even extorted millions of crossing heaven stones." Hey, Jun Changshao said unhappily, "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." He didn't think that he was being kidnapped or extorted. It was because they attacked first and couldn't beat him that he chose to turn hostility into friendship. "How dare you blackmail my Qin family?" Chan Ninjia said angrily, "You have guts." "It's okay." Jun Changshao was too lazy to explain. In fact, in this situation, no matter how he explained, it was useless. The only way to solve the problem was to fight. Chan Ninjia and the other powerhouses of the Chan family thought so too. Knowing that their direct descendant had been kidnapped and blackmailed, the aura around them became even more intense. It was obvious that they were ready to take action at any time. "Brat," the butler said fiercely, "just wait for your death." It was undeniable that the scene of more than 100,000 people ganging up on Shang Zhongho in the sacred medicine realm was too terrifying. However, Shang Zhongho was only one person after all. Right now, he was in his own territory, and just the Chun clan's forces alone were not few. How could they be afraid of him? Swish! Swish! At this time, even more Qin family members flew over. Their numbers gradually increased from a few hundred to a few thousand. Although the Chun family mainly ran businesses in the crossing heaven world, they were still considered a prestigious family. They definitely had their own armed forces. "Brother Chen." What happened? The gathering of so many people alarmed many experts who were passing by. Knowing that a direct descendant of the Chen family had been kidnapped and blackmailed, they all stood up and looked at Jun Changshao with hostility. "This guy looks a little unfamiliar. Judging from their strange attire, they are definitely not from my heaven crossing realm. How dare you come after kidnapping young Master Qin?" You've got guts. Don't even think about going out. At this time, the Heaven Crossing Realm Warriors united and saw Jun Changshao as an enemy. The most shocking thing was that many people were transmitting their voices. More and more experts flew over from all directions. They were not here to watch the show, but to help. Go Sheng was speechless. Fine, even if I kidnapped and blackmailed, it was only with the Chen family. Why are you passers-by making such a ruckus? Patriarch! Li Qingyang transmitted his voice. The situation is not good. At this time, there were already tens of thousands of martial artists gathered above Eternal. Many more were rushing over after hearing the news. If they were not stopped, half of the crossing heaven world would be attracted. Chun Yinjia stood in midair. Although he was releasing his aura, he did not make a move. There was even a trace of pride on his face. Kid, did you see that? This is my network. Even if I don't deliberately summon them, many martial artists will come to help. Swish, swish. More and more martial artists flew over. They were not weak in terms of strength. They were at least at the truth-seeking realm, and there were even some at the half-step divination realm. In the first 2 chapters, Jun Changshao had explained what it meant for a sect to fight a person alone. Now he had explained what it meant for a sect to fight a plane. Let's retreat. Ryu Sinan frowned. There were too many experts coming to help, especially those at the half-step divination realm. Just this force alone was difficult for the sect of all times to contend with. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, a monstrous wave of qi came pressing down. Jun Changshao's heart was in turmoil. He hurriedly looked up and saw a white-haired old man standing on a mountain peak. Although his eyes were turbid, he seemed to be able to see through his heart. Patriarch Qiling. Why is he here too? Oh my God! This is an expert of the older generation. He's elusive. The crossing heaven world warriors exclaimed. Qin family? Patriarch Qiling, who was standing on the mountain peak, spoke. His voice seemed to contain some kind of power, causing the space to tremble. Could it be? Jun Changshao's expression was abnormally solemn. Divination realm? That's right. The system said he's a genuine divination realm warrior, as expected of a first-class plane. Jun Changshao was secretly speechless, other than Gu Tianqing and the mountain and sea realm lord. This was the first time he had encountered a true divination realm expert. Whether it was his expression or aura, he was definitely not someone he could compare to. Back then, when I was wandering the 4 seas, I had interacted with the ancestor of the Chen family. Now that his descendants are in trouble, I naturally won't stand by and do nothing. Patriarch Qiling said after understanding the situation. Jun Changshao broke down. It's over. If it was just a few dozen half-step divination realm experts and tens of thousands of truth-seeking realm experts, he was confident that he could fight them. If it really didn't work, he would use all kinds of trump cards. Now that a divination realm expert was involved, the problem was huge. If only he had known. He shouldn't have come. Jun Changshao regretted it, but there was no medicine for regret. At this moment, even if he wanted to leave, it would be difficult because he was surrounded by crossing heaven world warriors. Thank you, Senior. Chen Yinjia cupped his hands, and the pride on his face was even stronger. Even the top experts of the crossing heaven world came to support him. He definitely had a lot of face. Kid, I really have to thank you. You've made my Chun family proud in front of all the warriors. Patriarch Qiling looked at Jun Changshao and said, Are you going to surrender, or do you want me to do it? It's a misunderstanding. Jun Changshao said, This is a misunderstanding. He was terrified. Chen Jinxiao roared. Why didn't I hear you say it was a misunderstanding when you extorted money from me? With his family, various warriors, and top experts here, he finally became bold. The anger in his eyes seemed to be able to burn everything into nothingness. Sigh. Jun Changshao sighed helplessly. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually panicking inside. He was considering whether to use his final trump card to take the battleship and his disciples into the eternal world at lightning speed. Whoosh! Just as Jun Changshao was thinking, Patriarch Chilling waved his hand, and a powerful heaven and earth attribute condensed into a palm print. He said, "I'm in a hurry." Although the palm print did not press down, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Not only did it shock all the experts, but it also shocked Jun Changshao. He held in his heart, "I'm afraid it's too late. It's over. With Patriarch Chilling personally taking action, it'll be a piece of cake. Poor guy, don't you know where this is? How dare you come in so openly after robbing someone?" Whoosh! Whoosh! The powerful palm pressed down. However, just as it was about to grab Jun Changshao, it suddenly stopped. Patriarch Chilling looked up and frowned slightly. Whoosh! At this moment, two streamers passed through the space barrier in an absolutely domineering way and floated in the sky of the crossing heaven world. A trace of fear appeared in Patriarch Chilling's eyes. He said, "Gu Tianxing." Chapter 1788. When Ancestor Chilling condensed a huge hand and pressed it down, Jun Changsha's expression was serious, and he was even prepared to use all sorts of trump cards to escape. But at the critical moment, the other party suddenly stopped. Fortunately, Jun Changshao was a bit slower, otherwise he would have been tricked into exploding. Gu Tianxing. A trace of fear appeared in Ancestor Chiling's eyes as he looked at the two streams of light that suddenly flew out from the spatial barrier. "Uncle Gu is here?" Jun Changshao hurriedly raised his head. Sure enough, after the aura in the sky gradually faded, Gu Tianxing and his wife stood side by side. When they were in the mountain and sea realm, the two of them were like an honest country couple. Now that they were standing in the crossing heaven realm, their aura was like that of gods. "Brother," Jun Changshao sent a sound transmission. "Did you pinch the heavenly star token?" No. Gu Xiaoxi was at a loss. Just now, he did have the thought of pinching the heavenly star token. But even if he did, his father wouldn't be able to fly over from the blue cloud system so quickly. Troublesome. Jun Changshao felt that something was wrong and thought to himself, "Uncle Gu can't be here to look for me, right?" At this critical moment, a powerful and familiar expert had appeared. This should have made Go Sheng feel at ease, but in fact, he didn't have the face to see Gu Tianxing. Firstly, he had stolen too many secret manuals. Secondly, he had abducted his son and daughter-in-law. Jun Changshao raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat off his forehead and said pessimistically, "I feel like I'm going to be tortured today." Shua. At this moment, Gu Tianxing turned his head and stared at him coldly. The anger on his face was obvious. Jun Changshao's spine broke out in cold sweat. "Uncle, I'm innocent." Just as Go Shing was about to explain, Gu Tianxing sent a sound transmission. "Stinking brat, I'll deal with you for stealing my medicinal herbs later." Jun Changshao's expression was wonderful. "Your son took the medicinal herbs. How could you blame me?" "Greetings, Alliance Leader Gu." At this time, all the cultivators came back to their senses and bowed respectfully. At that very moment, the shock in everyone's eyes was even greater than when the chilling patriarch had appeared. That was because the latter was merely a pinnacle champion, while Gu Tianxing was the leader of the League of Stars and Seas. League of Stars and Seas, an ancient organization that had existed for a long time. If one were to describe his status in the crossing heaven world, it would be that he was above all the major forces and was a transcendent existence. The previous leaders of the League of Stars and Seas were all respected by the world as the strongest. They could even be considered as the realm master of the crossing heaven realm. "Brother," Jun Changshao said in surprise, "your father is a bit awesome." Of course. Gu Xiaoxi didn't know about his father's situation, but when he saw the heaven-crossing world's strong martial artists bowing to him, he felt like he was on cloud 9. His shoulders and legs couldn't help but tremble. What's going on? Gu Tianqing looked at the various forces gathered in the sky above Eternal. His voice was filled with majesty. He no longer looked like the honest person from before. The domineering aura of someone who had been in power for a long time was released. Alliance Leader Gu. Chun Ninja pointed at Jun Changshao and said, "This thief kidnapped and blackmailed our direct descendant." He was so proactive because he hoped that Alliance Leader Gu could stand up for the direct descendant. This way, the family would be even more proud when the news spread to the crossing heaven world. Bullshit! Gu Zhaoxi roared. You were the ones who started it. Just now, he hid in Eternal and didn't come out. Now that his father had appeared, he had no scruples. Just like Qin Jinxiao from before. Second elder. The butler pointed at Gu Zhaoxi and said angrily, "And this little bastard, he punched and kicked us along the way." Gu Tianqing's face fell. Chun Ninja saw this and was delighted. Is Alliance Leader Gu going to stand up for our Chen family? That's one thing. Gu Zhaoxi tilted his head and pointed at the butler, his eyes cold. Don't scold me. So what if I scold you? Little bastard, little bastard. The butler scolded repeatedly. There were people from the family, experts from various forces, and even the League of Stars and Seas Alliance leader was here. How could they be afraid of a group of outsiders? Father! At this moment, Gu Zhaoxi shouted, Tisk! Qin Jinxiao sneered, It's useless for you to call me grandfather now. Gu Zhaoxi ignored him and looked at Gu Tianqing. He said the latter half of his words with an aggrieved expression. Someone called me a little bastard. Aren't you an old bastard? At this moment, everyone realized that the other party was calling Alliance Leader Gu father. They almost couldn't help but laugh. The Gu couple had wanted a child for tens of thousands of years, but their wish never came true. Everyone knew that he dared to pretend to be their son in broad daylight. Ha ha ha. The butler laughed. Little bastard, if you're Alliance Leader Gu's son, then I'm his grandson. That's right. At this moment, Gu Tianqing, who had been pulling a long face, opened his mouth. He's my son. Jie. The butler's smile froze. The Heaven Crossing world experts present were all dumbfounded. Did they hear wrongly? Alliance Leader Gu said that this child was his son? Because he was of the same generation as Gu Tianqing. Old ancestor Qiling said in shock. Aren't you sick? How can you have a son? You're the one who's sick. Gu Tianqing roared. Swish! Mother Gu, who had been silent all this time, flew down and landed beside Gu Zhaoxi. She tapped his head with her finger and scolded softly. It's not like Mother forbade you from going out. Why did you sneak out? The motherly love and doting in Mother Gu's eyes were very strong, so all the martial artists were sure that this was definitely the Gu couple's son. Swish! Gu Tianqing also landed. He looked coldly at the butler who was clamoring just now and said indifferently, Are you worthy of being my grandson? Plop! The butler's legs went soft as he collapsed to the ground. It didn't matter if he was a grandson or not. The important thing was that he had just scolded the little bastard, and he was afraid that the other party couldn't hear him, so he repeated it several times. Dog! How can a servant like you humiliate the son of Alliance Leader Gu? Clang! Pucci! Chun Ninja decisively took out his long sword and directly chopped off the butler's head. He cupped his hands and said, Alliance Leader Gu, my Qin family has not taught him well. Please forgive me. As he spoke, his hands were trembling, and cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The fear in his heart had reached its peak. It didn't matter if a butler died. However, if he offended Alliance Leader Gu because of him, the entire family would be gone. Don't do it again, Gu Tianqing said. Yes, yes. Chen Ninja hurriedly wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and thought to himself, I was almost killed by that guy. Gu Tianqing turned around and said, Where were we at? Uncle Gu. Jun Changshao, who seemed to be invisible, finally spoke. They said that your nephew kidnapped and blackmailed their Chen family's direct descendant. No, no. Chen Nianjia hurriedly denied. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Go Sheng was scared just now, and now he was scared. The two of them were faster than the other. Since it's a misunderstanding, Gu Tianqing said, hurry up and leave. Goodbye, goodbye. Chen Nianjia hurriedly carried Qin Jinqiao, whose legs were also weak, and left with his family as fast as he could. They were still considered slow. In fact, after Gu Xiaoxi revealed his identity, many experts who came to help had already taken the opportunity to slip away. They kept praying along the way. Alliance leader Gu didn't see me. Alliance leader Gu didn't see me. Forget it, forget it. Ancestor Qiling said, this old man is going. I'll send you off. Bam! Ancestor Qiling did not expect Gu Tianqing to suddenly attack. He instantly turned into a meteor and flew out, not forgetting to roar. What kind of hero are you to ambush someone when they're unprepared? The situation of a plane besieging a sect was resolved after the Gu couple arrived. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, Thank you for coming in time, uncle. You. Gu Tianqing said, Come with me. Cold sweat broke out on Jun Changshao's back. Uncle, listen to me. Uncle, I definitely didn't steal the herbs. Uncle, boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. In the valley, Gu Tianqing seemed to be possessed by 8 gods as he unleashed a series of brutal attacks. After a while, Jun Changshao suddenly flew out and slammed his face into the camera, causing the reader's phone screen to crack into a spider web. Chapter 1789. Under the setting sun, Jun Changshao sat on a rock, his back view as lonely as it could get. Why didn't he show the front of the camera? He was afraid that he would scare everyone. At that time, Gu Tianqing had beaten him as ruthlessly as he had beaten Su Xiaoma. As the saying goes, the heavens will reincarnate. Who will the heavens spare? Uncle. Covering his swollen face, Jun Changshao said in his heart, feeling wronged, I really didn't steal your medicinal ingredients. All sorts of martial arts manuals were stolen. At that time, he didn't know about it, so there was nothing he could do. However, the medicinal ingredients were taken by Gu Xiaoxi. It had nothing to do with him. This was the only time he took the blame. Thinking about the old man in Taixien, thinking about Xinren Tonggu. It was truly a case of every generation having a scapegoat, each leading the way for hundreds of years. Brother. Gu Xiaoxi walked over and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, I'm afraid this is fate. I just heard from my father. Gu Xiaoxi sat down and said, There is a transcendental organization in the crossing heaven realm called the League of Stars and Seas. My father is the 12th leader, and his position is not inferior to that of the master of a realm. Jun Changshao was expressionless because his face was too swollen. Sigh. This guy was indeed born into a good family. Brother, Jun Changshao said seriously, Can your reincarnation spirit change owners? I don't want to fight anymore. Gu Tianqing was originally an expert of the crossing heaven realm, and from the name of the crossing heaven palm seal he could understand. Thus, he did not deliberately chase after Go Sheng, but coincidentally met him. Speaking of which, why did he not live in seclusion anymore? Why did he return? It was mainly because he had been out for too long, so he specially came to visit his family and friends. League of Stars and Seas. Jun Changshao walked in under the lead of the Gu couple, as an existence that stood at the peak of the crossing heaven realm. Its scale was truly incomparably luxurious. Go Sheng could be considered to have experienced great storms and waves, so no matter where he went, he would remain calm and even remain expressionless. However, Li Qingyang couldn't do it. When he stepped into the League of Stars and Seas and saw strange buildings, he would unconsciously stop and use his eyes and heart to feel every structure, silently memorizing it. Alliance Master, a middle-aged man with a majestic aura, asked in surprise, Your son is already so old. There were also quite a number of elders beside him. Their gazes were sharp and their auras were extraordinary. It could be seen that they were all in the upper echelons and were all at the half-step heavenly secret realm. Therefore, the sect of all times wanted to change. The number of half-step heavenly secret realm experts was still increasing. Gua. Gu Tianqing smiled and said, "This is your Uncle Peng, the deputy chief of the League of Stars and Seas. He's usually in charge of some of the League's internal affairs." Vice Alliance Leader Peng had a smile on his face, but in his heart he was roaring, "If you take your wife to live in seclusion, I'll take care of all the internal affairs of the Alliance." "Hello, Uncle Peng." Because he was only a few years old, Gu Zhaoxi had to pretend to be a sweet child. "Haha." Vice Alliance Leader Peng patted his little head and took out a treasure from his spatial ring, saying, "This is the first time we're meeting. Uncle didn't prepare anything, so I'll give this first-class spirit jade to you. A meeting gift couldn't be lacking." "Son," Gu Tianqing said, "your Uncle Peng's spirit jade is a soul treasure. Wearing it will increase the strength of one's soul over time. It can even help to resolve soul attacks. It's a rare treasure. Quickly accept it." "Thank you, Uncle Peng." Gu Zhaoxi hurriedly accepted it. Actually, the moment the other party took it out, he could feel that this item was extraordinary. "Nephew." At this time, a white-haired elder walked over and took out a wooden box, saying, "There's a 10,000-year-old blood spirit ginseng inside. Eating it directly can increase one's strength and can also be used to refine pills." Vice Alliance Leader even gave it to him. As the great elder, he definitely couldn't lose his way. "Nephew, I have an extremely cold treasured blade here. It can cut through iron like mud. Nephew, I have a crimson scale dragon armor. Wearing it will make you impervious to fire and water." The higher-ups of the League of Stars and Seas all gave gifts to the Alliance leader's son for the first time. The grades and levels of the gifts were higher than the previous, and each gift was more precious than the previous one. Sai, Jun Changshao, who was standing at the side of the hall, turned his head and secretly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, thinking to himself, "I'm so envious." Alliance Leader, Vice Alliance Leader Peng said, "This little friend is the patriarch of the sect of all times." Jun Changshao hurriedly introduced himself. "Jun Changshao." Sect of all times? This name was a little arrogant. The higher-ups of the League of Stars and Seas were clearly not as enthusiastic as Gu Zhaoxi when it came to Jun Changshao. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ignored him. Jun Changshao was also very self-aware. He stood to the side and didn't say anything. "What?" After a while, Vice Alliance Leader Peng said in shock, "The Patriarch wants his nephew to participate in the universe sacred war. Is there a problem? Isn't he too young?" "He's only 5 or 6 now. In 10 years, he'll be an adult." This Vice Alliance Leader Peng was silent. Actually, he didn't want to talk about age, but strength. After all, those who were qualified to participate in the universe sacred war were all top geniuses of various dimensions. "Son," Gu Tianqing said, "show me the results in 10 years. "No problem." Gu Zhaoxi was currently playing with all kinds of treasures, so he answered casually. "You can all leave," Gu Tianqing said. "Wait." Suddenly, he hurriedly stopped everyone. "I forgot to introduce my son's fiancée." Vice Alliance Leader Peng and the others' mouths twitched. They thought to themselves, he's only 4 or 5 years old. How can he already have a fiancée? Ta. At this moment, Qingqiu Lin, who was standing on high heels, walked over with Mrs. Gu. She bowed shyly and said, "Greetings, uncles." Vice Alliance Leader Peng and the others looked at each other. In the end, they could only hold back their tears and continue to take out gifts. After all, this was the first time they met their niece-in-law. How could they let her come empty-handed? Luckily, they only had one son. If they had a few more and brought a few more niece-in-law back, they would probably go bankrupt just by giving gifts. At night, Jun Changshao stayed in the courtyard arranged for him. The environment was good, but he wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. He sat in the small living room with a bitter expression, especially when he thought about how the upper echelons of the League of Stars and Seas sent gifts to Gu Zhaoxi during the day. He was really envious and jealous. Sigh. The system said, "It's a pity that the host doesn't have a good father." Jun Changshao knew that the system was mocking him, so he didn't care. A real man needs to rely on his own hard work and not rely on his father. So sour, the system said. Jun Changshao ignored it. Brother. Gu Zhaoxi came over, put all kinds of treasures on the stone table, and said, "I'll give all these things to the sect." No. Jun Changshao said seriously, "These things are yours. I can't take them. What's mine is my brother's." Gu Zhaoxi said, "Besides, the sect is in the stage of development. With these treasures, we can undoubtedly improve our strength." Jun Changshao fell into a short silence and said, "In that case, I'll reluctantly accept them." After saying that, he waved his hand and sent them all to the eternal world. In the study, Gu Tianxing withdrew his spiritual thoughts and shook his head. "Our son is a little silly. He gave away so many good things." "What do you know?" Mother Gu said, "This is the trust between the two brothers." Gu Tianxing shook his head and said, "I just hope that Goa won't be led astray by that bastard Jun. He gave Jun Changshao a new nickname,